Good morning, honorable members. Senator the Honorable Winston Garvey. Honorable members, pray be seated. The business of this House now commences. Honorable members, I wish to advise that I will adjourn the House until 11 o'clock. Honorable members, this House now stands adjourned at 11 o'clock.
Soon. On completion, what sort of width of carriageway are we looking at here at Laverty? So we're trying to maximise the road width whenever we can. So the widest points we're hoping to get about 6.5 metres. So that'll allow two big vehicles to pass easily. And you said you would have installed at least 3 retaining walls. What sort of width and height is that? So the retaining walls vary. They approximately between 1.6 to 2 metres tall, and they are about between 15 to 20 metres long. Yes, as we pass each individual house, then if there's a need for access driveways to be cast and steps to be formed, yes, we're doing that as we proceed through the works. Yeah.
far as you can see, we're doing 358 feet of road and 358 feet of drain. That's slipper drain. It started approximately 3 weeks now, but we have a slight delay due to the weather and the COVID-19. We have a slight delay in process. But as far as you can see, we are about 50-60% completion. That's the last piece we're about to do now. The thickness of the concrete is 5 inches thick of the concrete slab. As a road, 5 inches thick. The slipper drain is 6 inches thick. The width of the road will be 15 feet wide, and the drain is 2 feet. So 15 and 2, that's 17. They have 17 feet of road now, road driveway.
So what sort of conditions you met when you came here?
Well, it was really bad. Vehicles could have hardly come up here because you had stone, or the water was in the middle of the road. Then we came, we graded, we backfill, and then as you can see, it's in a good condition now.
Decided that if we can have a road that the people coming from going to St. George's can get a wider road and do not have to pass through these narrow roads to get to St. George's, or to leave St. George's to go going on the western side, it would be ideal. And therefore, we pushed hard to get the ministry to set up the system to get this road and started. And of course, I'm very pleased that the ministry has worked very hard in getting this, and I think the people will be excited by it. And I think it will do a tremendous help for commuters between on the western side and back and forth. So I'm heartened by it, and the quicker it's done, the better, because that road will be wide enough.
Mr. Green, as the engineer for the Monkuma Road, can you just give us an insight as to the type of work that has to take place there?
Yes. Now the link road, as we refer to it, it links Monkuma, that's Upper Bolio area, to Grenada, and it's an old estate road. But the constraint there was at the river, there was a pedestrian crossing, meaning only vehicle. It was not wide enough for vehicles. So what is happening now is that we're widening or upgrading that old estate road to a modern vehicular traffic requirement. At the river, we'd be doing a 30-foot wide bridge with sidewalks. There'd be 2 or 3 foot sidewalks on the sides, and it would now become the main thoroughfare while we fill out modern rebuilding for large trucks. Instead of going through Willis, they would now go through Monkuma from Upper Bolio and come down to the Grenville Road, much closer to the Bushes Bridge. So what would be happening would be some widening of an old estate road, the construction of a new bridge, and It's approximately 3/4 mile, less than 1 mile long, and most of the works would be earthworks, earth movement, and the initial clearing has begun. It's well advanced, and we expect the entire project to take 7 months. Should be completed within 7 months.
So we're constructing approximately 3,000 feet of 20 feet asphalt roadway. Right now we're doing general site clearance with cutting of trees. The next phase would be the widening of the roadway. I think a lot of soil stabilization would have to be done. We will be doing a lot of cutting on the cliffside instead of trying to work on the downslope. The work would include box drains, slipper drains, and retaining walls where necessary.
One of the areas for clarification, that is on the area on top of Monkuma that leads down to the Bolio area. We know that there is a corner right there. What is the plans there? Because there's just a short, not much of a wide span of concrete strip there. What is the plan there in terms of, would you be going inward in the lands?
Yes, yes. We've spoken. There'd be two up at that area closer to the Monkuma side. There's two significant interventions there. There's as you approach that Monkuma hill, there's almost like a blind spot, meaning it goes up sharply and it goes down sharply. So we would be lowering the high point so that the line of sight is increased. That would impact the byway that connects to it. I think that byway takes you all the way back to Morris also. With respect to the corner that you're referring to, that's the second major intervention in terms of adjusting the old estate road. We have spoken to the landowner. He showed us his plans, and so there'll be some acquisitions that would allow a significant widening of the corner so that 40-foot containers could maneuver without going forward and backward.
Okay.
So it would be that wide, yeah.
And in terms of residents in the Monkuma area, who may be affected, are there any meetings, any dialogue with them, and so would you have to remove any houses and so in terms
yes,
of?
we've started not many houses. We actually aligned the road to minimize that impact, but there were 2 and possibly 3 houses that would be impacted. We've spoken to the occupants, and we're working with them to resolve it amicably. 2 are more or less concluded, but there's one that we still have some further work to do to assist the occupants in finding alternative locations. Each and every one of the residents, they're happy and excited about the road, and they're eager to do what's required to facilitate what is proposed for the area. So it's not that they're resisting; it's quite the opposite. They're encouraging and just happy that a development like that is coming in the area. We have identified all of it because each one of the poles now have a mark on it. We have identified it and communicated with the utility company, so they in turn would look at alternative. The contractor was supposed to share the plans with them and to see how we could facilitate the relocation. Now after too, there's a main line running there. I think it's a 6-inch pipe main, and we'd have to work with them at certain points during the project in terms of temporary relocation and a permanent relocation.
Well, I really see it as a very good project, as a development in the community. Because for a long time, people been looking down on this area. You understand? And I see it as a great enhancement. And I hope the people, show the people that good things could come from it. Because that's just the beginning. You understand? That's just the beginning. We get good road and they go start seeing good attitudes, I guess as much. You understand? Yeah, well, really and truly, we had a bit, nothing much to talk about, just a bit of challenges, but as you see, we get in there. We almost accomplishment, and although apart from the little challenges we had, if we had to do it again, the same team, I think I go through something different. Yeah. And my teammate, he was very nice.
And what are the sentiments from the people around? What are they saying about it?
Well, so far, you have people with good comments and bad comments. You understand? But I could deal with the good ones because that's the positive side. You understand? Most of them is like, great job. You understand? Everybody was encouraging us and backing us right through. The majority. You understand? The negative one, we just trash them aside, man. Yeah.
So, the road was approximately half a kilometre long. So we installed half a kilometre of box drains. There's one cross pipe culvert as well as a reinforced concrete bridge. And then the concrete carriageway varies between 4.5 to 6 metres wide at the bridge. So those works have been completed. Right now we're about 97% complete. All that we have to do is cast the 2 upstands to the bridge and install the guardrails. The guardrails have been delayed slightly. They're being shipped in from Trinidad due to the COVID restrictions, but we hope to be complete by the end of October.
A date in mind for the official handover of this one?
As I say, it really depends on when we get the guardrails in from Trinidad, so we're working on that. So it's probably going to be sort of first, second week in November when we can have an official handover.
This took approximately how many months?
This project took approximately 9 months to construct. So far we've completed over 1,000 meters of curb and slipper drain. We've installed 3 major retaining walls. We're approximately 40% complete on the works. At the minute we're working in conjunction with NAWASA to install a new 6-inch water main.
On completion of the installation of the pipes, how long again you think you have with that particular process, and what will be the next step thereafter?
So the pipes will probably take another month to 2 months to complete. So we're doing the excavation works and we're doing the backfill works. NAWASA will install the pipe, and then they will do the chlorination and the testing of the pipe to make the water main live. After that process, we will start to scarify the road surface in preparation for sub-base, hopefully to try and get some asphalt on the road, especially at the top end soon.
On completion, what sort of width of carriageway are we looking at here at Lavery?
So we're trying to maximise the road width whenever we can. So the widest points we're hoping to get about 6.5 meters. So that'll allow 2 big vehicles to pass easily.
And you said you would have installed at least 3 retaining walls. What sort of width and height is that?
So the retaining walls vary. They approximately between 1.6 to 2 meters tall, and they are about between 15 to 20 meters long. Yes, as we pass each individual house, then if there's a need for access driveways to be cast and steps to be formed, yes, we're doing that as we proceed through the works. Yeah.
As far as you can see, we're doing 358 feet of road and 358 feet of drain. That's slipper drain. It started approximately 3 weeks now, but we have a slight delay due to the weather and the COVID-19. We have a slight delay in process. But as far as you can see, we are about 50–60% completion. That's the last piece we're about to do now. The thickness of the concrete is 5 inches thick of the concrete slab. As a road, 5 inches thick. The slipper drain is 6 inches thick. The width of the road will be 15 feet wide and the drain is 2 feet. So 15 and 2, that's 17. They have 17 feet of road now, driveway.
So what sort of conditions you met when you came here?
Well, it was really bad. Vehicles could have hardly come up here. Because you had stone, or the water was in the middle of the road. Then we came, we graded, we backfill, and then as you can see, it's in a good condition now.
Commences. Sorry. Senator Steele, I think you have the floor now, and as you are going to rebut or wind up the debate, actually, on the
Thank
conclude
you,
the debate on
Mr. President.
motion.
And I want to start by thanking everybody for their contributions over the past couple of days. There's been some robust discussion on all sides. I also wish to congratulate our 3 new senators. This would be their first budget presentation. So Senator Phillip on our side and Senators Joseph and McQueen on the other side. Mr. President, what was quite instructive was, and I listened very carefully to the quality, the content, the objectivity of the contributions on both sides. And I think it's reasonable to say that some of the contributions, there was night and day in terms of objectivity, in terms of focusing on the critical elements that are outlined in this budget. What was presented on this side and some contributions on the other side was fact-based, based on the realities that we face in the country at this time, based on the facts, the content, the quality that is contained in the budget document, and the proposals, the programs, the initiatives that are outlined by this government for the period January to December 2022. And listening to that contrast between that fact-based, objective-based presentations with many unsubstantiated and wild claims presented by some members on the other side. And Mr. President, I understand the political ambition and the political motivation of some on the other side, whether they wish at some point to be on this side of the aisle, or whether they have ambitions to be in that other place. But Mr. President, it's important in all that we do that we put country first. And in terms of the integrity of this chamber, in terms of that objectivity and working with the facts. So some of us need to try a little harder. Mr. President, as a general comment, I think as a starting point, I think it's important that we remind ourselves of where Grenada is right now, where the entire world sees itself is at this time. Listening to some of the comments from the other side, it's as if we're in a business as usual environment, as if this is just a mundane run-of-the-mill operation, and the challenges that we face are normal or easy. And I think it's important that I set that context. Mr. President, these aren't ordinary times. These are extraordinary times, calling for extraordinary action and responses. This is business very, very much unusual. And what we're facing here in Grenada is reflected in every single country, every corner of the globe. And this global pandemic that we face is unlike any crisis we have faced in over 100 years. Some of the most advanced countries in the world with limitless resources, infinitely more resources certainly than we have buckled under the strain of this COVID-19 pandemic, both from a health perspective, social perspective, in terms of what is happening in communities around the world, cities, towns, villages, let alone the economic pandemic that is running in parallel with this. So where you have infection rates globally, hundreds of millions, death rate, the number who've died in the millions, the global economic position where trillions and trillions of dollars have been extinguished from global economies as they contract, dealing with the economic pandemic that we're also faced with. And Mr. President, it's also for us to note, not just here in Grenada, but the world as a whole, we are still in the middle of this storm. There are positive signs. The availability of vaccines, but vaccine hesitancy is a major, major issue, certainly for us here at home and in other countries. Economic rebound will take time in different markets. But what we experienced here at home, what this government, with the support of stakeholders, support of its people, were able to keep this virus at bay for 19 months until the Delta variant broke through, resulting in, to date, 200 deaths and close to 6,000 infections. We were tested to our limits, but we got through this threat. There are other threats that are knocking at our door with regard to this pandemic. The threats are still here. And how we have had to adapt to this new normal, this new environment that we all find ourselves in, having to live with the COVID environment and modulate our activity, modulate our responses at a government level, a country level, at an individual level. Government revenues have been severely impacted. We had to close our borders for 7 months. We had, close to 7 months, a lockdown. Businesses closed. And all of the stress, economic stresses that are generated there. But we've turned that corner at this point. We've reopened the road to recovery. It's going to be a slow, hard road. but there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is cautious optimism, but we are yet, still yet, and a way away from getting back to those pre-2019, pre-COVID conditions, but there is cautious optimism. And then with those reduced revenues, there was also the significant increase in government spending in keeping our people safe, taking all of the necessary measures, whether that's in our healthcare system, whether that's in our schools, whether that's in our communities, our workplaces. Significant monies expended to keep us, to protect lives. And then, of course, in terms of protecting livelihoods, the second component of this pandemic, the 3 stimulus packages that touch every individual up and down this country, especially the most vulnerable. And that package, that stimulus package, is valued in excess, Mr. President, at $100 million. Mr. President, despite all of these challenges, government has responded appropriately. I'd even go so far as to say, in these extraordinary times, to say that government has achieved some very extraordinary things in these very difficult circumstances. But as I said, the threats still exist, and there is still real uncertain times ahead of us globally. But there is light at the end of that tunnel. Mr. President, it's important to give credit to our frontline workers, our doctors, nurses, other healthcare workers, social workers, police officers, essential businesses, and the support of the business community, the trade union movement, civil society, the churches, our farmers, our fishers, our youth, who all had their part to play in terms of shaping the direction in which we have taken. Mr. President, we're also seeing those positive signs of recovery from the economic shock. Still early days, but investor confidence remains high. And unemployment, Mr. President, after the spike at the height of the pandemic, is almost back to pre-COVID levels. Still too high, still a lot to be done, but moving in the right direction. So, Mr. President, after listening to the contributions on both sides, I can kind of categorize them in terms of my responses in 2 kind of areas. One is misinformation and mischief, and the other, Mr. President, is rum shop economics. So starting with clarifying some of the misinformation, and I believe some of it is mischievous, Mr. President. I want to highlight some very specific comments and areas that were discussed. The first, at a very broad level, was one of the opening statements that this budget is a document of deception, that we're brambling Grenadians, that this is a Santa Claus budget, even brought in some zoology into this. We're also a zebra budget. But before I go into this alleged deception, I think it's important to go back and look at what the 2020 budget was all about. Mr. President, and this is based on facts, this is based on the content and the performance that backs up the budget for 2022. And the budget, Mr. President, speaks to the short-term relief and how it responds directly to the immediate needs of the pandemic. What are those short-term measures that are required to protect lives and protect livelihoods? And Mr. President, it included increases in seed benefit, benefiting thousands of vulnerable persons, full and half-month salary for public officers, for those workers on the front line, relief on electricity, a cap on fuel prices, addressing some of the cost of living issues that are very, very present. And in addition to that, the support that was provided throughout the course of this year and last year of the two other stimulus packages, three stimulus packages, valued at $100 million, whether it's cash transfers for the most vulnerable, unemployment benefit, income support, grant support for small businesses, support for our youth, support for our farmers, our fishers, our tourism sector. So that was one critical element in terms of the relief measures that were outlined in the budget that is before us. But that brings the short-term relief. The budget also speaks to ongoing measures in terms of accelerating the economy to create more projects to protect and create jobs. So whether this is through the construction sector, whether it is the elements, the private sector initiatives, whether it is the public sector investment program, whether it's investment in agriculture, in tourism, in small business development, which constitutes 65% of our workforce, whether it's in terms of providing support for our youth, support for our healthcare system. We've seen, Mr. President, in the last 2 years, the budget that is before us and the previous 2021 budget with the highest capital spends in our economic history. And this is capital spend in our productive sectors. And based on the continuation of principles, initiatives, projects, programs that are currently being implemented, we're already seeing the results in terms of our economic development today. Whether it's seeing a growth in the construction industry, and we went through in great detail, Senator Diali, senators on our side, Senator Cox, in terms of the dynamic impact, the significant impact the construction sector has on all elements of economic development. And we've seen a 23% increase in economic activity, economic growth in that sector. Our agricultural sector, a 12% increase in growth and productivity, Mr. President. And whether it's wholesale retail, 4-5% growth. We've seen in this period the addition of 13,600 jobs in terms of the measures that are being taken, the economic measures to stimulate activity. And we're seeing the benefits as we see unemployment starting to fall. So with the budget that we have before us, in terms of that budgeting period and the projections in terms of continued economic growth and continued job creation, this budget supports and contributes to that. But also embedded in the budget before us are the long-term economic transformational initiatives and programs grounded in the National Sustainable Development Plan, which sets our course for the next 15 years. I heard comments on the other side. We have no plans. We have no direction. There is a very detailed plan that all elements of our society, private sector, public sector, different political parties, our youth, our farmers, all of our stakeholders, Mr. President, have their fingerprints all over this plan. This plan is real, this plan is being implemented, and as I said, what is before us is embedded within that. And this speaks to our long-term transformation and development. But what is a critical, very, very critical element of this? And again, this is those words, that this is deception, that this is not real, that this is a figment of someone's imagination. An 80% implementation rate, Mr. President. 80% of the capital budgeted has been expended in all of those areas that are outlined. So it's not only a credible document founded on a very, very clear long-term strategy that addresses short, medium, and long-term needs. This is very, very real, very far from deception, very far from brambling. And it isn't what we heard from some of the members on the other side, hollow, baseless words providing opposition for opposition's sake. So, Mr. President, I wish now to address some of the more specific points that were raised. The first speaks to government's statement regarding encouraging statutory bodies and private sector to consider sharing a small token of appreciation with their employees. Mr. President, there are statements that were made here, there are statements that are being made outside of this chamber that need to be clarified. And government's position and the statement made is as follows. We are well aware that the pandemic has created a financial challenge across many sectors, but we want to encourage statutory bodies and private sector entities to also consider sharing a small token of appreciation with their employees at Christmas. So for those who need this spelt out, Mr. President, this is a simple statement that is encouraging the private sector and statutory bodies to consider a small token of appreciation. Mr. President, government has no authority to commit any private sector entity, any statutory body that compels them to do this. It's encouragement, Mr. President, and consideration. The only authority government has is with its own public workers within the government system, within the public service. And that is what government is doing in terms of providing support. Our sign of appreciation as government is providing all public workers with an additional half-month's salary, and for those frontline workers, a full month's salary. Sign of gratitude for the work, the effort, the sacrifices made within the public service in these very very difficult times. It is then up to the private sector, for businesses, for statutory bodies to look at their ability in terms of the resources, their current financial standing, if they are in a position to make a small token reflective of the sacrifices their workers would have paid also during this time, then we encourage them to do so. But it's based on their individual circumstances for the statutory bodies, the state-owned enterprises. They need to go to their boards. They need to assess their financial standing. Some are in better situations than others, and to make a determination. And the same for every private employer. And every employer's circumstance, every institution's circumstances will be different and unique. And their ability to afford to do this will be based on their own assessment. Mr. President, these are difficult times for all of us. For government to do what it has done as its token of appreciation to public workers is difficult. Really, really difficult, but we found a way. But we were able to do that. Not all businesses, not all statutory bodies will be in the same position. As I said, we encourage them to consider no obligation, no mandate. So, Mr. President, when I hear the representative for Labour not even suggesting, acting otherwise, I have to ask myself, why? And there are only two reasons that spring to my mind. One is his ability to understand the English language. The statement is clear. I've just gone through it. Mr. President, I think at kindergarten, people could sit down and read this and understand what it means to encourage, to consider. So if he's not in kindergarten, Mr. President, he's not in school, then there must be another motive, and that motive can only be mischief. Can only be mischief, Mr. President. So I hope I have brought clarity on this. I'm not a school teacher. There are other school teachers here in this room, in this chamber. I'm not a school teacher. But I felt it necessary, Mr. President, to take the time to school my member, my colleague from Labour on the other side. So I hope we can draw a line under this, where there's misunderstanding. Senator Garraway, I think, offered you his glasses yesterday. Maybe you should take him up on that offer. But I hope this brings clarity to this situation. Mr. President, the second statement that I need to address is Senator Joseph, who made the statement, Grenada is a failed state, referring to documents outside. I wanted to make it very clear. There was an article written by a journalist that was misinformed, factually incorrect. Not everything that you read on the internet, not everything that's circulating on social media is fact. And again, I'm not saying one should be in school. This is a former school teacher. But we need to apply some filters and common sense in terms of information that is circulating. whether it's true or false. This article that was written did not, the document that it referred to does not speak to Grenada. And this article, which speaks to the IMF warning of economic collapse in some nations, the actual report itself does not refer to Grenada. For some reason, the journalists decided to lump Grenada into this pool of countries. But the actual statement that was made, and it's based on the latest debt sustainability assessment, which is a joint World Bank and IMF exercise, which was carried out in April of 2020, assessed Grenada's debt as follows. The debt sustainability analysis, the DSA, suggests that Grenada's public debt is sustainable. That's the critical piece. But it did speak about debt distress. But that debt distress, Mr. President, relates to debt that is equivalent to 1.8% of our GDP, less than 2%. And it speaks to historical debt owed to Libya, owed to Algeria, and owed to Trinidad and Tobago. And this is a small fraction of our debt stock that during our debt restructuring back in 2015, those parties were unable to include, to roll over this small amount of debt into the wider pool of debt that was where we received the haircut and was restructured. So these items remain unsolved, 1.8% of our GDP, tiny. And discussions are taking place, ongoing. There are issues in terms of the conversations with Libya. Those loan arrangements were under a different administration. So there are complications in terms of addressing these remaining debt components. That is what the article spoke to. So when I hear the member on the other side taking this false piece of information and laying it out in this public forum, which Senator Lewis reminded us, we're in Parliament, we're not in a rum shop. And I'll come on to rum shop politics, Mr. President. We have to be careful with what we quote. So again, I hope that brings some clarity to that situation. Third specific area I wish to address is oil and gas. There were statements, various statements on the other side. There isn't transparency. They don't understand what is happening. There are conflicting messages within the administration. So I just want to, again, outline where we are and the broader environment that the fossil fuel industry, where it's at right at this time. Mr. President, with regard to oil and gas, actually all fossil fuels, coal as well, gas, a lot has changed in the last 5 years. Where countries were, where outlooks were in 2018, 2017, is very, very different to 2021. Some significant shifts. There's an international move to phase out, phase down fossil fuels, oil, gas, coal. Fossil fuels, Mr. President, to give this broader context to start, is the single greatest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, global warming that I outlined. I'm not going to go through that again, but I outlined in my opening presentation. The impact that's having globally, but specifically the greatest impact on small island states and our extreme vulnerability to climate change. But the single most impactful action to address the causes of climate change is phasing out fossil fuels. And that process has formally started. I attended COP26 in Glasgow. One of the historical elements of that agreement is the first international agreement that speaks to phasing down. The attempt was to phase out coal, and that's by 2030, 2040. To phase out fossil fuel subsidies, so governments can no longer invest, subsidize fossil fuel activities that increase carbon emissions. There was a move to actually include all of fossil fuels and to put a deadline on it. But those deadlines are coming. The global commitment is that we need to reduce global emissions by 50% by 2030 and to be net zero by 2050. And within that timeline is the phasing out of fossil fuels. From now, every single year until 2030, a 6% decline in fossil fuel usage. So, Mr. President, this push for an end to fossil fuels is very real and is impacting investor boardrooms all over the world. The excitement, the appetite to invest in new oil and gas deposits has evaporated or is evaporating. The commercial viability of the sector has changed significantly. So what was attractive 5 years ago is far less attractive today. And the global focus has shifted from investing in fossil fuels to transitioning to renewable energy. So as I said, when we then apply that to the investments that have been made here by an external investor in terms of exploring what we have, the commercial viability of what we have, and the additional investment that is required to, first of all, to determine the commercial viability in this current environment, and a significant forward investment that will be required to realize those commercial returns. So more investment is required, and the appetite, Mr. President, is not as it was 5 years ago. So the investor, not the government, it's not the government who's invested in this. The investor has paused. So the next step as to whether or not to further invest, further explore, that is the decision not of government, Mr. President, but it's a decision of that investor. As I said, all fossil fuel investments are being relooked at. We have 3 major oil and gas producers to the south of us with significant reserves. They are relooking at their models and how investors respond. And they are seeking to maximize, with their significant reserves, those economic returns. And what we have here in Grenada is not to the same scale as there. So where will investors put their money? But as I said, those are the decisions that the investor themselves needs to make. But in the meantime, when that question is being answered by the investor, Grenada continues to look at its energy security. Work is taking place within the ministries, within the Ministry of Energy, within the Ministry of Environment, in terms of fulfilling our national determined contribution goal, which is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. And the need for us to transition our electricity production away from diesel to alternative energies, to transition the combustion engine. Car makers, manufacturers around the world have set end dates. There is also an end to the combustion engine as we know it. So how we transition from the vehicle stock that we have to electric vehicles. Work is taking place with UN Environment, the Rocky Mountain Institute, working with the Green Climate Fund, with other institutions in terms of determining that transition. So, Mr. President, as a third area, I hope that brings some clarity to where we are there. Now, some of the other misinformation or mischief, Senator McQueen stated big focus, both her and Senator Sincere, on healthcare, and a statement that the budget before us makes no provision for dialysis. Mr. President, that is not true. Dialysis is currently provided. There's a private provider who's providing dialysis services here in Grenada, has been for a number of years. And the government of Grenada, through the Kidney Foundation, subsidizes the services that are offered there. But in addition, the construction of a dialysis unit at the General Hospital has been completed and is currently being outfitted with dialysis equipment, which will commence in the first quarter of 2022. Mr. President, there was also the statement, no improvement, no increase in beds. In this 2021 period, Mr. President, and it will be maintained, this is bed stock, 94 beds been added to the bed stock at our hospitals. All hospitals have created their own isolation unit. The General Hospital alone, 3 isolation units. And in terms of ICU beds, before the pandemic, we had 4 ICU beds. That has been increased to 11. And the statement that there's nothing in this budget in terms of how we deal with COVID in this upcoming period. There's a $6 million allocation in addition to what has currently been invested, that is being invested in terms of what is required in our healthcare system, in addition to the tens of millions of dollars that's already been spent. There was also the statement there's nothing in the budget for chronic diseases, hypertension, cancer, diabetes. And again, Mr. President, that is not true. There are budget allocations, there is a distinct line item, and there's also provision in terms of managing chronic diseases that is through a national schools project, through men's health programs, cervical cancer programs, other programs, in addition to other community health programs that are focused on primary health. Then through PAHO, there's a technical assistance program specific to managing chronic diseases. And in addition to a European fund, the EDF fund, their response unit, again, to chronic non-communicable diseases. And there's also this statement, there's nothing in this for medication for the elderly. Again, Mr. President, this is not true. Persons over the age of 60 have access to a free medication program through a long-term program through the ministry. And there is also support for medication costs through various needy assistance programs, the SEED program, etc. There was also the statement made by Senator Sincere about student support services, that there are only 6 counselors. 21 schools are without counselors. The fact is there are 24 counselors currently in the system, Mr. President. Whether that's enough is another question, but the statement that there are only 6 and there are 21, that is false, Mr. President. There are 24 counselors. And then Senator Sincere also spoke about, and I think Senator Cox dealt with that perfectly, in terms of the completion of the low-income houses, the affordable houses. They are completed. Why aren't they being distributed now? They're not complete, and we discussed that yesterday. They are not complete, and they are not ready for handover. And when they are ready for handover, Mr. President, they will be handed over. There was a lot of discussion about the various loans, business loans, micro, small, medium enterprise loans at the GDB. Senator Sinclair spoke about the challenges with farmers accessing it, and they don't want to hear of the GDB. Senator McQueen, I'm not sure if it's based on personal grievances she may have in her own businesses, but the loan facilities that are being offered, it was explained yesterday, there has to be conditionality associated with dispensing those loans. The farmers, their previous soft loan facilities that were offered to farmers over 10 years ago, and the level of delinquency, non-payment on those loans costs the government tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars it cannot recuperate. So if the suggestion by Senator Sinclair is that it is a grant, it's free money, and we just give it away and there is no return, maybe that's something to consider, but I don't believe in this economic climate that actually makes commercial sense. We do have to find a balance between the onerousness of the due diligence that's required in terms of approving applications. It has to be accessible to those small businesses, to our farmers, to our fishers. And work has been done in terms of the facilities. Certainly one of the facilities is being offered under, 2 facilities that are being offered under the stimulus program. One is with financing for up to $40,000, 1% interest, and a 10-year payback period. Extremely generous, extremely conditional. It does have to be paid back. But these terms cannot be matched anywhere, and the gap that this facility is trying to fill is those businesses who are challenged by our commercial banks, whose lending policies are just as, probably more onerous, and the terms far less favorable. And this has given hundreds of businesses an opportunity to restructure their finances, to restructure their operations in this difficult time. Farmers and fishers included. And the other facility, maybe Senator McQueen should look at that, is up to $300,000. Again, 1% interest with a 3-year grace period, repayment over 12 years. Again, better than any bank. But I hear the criticism. I don't know how much of that is from a personal perspective, Mr. President. But in terms of, and in addition to the other facilities that are available at the GDB, the thousands of businesses that have and are benefiting from this. Now, if, as Senator Sinclair suggested, we need to relook at and simplify, but maintaining the integrity of those facilities, sure. But what is being offered is of high value, is being accessed, and is helping our small businesses. As I said, they constitute, that's 65% of our workforce, 90% of the businesses here in Grenada. Then again, Senator Sinclair, pre-larceny. We had a discussion after this. I think Senator Cox did, well, I think he helped you. I won't say he did better than you, but he helped you in terms of explaining to our farmers and our fisher folk of some of the many things that are being done. We heard some very dismissive comments about whether it's the 13 ice machines, as if that's nothing. This is a big thing. Ice machines, that's one of the greatest calls from our fishing communities, ice machines. It's not so that they can freeze the fish. They want to put it on ice. Certainly for those who are exporting fish, the quality of the fish, the price per pound achieved on chilled fish on ice rather than frozen is far higher. And we've listened to those calls, and we have responded. Those ice machines, I believe, are here, are being installed throughout the length and breadth of our country in all our key fishing areas. It's not a small thing. This has been something that they've been asking for many years, and I would have thought the senator on the other side would have been a little more gracious in his response. You'll be so in January. I look forward to that. I look forward to that. And then larceny. Again, Senator Sinclair went through the challenges. And there are many, many challenges that still exist with larceny. Larceny is a scourge of our farming sector, not just here in Grenada, but throughout the entire region. I think the number is something like 20% of produce is stolen. It's the greatest disincentive for our farmers. It's a major problem, and no country has the answers. There is no quick fix. But what I thought the senator would also have done is to speak to the things that have been done. And, you know, whether it is increased support through the Ministry of Agriculture, whether it's equipment, training for the pre-larceny task force, the officer complement's been increased to 36 officers. Yes, there's still an issue in terms of their standing as rural constables and the powers that they have. I accept that, and that is something to be looked at and to see if there is a practical way forward. But we're increasing the manpower there. Whether it was passing the act in this very House, in terms of strengthening the legislation, senator was quite dismissive of increased penalties and blah, blah. The FAO, other organizations speak to the importance of having strong legislation. It has to be implemented. And that's where the police officers come in. That's where the training comes in. That's where the various committees that have been established, the pre-larceny management units, the management committee that oversees this, the public education, the technology. I think it's something like 300 cameras. And technology isn't the only answer, but it addresses many of the issues. And then again, based on the calls from the senator and discussions that have been taking place with the minister, who has this as a top priority in terms of addressing, we increased the allocation in a supplementary appropriation just a few months ago. So, Mr. President, we are responding. And then there was also the comment about fertilizer, again, dismissive. Everything we've given, it's dismissing it. Fertilizer. Again, there's a call from our farmers, the high cost of inputs. And there are a number of measures government has taken in terms of subsidizing, assisting with those inputs. And one of the most valuable inputs is that of fertilizer. My colleague was dismissive of that. But the barb was, what's the point of giving them fertilizer when they don't soil test? But we are, Mr. President. There is a soil testing program with the government of Morocco, and the database is work in progress. COVID has slowed that down, but a database is being compiled of all our farmers, their soil characteristics, to assist farmers in terms of soil management and the application of fertilizer. So that wasn't correct, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll now move on to rum shop economics. Rum shop economics, and Senator Lewis said, this is not a rum shop, this is Parliament. And what I heard from the members on the other side, it doesn't sit solely with Senator Lewis. There were comments from Senator Joseph, Senator McQueen, Senator Zita. There's a lot of table banging. And what we heard from the other side is that there should be far more, we need taxes. We need to be cutting taxes. So the first was, Senator Lewis, the removal of the $3 government tax on every gallon of petrol, of fuel. You praised us for the $15 cap, but you're saying that doesn't go far enough. We need to remove $3 of government tax. So that's less government revenue. Yes, it's putting money in the hands of the people, but it's less government, less revenue for government. You praised us, Senator Lewis praised us for the half month, the full month salaries to public workers in recognition of the service that they've given during this pandemic period. But then he called for there should be a 13th month bonus payment annually to all public workers. Just as an aside, where was he during that period, 2008, 2013, where it wasn't a 13th month salary payment wasn't what was being discussed. It was what? The 40th or 45th day? 45th day of the month phenomenon. Where was Senator Lewis in calling for salaries to be paid on time? Where was Senator Lewis? Where was his voice? Where was his voice when government of that day was selling assets to pay salaries, Mr. President? So this concept, 13th month annually giveaway. Then, Mr. President, there was the observation, income tax. Income tax revenues to government are higher than corporate tax. And the real analysis, a piece that is instructive about that dynamic, is that during this economically stressed period, businesses have suffered. Businesses have suffered significantly. So the profits, the taxable income will have contracted significantly. But the fact that personal income tax revenues have remained high is an indication that persons are in employment, are in sufficiently, their earnings in that employ are significantly high enough to attract tax. So in a period, let's just take the public service. In a period, that's what, 6,000 workers? In a period where governments, not very far from us here within the region, were letting workers go, sending workers home, not being able to pay salaries, giving government workers bonds and IOUs. Government of Grenada maintained its public workforce, and the level of employment was sufficiently high with all of those stresses to show that phenomenon. But the senator doesn't read that into it. The senator reads in to call for more tax cuts, for a 1% reduction in personal income tax. He called for the permanent suspension of the fiscal responsibility law, which caps wage increases to 9% of GDP. And that law was put in place so that we don't get into the situation we did in a previous era, where the wage bill, where our expenses outmatched our incomes. Why a government of a certain period had to sell assets just to pay salaries. But the senator reads into that that must be removed, and there should be an unlimited ceiling in terms of that relationship between the public wage bill and our economy. But what I don't hear from the senator is the issue of productivity. Productivity, Mr. President. I'll come back to that. He welcomed the removal of the environmental levy on fuel. Again, it puts money in the hands of the workers. But then he warned us that this limits revenue flows to solid waste. And government must make sure it puts its hand in its pocket to ensure that the resources are made available from other sources to maintain that service. Sure. And that all contract workers temporary workers must be regularized. All, just bring more in. And this is despite the efforts that have been made by this administration, whether it's the regularization of hundreds of teachers, started the process of regularizing nurses. Some 43 nurses have been regularized to date. But he scorns on government's position, which is to put a system in place, to have criteria for that regularization process. So it's a managed process, but he scorns on it, but he says all must be regularized. Mr. President, we then hear the other side of the story, which is then, so we reduce government revenues. We cut taxes, we give away, we take more on. But then at the same time, there are calls from the other side that we must be spending more on education. We need to be spending more on our healthcare services. We need to be spending more on infrastructure, in tourism, in agriculture, in the social safety nets. Mr. President, I have a simple question, and this comes back to rum shop politics. It's how? Because we also heard from the other side that we shouldn't be taking grants. We need to be putting in local resources. We shouldn't be begging. So grants, we should not be going there. Where grants actually contribute just 27% of our finance flows. But I kept hearing the term begging, begging. That doesn't mean anything. We're also told no more loans. We can't borrow. So we can't generate income through taxes. We have to cut taxes. We have to reduce government revenues. We can't take grants. We can't take loans. But we need to be spending more in health, in education, in agriculture, more in wages, more in employee benefits. I say again, Mr. President, how? If I were in a rum shop and not in Parliament, as Senator Lewis reminded us, let's entertain that conversation. Tell us how you can make something out of nothing. But Mr. President, we are here in Parliament. We are operating in a real-world environment. A real-world environment that is the most challenging for a generation. And coming back to one of my opening statements in terms of comparing contributions from government side, which shows balance based on fact, based on performance, based on delivery, versus some of the rum shop economics that we hear on the other side. Mr. President, it's easy to throw words, it's easy to shoot from the hip. But a responsible, caring government who seeks only one thing, which is the positive progression of this country in very, very difficult times, and has made good progress, is making good progress, despite those challenges, but has put forward to this House a budget that addresses these short-term challenges, the need for immediate relief to our people who have and are suffering and require relief, that presents a program that generates jobs and stimulates the economy, and has a long-term vision, Vision 2035, that focuses on all of the key areas. This, Mr. President, is a budget that I am proud of, and I commend this motion to this honourable House. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele. Honorable members, the question proposed was that the following motion be approved, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2022 by means of an appropriation act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year January the 1st to December the 31st, 2022 be approved. Honorable members, the question is that the motion be approved. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Bills now.
Item 15, bills.
Senator, the Honorable Simon Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021.
The bill which seeks to make provision for the appropriation of a sum not exceeding $1,352,210,635 to the service of the state of Grenada for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022, shortly entitled Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders be so adjusted to allow the bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting of the House of Senate. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, the bill before us basically puts into law all that we have discussed over the past 2 days. We have debated extensively the components that constitute the appropriations, the allocations of resources to specific votes, to specific ministries which relate to specific programs and initiatives, which, as I said, has been well ventilated. The bill before us simply enacts all that's been debated in the legal framework, which is outlined in summary as a schedule for those appropriations within the bill before us. So since it's been well discussed, Mr. President, I commend this bill for this second reading.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Honourable members, question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill. Oh, I should have said I have the...
I was just about to remind you.
I have the Speaker's certificate, which gives me the appropriate authorization to present this.
And may I just remind, because this is a money bill, there's no need for it to go into committee. And as you know, there are limitations on what the Senate can do with a money bill, based on the old traditional principle of no taxation without representation. We are a nominated house and not an elected house. That having been said, the question is, honourable members, is that the bill be read a third time. The question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled 2022 Budget 2020 Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled 2022 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2021.
A bill which seeks to authorize the Minister for Finance to borrow a specified amount of money from various sources to finance the 2022 budget, shortly entitled 2022 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders be suspended to allow this bill, the 2022 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2021, to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting of the House of Senate. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I once again wish to indicate that this is a money bill, and I have the Speaker's certificate, which provides me with the consent to proceed. Mr. President, what is before us, this loan authorization bill, simply gives the Minister of Finance permission to borrow, and the various lending facilities are outlined within the schedule. This is not a loan. This is simply authorizing the Minister of Finance to have at his disposal in the event that additional financing is required to meet the outlays outlined in the appropriations, what we just presented in the appropriations bill, and that is to the value of $330 million. The Minister of Finance may or may not, as I said, access those, but it provides that broad cover to enable the Minister of Finance, the individual ministries, government, to plan its work program over the course of the period January to December 2022. And Senator Dialli gave a very good, in his presentation, these are estimates of revenues and expenditure. It is an estimate, it is a budget. Financing inflows, revenues may go up, may go down, things may change. But to provide that flexibility, and I said that cover, this financing facility is available. And the lenders outlined the International Development Association, that's a World Bank institution, as is the IBRD, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the regional government securities market, where there are treasury bonds, treasury notes, treasury bills, a provision that is available there, and other financing institutions. Senator Sincere, in her presentation, questioned why is it we are borrowing and the terms of it are to be negotiated. These facilities, each one, if government were to access the facilities that are available, the specific terms and conditions, including the interest rate, the repayment terms, will be negotiated with those financial institutions. And once they have been agreed, will be brought to Parliament, will come before this House for approval. So in closing, Mr. President, I simply want to reiterate this is not a loan, but a loan facility, and the bill is simply seeking Parliament's approval that the Minister of Finance, if required, can access and progress those discussions with those various lending institutions. It's for those reasons, Mr. President, I commend this bill to this honourable House. No, I commend it for a second reading.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act shortly entitled 2022 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of this bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled 2022 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2021.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled the Securities Amendment Act 2021.
Clerk.
A bill which seeks to amend the Securities Act number 8 of 2021, shortly entitled Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting of the House of Senate. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Williams.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill. Mr. President, the Securities Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Securities Act number 8 of 2021, which was passed by the House of Representatives earlier this year on the 21st of May 2021, and also by the Senate on the 2nd of June 2021. That act, Mr. President, the Securities Act, repealed the previous Securities Act and replaced it with an enhanced framework for the regulation of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union security market. Now, this bill was one in a suite of 3 bills which aim to correct deficiencies identified in the Eastern Caribbean securities market. The other 2 bills were the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Act and the Investment Funds Act of 2021. And 3 of these acts were published in the Gazette on the 6th of August 2021, but they have not yet entered into force, Mr. President. So this gives us the opportunity to correct a small typographical error in the Securities Act. Now, the section 127, 1A of that act should have provided as follows. If the Commission considers it in the public interest to do so, the Commission may, upon a settlement with the person or after a hearing, A, order a person to comply with subsection 1, securities laws or commission decision, or subsection 2, the regulatory instrument or decision of a person licensed under Part 2. So, Mr. President, subparagraphs 1 and 2 were inadvertently omitted. So, accordingly, this bill seeks to repeal and replace paragraph A of that section 127 to include the omitted paragraphs. So it's a very simple act which this bill tends to seeks to effect. So with that, Mr. President, I commend the bill for its second reading.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. The bill, Securities Amendment Act 2021.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole of the Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
No, I was just about to do that because nobody else seemed to want to debate the bill. So, honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion, I'm not hearing the voice votes. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Well.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
Senator Williams.
Yes, Mr. President. So now now I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole of the Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill, that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now stands in committee.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 127 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2, amendment of Section 27 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports on the progress of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the House resumes and that the chairman reports the progress of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House without amendment and passed without amendment. Senator Williams.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the chairman's report to be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Securities Amendment Bill 2021.
Senator Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
A bill which seeks to amend the Public Health Act, Cap 263, shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the bill, the Public Health Amendment Act 2021, to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting of the House. All those who are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, if you say nay, I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill. Mr. President, this amendment bill before us is a very important one in the context of where we are currently as a nation, in the middle of a global pandemic that has continued to evolve in several realms and across several stratas. What that has done for us is that two things, Mr. President. It has allowed us to understand more so about the virus, and it has also allowed us to change, to be able to change and to adapt.
And in so doing, not just the way how we live, but our legislation is also being called upon to make the necessary changes or adaptations so that it can guide how we manage this virus going forward, at the same time to allow us to be protected as a nation and to allow us to strive and survive through livelihoods as a nation as well. So, Mr. President, it's within that context that this amendment is being made to help strengthen those regulations and wherever possible, and to bring them in line with how we now as a nation would have to go forward. Mr. President, we must make mention and congratulate our nation for, in the greater part, acceding and abiding to those regulations, those call that we make for us to adhere to those laws, those regulations, in order to contain this virus. And we must commend, and I always say from time to time, whatever transpired and continue to transpire regarding our response to this pandemic is a national response, and we must be mindful of that. Mr. President, in looking at the bill, this bill seeks to amend the Public Health Act, CAP 263, to improve the enforcement mechanisms for the contravention of the Act and regulations made pursuant to the Act, with increased penalties and introduction of a fixed penalty regime. Now, this is important in the context because as we continue to relax certain measures, as we continue to allow fully vaccinated people to come into the country, we want to ensure that we have measures in place for persons who may wish to try to circumvent that by coming with false documentation. So these measures, in more so, is to act as a stun deterrent for persons who may wish to attempt to come in with forged documents or to use false vaccination card to go get a dinner or meal or something of the sort, or to even to enter the country. We believe that our legislation should respond accordingly in the interest and safety of this country. So in a nutshell, that is what this amendment is seeking to do. One of the things that we have to also note that the two legislations that have been used, the State of Emergency Powers Act and the Public Health Act, those acts, both of them have different measures. And so we are making these amendments here because this was lacking in this current act. And so we strengthened those measures to move the fines and to bring some definitiveness as regards to who have the authority to dispense those penalties and also to increase those penalties so that persons, once hearing that, would not in any way seek to attempt to contravene such, but will follow suit and do what is necessary and legal in trying to enter this country. So, Mr. President, if I should look at the clause, there are 7 clauses that are part of this amendment bill. And clause 2 seeks to insert a new definition for environmental health warden. And the reason for that being because not just the police officers, but now the environmental health wardens, just like our traffic wardens, will have the authority to issue those ticket where persons may break the law in such regard. That wasn't possible before. The law didn't allow for it. So now the environmental wardens are now empowered to administer this ticket for violation. Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 4 of the Principal Act by inserting a new subsection expressly to provide for the appointment of environmental wardens in that section. So that will allow for the appointment of environmental wardens without prejudice to the generality of the subsection 1. The minister may appoint environmental wardens which shall be regulated by the sanitary authority subject to the approval of the minister and shall have such powers as specified under this act or regulations made thereafter. And Section 4 of the Principal Act already empowers the minister to appoint other officers at his or her pleasure. However, this new subsection seeks to expressly establish the position of the environmental head wardens. That is what this new subsection seems to do, to whom the power would be conferred to administer the fixed penalty regime. So that is what this subsection is seeking to do, to ensure that the health wardens can, in fact, where there is a breach, a satisfactory breach, a legitimate breach, that they can now apply that ticket to such persons or persons in that regard. Clause 4 seeks to amend Section 60 to insert a new subsection to empower the minister to create offenses for non-compliance with the regulations made under Section 60, and to set the maximum penalty that may be prescribed for any such offense. And the maximum penalty for offenses created under this new subsection is a fine of $10,000 and imprisonment for 12 months. So this is a pretty steep penalty. I think it's been moved from $500 to $10,000, and also it is complemented by a 12-month stay at Her Majesty's prison. So I think this is sufficient deterrent, I believe, in the context of where we are. I don't think that anyone would want to separate themselves from $10,000 and also to separate themselves from the family and loved ones by trying to get into or breaking the regulations thereof. This provision allows for different penalties to be assigned for different offenses, so based on the gravity of the offense. So through the court system, while 10,000 is the maximum, the court may prescribe differently going forward. Clause 5 seeks to amend Section 78 to affect the two changes. And the first change is to move the fine from $500 to $10,000 and 12 months imprisonment. And secondly, this clause seeks to repeal and replace paragraph C to revise the provision relating to the penalties for non-compliance under the Principal Act. So, Mr. President, I think this is the crux of the matter, that this amendment is further strengthening. So as we relax on one end, we in turn, through legislation, tightening to ensure that persons conform to those regulations in order for us to operate with some level of normalcy, but to ensure for persons who have ulterior motives that we deter, but not only deter, that we have mechanism in place to respond. I believe that more than one persons would have tried in the not too distant past, and they were dealt with accordingly, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, Clause 6 seeks to insert a new section 78A, new section, and 78F to establish a fixed penalty regime as an alternative for dispensation of charges for specified offenses under the Principal Act. This regime is comparable, as I indicated before, is similar to the Road Traffic Act that was passed earlier, giving our traffic wardens that authority to issue ticket for traffic offenses. So it doesn't allow you the power to arrest. That responsibility still rests with the Royal Grenada Police Force. And so it is just for dispensing of ticket where such offenses are committed, and not necessarily providing the authority for arrest and any other such enforcement. Clause 7 seeks to insert a schedule that sets out the form for the fixed penalty notice and to facilitate the implementation of the fixed penalty regime. So that is to ensure that we have the proper form work. So whenever the warden implements such, I think we need to make sure that we confine to such a regulation so that it cannot be challenged otherwise when implemented. So in essence, Mr. President, these amendments would better equip the Ministry of Health and, of course, the Government of Grenada to manage the COVID-19 under the Public Health Act, as opposed to the Emergency Powers Act and state of emergency. So what we could have been done previously, this could not have been done under the emergency, under the Public Health Act. Only the Emergency Powers Act could have given us that authority to do so. But as you know, Mr. President, we are working towards a point where we would not have to use the Emergency Powers Act going forward. And as such, once we're preparing to remove that, we have to ensure that legislation remains in place because the pandemic is still there. As my good colleague said yesterday, with great certainty, the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. So we are not sure where we are going with this pandemic, how long it's going to go for, and where we have the slowness in the uptake of vaccination, and that also allows for new variants to emerge, as we have seen recently. We have to do what we can on our end to ensure that we bring some level of normalcy back, but also create a safe environment for each one of us to operate and for our families to thrive in this beautiful island of ours. So with these contributions, Mr. President, I commend this bill for a second reading. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. Senator Dialli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support this amendment and change. However, I have a question for the mover of the bill to see if this, and I was trying to bring up the Sanitary Act to find out if this is covered. Whether or not, the environmental wardens will have the power to issue tickets for people who litter our beaches and throw garbage out of our vehicles, and whether or not that.
Senator Joseph. Yes. Your light was being obscured.
Mr. President, I stand in support of the bill. However, I have a couple concerns. It appears that this bill intends to turn or make health personnel police officers, in a sense, because they are given permission or authority under the Act to enforce. I want to ask the presenter of the bill if any provision is made for a component of legal training to be brought into the education, so to speak, of those environmental wardens. Because we don't want to end up in a situation, Mr. President, where because of ignorance on the part of the environmental wardens, the country and the government ends up in a number of litigations. And depending on which law, it can happen, can lose. So we have to be guided accordingly. Also, Mr. President, I thought that the bill gives substantial authority to the minister. And in my humble opinion, I tend to believe that the authority there is a little excessive. It's very, very strong. I just want to add, we have a problem in society, and I sort of joining on with Senator Dialli here, where people, especially gentlemen, think they can just pee anywhere. And I am just wondering here, if we can look at that.
For parliamentary purposes, the word would be probably better.
Urinating. Sorry, I withdraw it, please. Yes. Mr. President, I withdraw it. Yeah, but I hope we can add that component to it, because we have a problem in this country, with this. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. If there are no other contributions, Senator Cox.
Mr. President, through you, I'd like to thank my colleagues who made contributions on this important amendment, and also be pleased to respond to the concerns raised and questions tendered. As regards to the whole issue of litter, we understand that that is something that is endemic in our society, and that requires a whole cultural change and over time for persons to change their behavior. However, this amendment, this act, does not expressly treat with such, but the Litter Abatement Act is one that is dedicated towards dealing with littering per se. Yes, the issue of enforcement is one that what need is required, and maybe there might be a requirement for the environmental wardens for their responsibility to be extended in such regard. But I think the whole issue of litter requires a significant campaign and maybe a whole promotion and to get a number of stakeholders on board to change and to drive the mindset in the direction in which we want it to go. Yes, it is something that we need to do, and as I say, charity begins at home. So I think this is not just, could be just be enforcement legislation, but it will require the input from every citizen, everybody. I know I myself, when I, just up this morning, I stopped by a bin to get rid of a bunch of garbage in my car. I don't throw things out. If anything, my car become the new receptacle until I get to a public bin and empty my stuff out. So maybe those are some of the small things that we can start, and maybe we should have a wider discussion on this going forward as a house. I think that is not a bad thing for us to probably look at going forward. But so thank you very much for raising that. As regards to the issue on the readiness of the wardens for them to dispense their responsibilities, that is an operational matter, and that will happen. That is expected. It is the same manner in which it was done with our traffic wardens, and not only for them to dispense their responsibilities properly, but also for them to be able to have that engagement, to receive persons from the public. You know, they can be very disrespectful, forceful, so we have to be able to teach them, educate them, and train them to deal with persons as well. So it goes both ways, because you just may meet somebody who is just a little bit, I don't want to say disrespectful too much, but just for lack of understanding, or maybe just want to test. And we have seen that when our traffic wardens started, how they were tested, especially by our bus operators, who can be very aggressive, not in a bad way. It's just that they normally, their trade requires them to be a kind of go-getter. And so they would push you until you stand up. So we see our traffic wardens would have gone through that tedious process, and they emerged successful in that regard. And I really want to commend them. While we more on the environmental ones, but we want to commend the traffic wardens too for stepping up. And so we believe that the Royal Grenada Police Force do have the competencies to train those persons together with the Ministry of Health for those engagements. And so thank you very much for bringing it up. That's a critical component if this is going to be successful. So those two contributions, Mr. President, I believe was very useful to this debate. And I think that I'm very happy that we can have that support and understanding that what we are trying to do as government in terms of keeping our citizens safe and trying to safeguard this country as we deal with a difficult situation before us. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now is resolved into a committee of the whole House.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 4 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question under consideration is Clause 3, amendment of Section 4 of the Principal Act, and that this clause forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 60 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4, amendment of Section 60 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 78 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 5, amendment of Section 78 of the Principal Act to form part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 6, insertion of new Section 78A to 78F to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 6, insertion of new sections 78A, 78F to 78F to the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 7, insertion of new schedule to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 7, insertion of, where did I go wrong? Okay, yeah. Clause 7, insertion of new schedule to Principal Act. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is, Clause 1, the short title, forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee report progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the report be made on the progress of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, this House now resumes. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the entire House without amendment and passed without amendment.
Mr. President, I beg that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be ready third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be ready third time and passed. All those who are of that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
Okay. And it's honorable members, lunch is served, and I would wish to take the 1 hour adjournment.
if I could suggest, because if we just go through, we have one motion to appoint the Senate committees. Once we've done that, we've actually concluded all of government's business, and it should not be a controversial piece. And then we can go cleanly into the afternoon session.
I wish I could entertain you, but
Sorry?
I say I wish I could entertain you, but in addition to the lunch issue, there's another little matter that I have to deal with. And it wouldn't be fatal to anything. And while we formally begun, I think it was about 20 past 10, most senators were here from about 9. And I'm conscious of the 4-hour rule, which I believe Senator Lewis will certainly advise us about what the law says about the lunch break. And I don't want to be accused of being a lawbreaker. So on that light note, Senators, we will break for lunch, and we will resume. It's now 12:55, so we'll resume now at 2 o'clock. Yes? Honorable members, this Senate now stands adjourned until 2 o'clock.
Slightly. They're being shipped in from Trinidad due to the COVID restrictions, but we hope to be complete by the end of October.
A date in mind for the official handover of this one?
As I say, it really depends on when we get the guardrails in from Trinidad, so we're working on that. So it's probably going to be sort of first, second week in November when we can have an official handover.
This took approximately how many months?
This project took approximately 9 months to construct. So far we've completed over 1,000 meters of curb and slipper drain. We installed 3 major retaining walls. We're approximately 40% complete on the works. At the minute we're working in conjunction with NAWASA to install a new 6-inch water main.
On completion of the installation of the pipes, how long again you think you have with that particular process, and what will be the next step thereafter?
So the pipes will probably take another month to 2 months to complete. So we're doing the excavation works and we're doing the backfill works. NAWASA will install the pipe, and then they will do the chlorination and the testing of the pipe to make the water main live. After that process, we will start to scarify the road surface in preparation for sub-base, hopefully to try and get some asphalt on the road, especially at the top end soon.
On completion, what sort of width of carriageway are we looking at here at Lavery?
So we're trying to maximise the road width wherever we can. So the widest points we're hoping to get about 6.5 meters. So that'll allow 2 big vehicles to pass easily.
And you said you would have installed at least 3 retaining walls. What sort of width and height is that?
So the retaining walls vary. They approximately between 1.6 to 2 meters tall, and they are about between 15 to 20 meters long. Yes, as we pass each individual house, then if there's a need for access driveways to be cast and steps to be formed, yes, we're doing that as we proceed through the works. Yeah.
As far as you can see, we're doing 358 feet of road and 358 feet of drain. That's slipper drain. It started approximately 3 weeks now, but we have a slight delay due to the weather and the COVID-19. We have a slight delay in process. But as far as you can see, we are about 50–60% completion. That's the last piece we're about to do now. The thickness of the concrete is 5 inches thick of the concrete slab. As a road, 5 inches thick. The slipper drain is 6 inches thick. The width of the road will be 15 feet wide and the drain is 2 feet. So 15 and 2, that's 17. They have 17 feet of road now, driveway.
So what sort of conditions you met when you came here?
Well, it was really bad. Vehicles could have hardly come up here. Because you had stone, all the water was in the middle of the road. Then we came, we graded, we backfill, and then as you can see, it's in a good condition now.
Decided that if we can have a road that the people coming from going to St. George's can get a wider road and do not have to pass through these narrow roads to get to St. George's or to leave St. George's to go going on the western side, it would be ideal. And therefore, we pushed hard to get the ministry to set up the system to get this road and started. And of course, I'm very pleased that the ministry has worked very hard in getting this, and I think the people will be excited by it. And I think it'll do a tremendous help for commuters between on the western side and back and forth. So I'm heartened by it, and the quicker it's done, the better, because that road will be wide enough.
Mr. Green, as the engineer for the Monkuma Road, can you just give us an insight as to the type of work that has to take place there?
Yes. Now the link road, as we refer to it, it links Monkuma, that's Upper Bolio area, to Grenada, and it's an old estate road. But the constraint there was at the river, there was a pedestrian crossing, meaning only vehicle. It was not wide enough for vehicles. So what is happening now is that we're widening or upgrading that old estate road to a modern vehicular traffic requirement. At the river, we'd be doing a 30-foot wide bridge with sidewalks. There'd be 2 or 3 foot sidewalks on the sides, and it would now become the main thoroughfare while we fill out modern year rebuilding for large trucks. Instead of going through Willis, they would now go through Monkuma from Upper Bolio and come down to the Grenville Road, much closer to the Bushes Bridge. So what would be happening would be some widening of an old estate road, the construction of a new bridge, and it's approximately 3/4 mile, less than 1 mile long, and most of the works would be earthworks, earth movement, and the initial clearing has begun, it's well advanced, and we expect the entire project to take 7 months. Should be completed within 7 months.
So we're constructing approximately 3,000 feet of 20 feet asphalt roadway. Right now, we're doing general site clearance with cutting of trees. The next phase would be the widening of the roadway. I think a lot of soil stabilization would have to be done. We will be doing a lot of cutting on the cliffside instead of trying to work on the downslope. The work would include box drains, slipper drains, and retaining walls where necessary.
One of the areas for clarification, that is on the area on top of Monkuma that leads down to the Bolio area. We know that there is a corner right there. What is the plans there? Because there's just a short, not much of a wide span of concrete strip there. What is the plan there in terms of, would you be going inward in the lands?
Yes, yes. We've spoken, there'd be two up at that area, closer to the Monkuma side. There's two significant interventions there. There's as you approach that Monkuma hill, there's almost like a blind spot, meaning it goes up sharply and it goes down sharply. So we would be lowering the high point so that the line of sight is increased. That would impact the byway that connects to it. I think that byway takes you all the way back to Morris also. With respect to the corner that you're referring to, that's the second major intervention in terms of adjusting the old estate road. We have spoken to the landowner. He showed us his plans, and so there'll be some acquisitions that would allow a significant widening of the corner so that 40-foot containers could maneuver without going forward and backward.
Okay.
So it would be that wide, yeah.
And in terms of residents in the Monkuma area, who may be affected, are there any meetings, any dialogue with them, and so would you have to remove any houses and so in terms
yes,
of?
we've started not many houses. We actually aligned the road to minimize that impact, but there were two and possibly three houses that would be impacted. We've spoken to the occupants, and we're working with them to resolve it amicably. Two are more or less concluded, but there's one that we still have some further work to do to assist the occupants in finding alternative locations. Each and every one of the residents, they're happy and excited about the road, and they're eager to do what's required to facilitate what is proposed for the area. So it's not that they're resisting; it's quite the opposite. They're encouraging and just happy that a development like that is coming in the area. We have identified all of it because each one of the poles now have a mark on it. We have identified it and communicated with the utility company, so they in turn would look at alternative. The contractor was supposed to share the plans with them and to see how we could facilitate the relocation. Now after too, there's a main line running there. I think it's a 6-inch pipe main, and we'd have to work with them at certain points during the project in terms of temporary relocation and a permanent relocation.
Well, I really see it as a very good project, as a development in the community, Because for a long time, people been looking down on this area. You understand? And I see it as a great enhancement. And I hope the people, show the people that good things could come from it. Because that is just the beginning. You understand? That's just the beginning. We get good road and they go start seeing good attitudes, I guess as much. You understand? Yeah, well, really and truly, we had a bit, nothing much to talk about, just a bit of challenges, but as you see, we get in there. We almost accomplishment, and although apart from the little challenges we had, if we had to do it again, the same team, I think I'll go through something different. Yeah. My teammate, he was very nice.
What are the sentiments of the people around? What are they saying about it?
Well, so far, you have people with good comments and bad comments. You understand? But I could deal with the good ones because that's the positive side. You understand? Most of them is like, great job. You understand? Everybody was encouraging us and backing us right through. The majority. You understand? The negative one, we just trash them aside, man. Yeah.
Vaccination has been around for decades, and because of it, we don't have to worry about many diseases such as measles, mumps, tetanus, rabies. And now we're in the COVID pandemic, and we have a great opportunity to control this pandemic with the COVID-19 vaccines. Traditionally, vaccines introduce the body to the enemy, either a weakened form, a killed form, or part of the enemy. So when the actual virus or bacteria comes, the body knows how to get rid of it. It's just like training for a marathon. Because we train every day, when the actual race comes, we know how to run it. And so when we take the COVID-19 vaccine, we are training our body in the fight against COVID-19. It's a similar principle with the COVID-19 vaccines. But in this case, instead of giving the body part of the weakened form of the virus or killed form of the virus, we're just giving the body instructions on how to make just a small portion of that dreadful virus that causes COVID-19. With the Pfizer vaccine, the instructions is given in messenger RNA. And after the messenger RNA tells our body how to make that small protein, it's broken down and does not remain in the body. The AstraZeneca vaccine gives instructions to our body to make just that small protein present on the surface of the virus that causes COVID-19. And after the instruction has been read and that small portion of the protein present on the surface of the virus has been made, the DNA is all broken down. And so, together with good lifestyle practices such as exercise and a healthy diet rich in fruit and vegetables rich in fiber, along with our other health principles such as physical distancing and wearing our masks, the COVID-19 vaccine is the way to stop the pandemic.
The Climate Smart Agriculture and Rural Enterprise Program, SIAP, through a Memorandum of Understanding with New Life Organization, NULO, Grenada National Training Agency, GNTA, and TA Marichaud Community College, provided vocational and skills training services to over 300 unemployed and underemployed young men and women within Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. The vocational and skills training services provided by the institutions were geared at strengthening the capacity of rural youth between the ages of 16 to 35 through life skills, training in a marketable skill, certification level 2 CVQ, NVQ, international standard Pearson VUE, CompTIA, and apprenticeship, which can improve their chances of securing permanent employment or self-employment. These trainings are essentially geared at improving livelihoods throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. This scholarship program also included transportation and childcare allowances, which provided needed support for young mothers and fathers to attend and successfully complete their training. Training was provided through 22 classes in the following areas: early childhood development, housekeeping, electrical installation, computer engineering, plumbing, electrical maintenance, fish processing, PV installation, web development, wall and floor tiling, general agriculture, plumbing with focus on irrigation in agriculture, food preparation and cookery, crop production, agro-food processing, healthcare assistance, orderly, community tourism, business administration. SIAP is committed to provide services to young men and women focusing on sustainable lives for a vibrant future. SIAP is funded by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Government of Grenada.
My name is Lionel Abbas. I'm 28 years old doing agro-processing. Well, before the training, I was basically unemployed, and then I got the opportunity to pursue the course. I decided to do it, and so far it has been very interesting. Prior to starting the training, I was expecting to learn to do basic little things like making things like jams and jellies, juices, and so forth. In being in this training with Renegade Distillery has been very interesting, especially learning the way that agro-processing has evolved in terms of technology and so forth. As you know, Renegade Rum deals with rum production and so forth. We've learned so many things in terms of a different way, actually, of manufacturing rum. I'm excited to do more. I've always dreamt of having my own small business one day. And I believe that agro-processing has opened that road for me. My name is Lionel Albert, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
I am Jaquimo Lewis. I'm enrolled in the Frontier Engineering program. Before I was enrolled in this course, I was doing some soul searching, doing some research of my own, and managing my family business, and thinking about starting some of my own businesses. Everything is interesting, from the hardware to the software. Everything is like a work of art, totally beauty in itself. After I've completed this training, I still look to do further training in the realm of IT, because for me, I look at every day as a day that you should learn, grow, and become better. Well, currently I'm with an IT firm doing troubleshooting computer and maintenance. We also do printer maintenance, SQL servers, and also point of sale, which is called POS for short. Well, the training has impacted my life immensely, because although I had a background already in IT, there's a lot of new stuff that I learned in terms of like spearfishing, whaling, dumpster diving, social engineering. I am Jaquimo, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
I am Chantel Fraser from Coast Guard St. Mark. I'm 22 years old. I did fish processing, SIAP, TAMCC. Basically, I used to help my parents within fishing and farming. Joining the course kind of encouraged me to help them a lot, to export and import fish. I've learned basically salting, that's conning fish, smoking, filleting fish, My plans are to open my own business and to help my family get back a boat to help them export and import. I am Chantal Fraser, a SIAP beneficiary.
My name is Giovanni Alexander. I'm 19 years of age. I did the web development course with SIAP. Before I heard of the program SIAP provided, I earn a living by doing graphic designing, video live streaming, video editing, logo making, photo manipulations, and this stuff. By attending this course, it allows me to provide new services to my clients in terms of providing websites, building a website, making a domain, and these kind of stuff. After I successfully completed the course, I would love to invest. I would love to have it as a full-time service, a part of my upcoming business. My name is Giovanni Alexander, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
The road was approximately half a kilometre long, so we installed half a kilometre of box drains. There's one cross pipe culvert as well as a reinforced concrete bridge, and then the concrete carriageway varies between 4.5 to 6 metres wide at the bridge. So those works have been completed. Right now we're about 97% complete. All that we have to do is cast the 2 upstands to the bridge and install the guardrails. The guardrails have been delayed slightly. They're being shipped in from Trinidad due to the COVID restrictions, but we hope to be complete by the end of October.
A date in mind for the official handover of this one?
As I say, it really depends on when we get the guardrails in from Trinidad, so we're working on that. So it's probably going to be sort of first, second week in November when we can have an official handover.
This took approximately how many months?
This project took approximately 9 months to construct. So far we've completed over 1,000 meters of curb and slipper drain. We've installed 3 major retaining walls. We're approximately 40% complete on the works. At the minute we're working in conjunction with NAWASA to install a new 6-inch water main.
On completion of the installation of the pipes, how long again you think you have with that particular process, and what will be the next step thereafter?
So the pipes will probably take another month to 2 months to complete. So we're doing the excavation works and we're doing the backfill works. NAWASA will install the pipe, and then they will do the chlorination and the testing of the pipe to make the water main live. After that process, we will start to scarify the road surface in preparation for sub-base, hopefully to try and get some asphalt on the road, especially at the top end soon. So we're trying to maximise the road width wherever we can. So the widest points we're hoping to get about 6.5 meters. So that'll allow 2 big vehicles to pass easily.
And you said you would have installed at least 3 retaining walls. What sort of width and height is that?
So the retaining walls vary. They approximately between 1.6 to 2 meters tall, and they are about between 15 to 20 meters long. Yes, as we pass each individual house, then if there's a need for access driveways to be cast and steps to be formed, yes, we're doing that as we proceed through the works. Yeah.
As far as you can see, we're doing 358 feet of road and 358 feet of drain. That's slipper drain. It started approximately 3 weeks now, but we have a slight delay due to the weather and the COVID-19. We have a slight delay in process. But as far as you can see, we are about 50–60% completion. That's the last piece we're about to do now. The thickness of the concrete is 5 inches thick of the concrete slab. As a road, 5 inches thick. The slipper drain is 6 inches thick.
And
The width of the road will be 15 feet wide, and the drain is 2 feet. So 15 and 2, that's 17. They have 17 feet of road now, driveway.
So what sort of conditions you met when you came here though?
Well, it was really bad. Vehicles could have hardly come up here. Because you had stone, or the water was in the middle of the road. Then we came, we graded, we backfill, and then as you can see, it's in a good condition now.
Decided that if we can have a road that the people coming from going to St. George's can get a wider road and do not have to pass through these narrow roads to get to St. George's or to leave St. George's to go where they're going on the western side, it would be ideal. And therefore, we pushed hard to get the ministry to set up the system to get this road and started. And of course, I'm very pleased that the ministry has worked very hard in getting this, and I think the people will be excited by it. And I think it'll do a tremendous help for commuters between on the western side and back and forth. So I'm heartened by it, and the quicker it's done, the better, because that road will be wide enough.
Mr. Green, as the engineer for the Monkuma Road, can you just give us an insight as to the type of work that has to take place there?
Yes. Now the link road, as we refer to it, it links Monkuma, that's Upper Bolio area, to Grenville Vale, and it's an old estate road. But the constraint there was at the river, there was a pedestrian crossing, meaning only vehicle. It was not wide enough for vehicles. So what is happening now is that we're widening or upgrading that old estate road to a modern vehicular traffic requirement. At the river, we'd be doing a 30-foot wide bridge with sidewalks. There'd be 2 or 3 foot sidewalks on the side, and it would now become the main thoroughfare while we fill out modern rebuilding for large trucks. Instead of going through Willis, they would now go through Monkuma from Upper Bolio and come down to the Grenville Road, much closer to the Bushes Bridge. So what would be happening would be some widening of an old estate road, the construction of a new bridge, and it's approximately 3/4 mile, less than 1 mile long, and most of the works would be earthworks, earth movement, and the initial clearing has begun, it's well advanced, and we expect the entire project to take 7 months. Should be completed within 7 months.
So we're constructing approximately 3,000 feet of 20 feet asphalt roadway. Right now we're doing general site clearance with cutting of trees. The next phase would be the widening of the roadway. I think a lot of soil stabilization would have to be done. We will be doing a lot of cutting on the cliff side instead of trying to work on the downslope. The work would include box drains, slipper drains, and retaining walls where necessary.
One of the areas for clarification, that is on the area on top of Mount Kuma that leads down to the Bolio area. We know that there is a corner right there. What is the plans there? Because there's just a short, not much of a wide span of concrete strip there. What is the plan there in terms of, would you be going inward in the lands?
Yes, yes. We've spoken, there'd be two up at that area, closer to the Mankuma side. There's two significant interventions there. There's as you approach that Mankuma hill, there's almost like a blind spot, meaning it goes up sharply and it goes down sharply. So we would be lowering the high point so that the line of sight is increased. That would impact the byway that connects to it. I think that byway takes you all the way back to Morris also. With respect to the corner that you're referring to, that's the second major intervention in terms of adjusting the old estate road. We have spoken to the landowner. He showed us his plans, and so there'll be some acquisitions that would allow a significant widening of the corner so that 40-foot containers could maneuver without going forward and backward.
Okay.
So it would be that wide, yeah.
And in terms of residents in the Monkuma area, who may be affected, are there any meetings, any dialogue with them, and so would you have to remove any houses and so in terms
yes,
of?
we've started not many houses. We actually aligned the road to minimize that impact, but there were two and possibly three houses that would be impacted. We've spoken to the occupants, and we're working with them to resolve it amicably. Two are more or less concluded, but there's one that we still have some further work to do to assist the occupants in finding alternative locations. Each and every one of the residents, they're happy and excited about the road, and they're eager to do what's required to facilitate what is proposed for the area. So it's not that they're resisting; it's quite the opposite. They're encouraging and just happy that a development like that is coming in the area. We have identified all of it because each one of the poles now have a mark on it. We have identified it and communicated with the utility company, so they in turn would look at alternative. The contractor was supposed to share the plans with them and to see how we could facilitate the relocation. Now after too, there's a main line running there. I think it's a 6-inch height main, and we'd have to work with them at certain points during the project in terms of temporary relocation and a permanent relocation.
Well, I really see it as a very good project, is as a development in the community. Because for a long time, people been looking down on this area. You understand? And I see it as a great enhancement. And I hope the people, show the people that good things could come from it. Because that is just the beginning. You understand? That's just the beginning. We get good road and they go start seeing good attitudes, I guess as much. You understand? Yeah, well, really and truly, we had a bit, nothing much to talk about, just a bit of challenges, but as you see, we get in there. We almost accomplishment, and although apart from the little challenges we had, if we had to do it again, the same team, I think I'll go through something different. Yeah. And my teammate, he was very nice. Well, so far, you have people with good comments and bad comments. You understand? But I could deal with the good ones because that's the positive side. You understand? Most of them is like, great job. You understand? Everybody was encouraging us and backing us right through. The majority. You understand? The negative one, we just trash them aside, man. Yeah.
Vaccination has been around for decades, and because of it, we don't have to worry about many diseases such as measles, mumps, tetanus, rabies. And now we're in the COVID pandemic, and we have a great opportunity to control this pandemic with the COVID-19 vaccines. Traditionally, vaccines introduce the body to the enemy, either a weakened form, a killed form, or part of the enemy. So when the actual virus or bacteria comes, the body knows how to get rid of it. It's just like training for a marathon. Because we train every day, when the actual race comes, we know how to run it. And so when we take the COVID-19 vaccine, we are training our body in the fight against COVID-19. It's a similar principle with the COVID-19 vaccines. But in this case, instead of giving the body part of the weakened form of the virus, or killed form of the virus, we're just giving the body instructions on how to make just a small portion of that dreadful virus that causes COVID-19. With the Pfizer vaccine, the instructions is given in messenger RNA. And after the messenger RNA tells our body how to make that small protein, it's broken down and does not remain in the body. The AstraZeneca vaccine gives instructions to our body to make just that small protein present on the surface of the virus that causes COVID-19. And after the instruction has been read and that small portion of the protein present on the surface of the virus has been made, the DNA is all broken down. And so, together with good lifestyle practices such as exercise and a healthy diet rich in fruit and vegetables rich in fiber, along with our other health principles such as physical distancing and wearing our masks, the COVID-19 vaccine is the way to stop the pandemic.
The Climate Smart Agriculture and Rural Enterprise Program, SIAP, through a Memorandum of Understanding with New Life Organization, NULO, Grenada National Training Agency, GNTA, and TA Marischal Community College, provided vocational and skills training services to over 300 unemployed and underemployed young men and women within Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite-Martinique. The vocational and skills training services provided by the institutions were geared at strengthening the capacity of rural youth between the ages of 16 to 35 through life skills, training in a marketable skill, certification level 2 CVQ, NVQ, international standard Pearson VUE, CompTIA, and apprenticeship, which can improve their chances of securing permanent employment or self-employment. These trainings are essentially geared at improving livelihoods throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite-Martinique. This scholarship program also included transportation and childcare allowances, which provided needed support for young mothers and fathers to attend and successfully complete their training. Training was provided through 22 classes in the following areas: early childhood development, housekeeping, electrical installation, computer engineering, plumbing, electrical maintenance, fish processing, PV installation, web development, wall and floor tiling, general agriculture, plumbing with focus on irrigation in agriculture, food preparation and cookery, crop production, agro-food processing, healthcare assistance, orderly, community tourism, business administration. SIAP is committed to provide services to young men and women focusing on sustainable lives for a vibrant future. SIAP is funded by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Government of Grenada.
My name is Lionel Abbas. I'm 28 years old doing agro-processing. Well, before the training, I was basically unemployed, and then I got the opportunity to pursue the course. I decided to do it, and so far it has been very interesting. Prior to starting the training, I was expecting to learn to do basic little things like making things like jams and jellies, juices, and so forth. In being in this training with Renegade Distillery has been very interesting, especially learning the way that agro-processing has evolved in terms of technology and so forth. As you know, Renegade Rum deals with rum production and so forth. We've learned so many things in terms of a different way, actually, of manufacturing rum. I'm excited to do more. I've always dreamt of having my own small business one day. And I believe that agro-processing has opened that road for me. My name is Lionel Albert, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
I'm enrolled in the Frontier Engineering program. Before I was enrolled in this course, I was doing some soul searching, doing some research of my own, and managing my family business, and thinking about starting some of my own businesses. Everything is interesting, from the hardware to the software. Everything is like a work of art, totally beauty in itself. After I've completed this training, I still look to do further training in the realm of IT, because for me, I look at every day as a day that you should learn, grow, and become better. Well, currently I'm with an IT firm doing troubleshooting computer and maintenance. We also do printer maintenance, SQL, servers, and also point of sale, which is called POS for short. Well, the training has impacted my life immensely, because although I had a background already in IT, there's a lot of new stuff that I learned in terms of like spearfishing, whaling, dumpster diving, social engineering. I am Jakimo, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
I am Chantel Fraser from Coast Guard St. Mark. I'm 22 years old. I did fish processing, SIAP, TAMCC. Well, basically, I used to help my parents within fishing and farming. Joining the course kind of encouraged me to help them a lot, to export and import fish I've learned basically salting, that's conning fish, smoking, filleting fish. My plans are to open my own business and to help my family get back a boat, to help them export and import. I am Chantal Fraser, a SIAP beneficiary.
My name is Giovanni Alexander. I'm 19 years of age. I did the web development course with SIAP. Before I heard of the program SIAP provided, I earn a living by doing graphic designing, video live streaming, video editing, logo making, photo manipulations, and this stuff. By attending this course, it allows me to provide new services to my clients in terms of providing websites, building a website, with making a domain, and these kind of stuff. After I successfully completed the course, I would love to invest. I would love to have it as a full-time service, a part of my upcoming business. My name is Giovanni Alexander, and I am a SIAP beneficiary.
The road was approximately half a kilometre long, so we installed half a kilometre of box drains. There's one cross pipe culvert as well as a reinforced concrete bridge, and then the concrete carriageway varies between 4.5 to 6 metres wide at the bridge. So those works have been completed. Right now we're about 97% complete. All that we have to do is cast the 2 upstands to the bridge and install the guardrails. The guardrails have been delayed slightly. They're being shipped in from Trinidad due to the COVID restrictions, but we hope to be complete by the end of October.
A date in mind for the official handover of this one?
As I say, it really depends on when we get the guardrails in from Trinidad, so we're working on that. So it's probably going to be sort of first, second week in November when we can have an official handover.
This took approximately how many months?
This project took approximately 9 months to construct.
may be seated. Yes. Honorable members, the House now resumes after the lunch break. And at this point, we go back to the original standing order. Sorry, the original order paper. Just let me open my thing. Yes, clerk. Thank you. One second. Item 12.
Item 12, questions.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, yes, we want to complete that? Yeah, just the standing committees, which is fairly straightforward. Yeah, there's just one other government motion to, well, it's not quite a government motion, it's a House motion, which we need to deal with.
Item 13, motions.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas standing order number 63, subsection 1A, the Committee of Selection...
Just let me make sure that the House is all on the same page. Senator? Yes, okay, fine. Yeah, proceed.
Whereas standing order number 63, 1A, the Committee of Selection of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 other senators to be known as the Committee of Selection. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the 2 other senators to the said committee. And Mr. President, I beg to nominate the following persons. So, President as chair, myself, Senator Steele, and Senator the Honourable Andre Lewis to be members. And if somebody on my side could second my nomination.
Mr. President, I rise to
Senator Williams, thanks.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Leader of Government Business.
Honorable members, the question is that the following persons have been nominated to the Committee of Selection, and they are Senator the Honorable Simon Steele, Senator the Honorable Andre Lewis, and pursuant to Standing Order 63-1A, your humble servant as chairman of the committee. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Steele.
Mr. President, whereas Standing Order number 63-1B of the Senate, of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 members to be known as the Standing Orders Committee. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the 2 members to the said Senate. And Mr. President, the nominees for this, yourself as President, and the 2 members, Senator the Honourable Nolan Cox and Senator the Honourable Tessa Sincere.
Any nominee, any seconders? Senator Williams?
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Leader of Government Business.
Honorable members, the question is that the following senators have been nominated to serve on the Standing Orders Committee: Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox and Senator the Honorable Dr. Tessa Sincere. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairman and 2 members to be known as the House Committee. And the 2 nominees for the House Committee are Senator the Honourable Winston Garrow and Senator the Honourable Christopher Diali.
Senator Andrew Lewis?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion as moved by the Leader of Government Business.
Honorable Senators, well, to second the motion, yes. Senator Huss? Yes, Senator Lewis just did. What's the issue? Senators, I'm putting it to the vote. Yeah. The House Committee. Yeah. Honorable members, the Standing Orders number 63-1C requires the nomination of 2 senators together with myself to constitute the House Committee. The following senators have been nominated and duly seconded: Senator the Honorable Winston Garrow and Senator the Honorable Christopher Diali. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, whereas Standing Order number 63-1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate doth now appoint the 4 members to the said committee. And the 4 members nominated, yourself as chair president, Senator the Honourable Katisha Williams, Senator the Honourable Judd Cadet, Senator the Honourable Roderick Sinclair, and Senator the Honourable Matthew Joseph.
Mr. President, I beg to second the nomination as moved by the Leader of Government Business.
Honorable members, the question is that the senators who were nominated for the Committee of Privileges be approved. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Just let me run through that again, and that would be Senator Katisha Williams, Senator Roderick Sinclair, Senator Judd Cadet, and Senator Joseph. Yes? Okay. Sure. So we move back to the questions. Mr. Clerk?
Item 12, questions.
Dr. Sincere? Question number 1, is it? Or trying to get it.
If I
The
could
question
suggest-
number 1 is your question, Dr. Sanjay.
If I could, I was going to suggest, Mr. President, the responses have been requested and provided, with the exception of a couple which we're still awaiting the responses from the relevant ministries, but there are 3 questions. So written responses have been submitted, circulated, but there are 3 that require an oral response.
Yeah. But let us go through, because remember the public, the citizenry is following this. So could you pose the question and then we get the response where the question is provided, because there are no questions that I'm seeing here that requires, well, except one question, number 3, oral response. No, I'm speaking with questions in respect of Senator Sincere. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 1. Question to the leader of government's business on the list of advisors to the government. Can the leader of government's business provide a list of all advisors to the government recruited during the period 2013 to 2018 and 2018 to present, their job descriptions, remuneration, and benefit packages? Mr. President, we got a written answer for that.
You got a written answer?
Yes.
Okay. So question number 2.
Mr. President, with your, I would like to request some assistance from the chair. Some of the questions did not have, they're not fully answered. Some of the parts of the question are missing.
Yeah, well, we're on the question, so maybe you may seek an explanation as to why.
Right, so the answer was given. I got the name of the advisor, I got a mode of engagement, I got a date and duration, I got a remuneration, but there was no description, job description. And that forms part of the question.
Oh, so that was an unanswered part of the question.
That's
Shall we
correct.
proceed?
And it's in, we got 3 persons there. Only one was given a full answer for. So the other 2 do not have the job descriptions.
Senator Steele?
The question was responded to. It's actually 2 persons who are on the, because I don't know what you've received.
There are actually 3 persons, Mr. President. Questions were answered as seen on the question, as seen on the other paper with the response underneath. And there was an additional document that was sent as a memo, as a response to the same question. So I do have 3 names there. 1, Mr. Elvin Nimrod. 2, Mrs. Alexandra Otway Noel. And 3, Mrs. Ann David Antwine. That the 3rd name is on a document that came separately.
So
it's in the list of answers that was sent this morning.
Well, somebody sent you some different responses. That's not what we submitted.
Mr. President, an email was sent before with the answers that were gotten at that point, And then another email was sent this morning with a list of documents attached. And as part of that list of documents attached is an additional document that responds to the question of the list of advisors. So it's in that list.
So, what is at issue at the moment? Because I'm not clear myself.
So, Senator Steele is saying there were only 2 names on that list in response to the question. I am saying that I got 3 names. 2 came directly under the question, as it appears on the order paper, and a 3rd name came as a separate document.
Okay.
I would like to know from whom, because the questions were sent yesterday. I have what was sent, and there is no separate memo. I don't know. I'm lost.
One second.
There may have been one, which I think they have sent you, which didn't directly to the minister, which came from the ministry head. So I think that one we'll have to take it from subsequently to get some clarification on that. So,
But they shouldn't be providing answers directly to the. Everything should come to the Parliament, and the Parliament should then distribute it. Huh? Kind of sorted out. So I think what we could note is that answers have been supplied, but the question I would leave hanging until there is more clarity on some of the answers there, because apparently the first email, what I'm understanding is an email which transmitted the answers was recalled, and some subsequent email was sent, and there seemed to have been some confusion over that. So the clerk's office will clarify that with the leader of government's business subsequent to the sit-in, and some communication will take place with you on that. So could we move to question number 2?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 2, question to the leader of government's business on contracts. And it reads, as it relates to the types of employment contracts being used by government, can the leader of government's business A explain the difference between contracts of service and contracts for service, including duration or length of contract? B, what criteria are being used to determine who gets contracts of service and contracts for service? And C, what is the difference in remuneration and benefits of the above-mentioned contracts? Response outstanding, to be addressed at following sitting.
Okay.
Question 3. Question to the leader of government's business. 1. And it has an asterisk, oral response. What is the current debt of the government, inclusive of borrowing and obligations to all the various entities to whom the government is indebted? 2. As it relates to youth initiatives, what is the current status of the Empower program, inclusive of the number of participants, a list of service providers, finances, achievements, and challenges. B,
Could we take them?
one at a time? Okay.
Yeah.
So question 3, the one that asks, what is the current debt of government? Response.
1 second. 1 second, a minute here. Senator Steele? But I want to.
So for the first question, we're still awaiting responses from the requisite ministry. And in terms of question number 2, a written response is provided.
But let me just ask something. Isn't there in the current documentation, because under the debt management, whatever, isn't there under the written documentation all the debt that Grenada government owes, including contingent debt, that is sovereign debts, sovereign guarantees given to, isn't that all of that recorded there? From the best of my knowledge, I just want to be sure.
Yes, I would have thought so,
fine.
but these
So
are
therefore,
reported
I want to just draw Dr. Senator Sincere's attention to the following standing order. One question, I'll get it to you in a minute. 1 minute. Page there. 1 second. Okay, I just want to draw Senator's attention to Standing Orders number 18. And that is 18 Roman numerals 9. Yes, and we can move on. Yes, I said we can, I've drawn that to Senator's attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might I just highlight here that the questions were sent before the budget documents were sent out?
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, all right.
So I will refer to the document now that it's available.
Yes, okay.
The answer to the second question, which deals with Empower. So again, the question was not fully answered. The answer does not provide a list of service providers. So it includes a number of participants. The question included a list of service providers, finances, achievements, and challenges. Everything else but the list of service providers was submitted.
So the list of service providers is outstanding in the question. Senator Steele?
I'm comfortable with how the question is answered. If the member wants a follow-up,
We can't have two members standing at the same time. Yes.
So I am comfortable with how the question has been answered. If the
One
member...
second. Clerk, the questions are posted here in the electronic way. 1 second. Oh, it's in the folder. Okay. Yeah, okay. And the answers. Yes, Senator Steele.
So the categories of service providers are answered, are provided. Why the member would want the specific, this is the response that the ministry responsible for this felt was satisfactory in terms of answering the question. If the member requires further information, then please put that in writing.
Just draw my attention.
Thank you, Mr.
Specifically, I'm looking at the.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One second. I'm seeing here a list of service providers.
Right, but
Training provided.
it only gives a number. It has no service providers listed. It says 5 service providers, but there isn't a list of service providers. It lists the question asks for a list of service providers. The answer gotten does not list service providers. It gives a list of some headings, for example, basic level and intermediate level.
Yeah.
It does not list service providers.
Yeah. Senator
And that's
Steele.
part of the question.
The question. Yeah, Senator Steele. I mean, it's very obvious that the question has not been answered. They say there are 5 service providers, facilitated certification and direct skills training in the following areas. But the question, which are under the rules, every senator is entitled to ask, with certain restrictions. And those restrictions don't apply here because nothing in this is of the nature of a state secret. Nothing is this is requiring to the Governor General or the Queen. I mean, there are restrictions on questions, but none, the questions asked here don't fall under those restrictions. And the question I'm reading before me is a list of service providers, not a list of the services provided. And there are no service providers here, so the question is incomplete. So, Clerk, could you note that it be pointed out to whichever ministry that they have not answered. This question remains outstanding. Yes? Senator Sincere?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question B, how many Imani trainees have been in receipt of contract employment, in which sectors, and what is the length or duration of the contract? A written response was received. Again, some of the details are missing. The answer says, as at October 31st, 2021, 455 trainees would have received permanent employment in various sectors, including education, agriculture, health, tourism, and construction. Contracts are usually for a period of 2 years. It must be noted, however, that 21 trainees received sustainable employment through the establishment of a garment production cooperative in Pearl, St. Andrew, where they are currently employed. By year end, it is anticipated that an additional 241, but in brackets it has 256, trainees would receive contracts. So, Mr. President, my question is, are there other sectors where those were, because the answer says including. So I don't know if I'm reading it incorrectly, but if those were all the sectors where the Imanis were absorbed or got employment, then it should have just been that list. Including suggests that there are other areas.
Yeah, so maybe you will formulate a question to say which other areas.
Right.
All right. But just let me ask something here. In one of the answers, it talks about 400, 1 second. "455 persons have had permanent employment." You want a list containing all of those persons and the length of the contracts that they would have had, and is that what you?
No, Mr. President, I'm not asking for the entire list of 455 trainees.
Well, the question that I'm reading here seems to, our list of how many Imani trainees have been in receipt of contract employment, in which sectors, and what is the length, duration of the contract? No, unless they are all employed under one contract, it will, by implication, appear to me that you will have to give the things of the 400 contracts, because assuming it's individual contracts they have. So this is why I'm trying to get that clarity, because remember, the people who are composing these answers are in the ministry, they're not in the parliament. And so that's the first hurdle. The second hurdle is they have to be communicated to. And if the person who's communicating to them is not pretty clear on what is being requested, then you can have a situation where a subjective interpretation is given to the question, and then when the answers come, that's not what you're looking for. So, yes?
So
I just want to be clear on this so that the leader of government's business, who I believe you directed this question to, will be clear on what's been expected.
So, Mr. President, the question was tailored in such a way to get the number of Imani trainees in each sector, and then how many of them got contracts for service, sorry, not contracts for service, but they received contract for employment in which sectors, and then the length of the contract. So let's suppose tourism got 400 of them. How many of those, what is the length of the contract for these 400? So it can be 200 got 2 years and 200 got 1 year contracts.
Okay. Senator
Mr.
Steele.
President, the question asks for, and if we want to go into a debate on this, the question asks how many trainees are in receipt of contracts of employment. It specifies the number, 455. In which sectors? It goes through the different sectors and what duration. Contract duration is 2 years. So in my humble opinion, the question's been asked. If there was a different intent and there's a different interpretation of the wording of the question, which is what I'm hearing, then please let the senator ask a follow-up question for clarification. But 3 things were asked for: how many, what sectors, and what the duration is, and that answer is here. But if that's not clear enough, or there was a different intent behind the question, then please submit a more specific question.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will go with that.
Okay. All right. Fine. So we move on to the oral.
Yes, please.
The oral one.
Yes, please.
1 second. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Oh, come on. Yes.
So the question reads, as it relates to the education system, A, what is the current status and future plans for the STAR program? And B, what is the current status of the school feeding program, inclusive of human and financial resources?
So as an oral response, Mr. President, so what's the current status of the program? The program has not been fully operational from September due to the COVID-19 protocols, but will resume fully in January. This is a program that is providing support for young men, young boys in our schools that have behavioral issues. We've had schools closed during this period. We've had disruption. We've had the COVID pandemic to deal with. So the program will resume again once it's safe to do so in January. With regards to the current status of the school feeding program, the ministry has conducted interviews for 4 additional supervisors on top of the supervisors that are there. Cooks are hired when they are needed. The program was allocated $3 million in 2021. Currently, all expenses for the program are covered under the budget and will be sufficient to cover expenses to the end of the year.
Thank you very much. Question 4, question to Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox. Number 1, as it relates to parks and recreational facilities, A, can an update be presented on the status of and plans for the Pearls playing field? And B, what is the total sum of money expended on the La Poterie playing field? And when is the project expected to be completed? That's an oral response.
Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As it relates to parks and recreational facilities, a 2-story building with a conference room, that's part A of the question, Mr. President. This 2-story building with a conference room and washroom facilities will be erected on the playing field at a cost of $150,000. Part B of the question, total sum of money expended on the La Poterie playing field is $2 million EC. The project is expected to complete in July of 2022. Thank you.
Senator Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, the question was not fully answered. It asks for the status of and plans for the Pearls playing field.
I'm a little bit behind on this one.
Mr. President.
I thought the answer said.
Mr. President, in terms of the status, I think work has commenced, so that is what is to be built there.
Now, Mr. President, I know questions are not supposed to form the basis for a debate.
Yeah.
But I am not speaking of construction at Pearls. I am speaking of the playing field. So I know construction has started, and what the honorable member has given is an update on the construction that has started, not on the question, the substantive question of the playing field.
Mr. President, while this is the answer is current in terms of what is taking place as part of the playing field, we will come with a follow-up on the playing field. As we have no issues with that, so we'll come with a follow-up answer as regards to the playing field. I don't know what about the playing field, but we'll come up with an answer, Mr. President. I guarantee you that.
Well, Well, unless you have a direct engagement outside of the chamber with your fellow senator, this is a difficult question to answer because the status of the playing field, the terminology, status of the playing field, I must admit to my mind, and Senator Sincere, you will probably agree with me, is a little bit elusive. I mean, what status are you talking about? The current state of the grass? Or is it the current state of what they intend to do with it? How they intend to utilize it? In other words, it's a very broad question which opens itself up to subjective interpretation. Now, you will have in mind what you want answered, but if you phrase it this way, I'm going through this process, colleagues, senators, so it's just a learning exercise for everybody. Yes? Oh, sure, you may respond. We're not debating the issue, but
No,
we're just
we're
trying to, because we don't have a lot of training sessions and things of parliament and so on and so on and so forth.
Right.
I'm just saying,
Right.
when a question is framed that way,
Right. So,
gives-
Mr. President, this was also a follow-up question to a question that I had asked before. If it serves your memory right, I did, I did ask the Honorable Senator about pearls, and he did say that there was a drawing for what was supposed to take place with the pearls playing field and all of that. So I was asking, what is the status of that and what plans?
Yes, so my question, my intervention is simply this. Then your status question needs to be attached to something. In other words, what is the status of the plans? But if you say what is the status of as it's presented here, what is the status here? What is the status of the plans? Or it was specific, Senator Cox. I missed that. So it's the plans she wants to find out about.
Yes, Mr. President, and rightly so, the answer is speaking specific to those plans for constructing a washroom facility as an amenity for the said playing field and a conference room for community engagement for the same playing field for meetings and so for community groups. That is what, that is the whole status of it. Mr. President, I suggested myself and...
We come back to the...
Yes, my senator colleague may need to have a
right,
further
because
conversation.
as I
That
said,
may warrant a visit to Pulse too as well. So, yes.
So why don't you all, this is a good opportunity for cross-aisle collaboration. So why don't you, yes, because I am hazarding a guess that your question implies more than the plans for the building. Okay, I think we can move on. Well, so Senator, you're, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 1 asks the question to the leader of government business on the Pridia Lassini Fund. Bearing in mind the Pridia Lassini Act was established in 2005 to set up a fund, and we are in 2021. Based on the response provided, That's from a previous question. What has taken us so long in having this fund established? And this was answered, Mr. President.
Okay.
Question 2. Questions to the leader of government business on the requirement for every ministry and department to prepare work plans as is required by Division 4, Clause 6, Subsection 3 of the Public Finance Management Act Regulations of 2015. And it follows in Part A, our work plans in the form required by the Public Finance Management Act Regulation 2015, Section 13, Subsection 3, available for the following ministries and their related departments. 1, agriculture. 2, lands. 3, fisheries. And I would go to number 2, Mr. President, to give my response. Provide copy of work plans that are available for each ministry and the related departments as identified below. 1, agriculture. 2, lands. 3, fisheries. Of course, answers were provided for A and B.
Okay, thank you.
C says, as it relates to Section 16.5, subsection C of the Public Finance Management Act, Regulations of 2015, provide the uniform resource locations, which we know as URLs on the website, for the corporate plan of each of the ministries and the related departments identified below. 1, agriculture. 2, lands. 3, fisheries. This I have not seen the URLs, but of course the plans were there, but the URLs as required in the Act was not provided, so I don't know where to look. So this part is still unanswered. No, but I should get a URL here.
They have not been uploaded. So the question's been answered, but
The note says that here, Senator St. Clair. It says soft copies of the ministry corporate plans are available on request, but yet to be uploaded on the government's website.
Okay, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, so.
Oh, sorry, because I'm so used to URLs, sorry. Okay, so, but this is answered, so, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if we go on to question 3, it speaks, question to the leader of government business on scholarships awarded to Grenadians in the field of agriculture and fisheries and the related fields over the past 10 years in bachelor's, master's, PhD, and postdoctoral levels. And it asks in part A, provide the number of scholarships in agriculture and its related fields by the following criteria in the table below by year for the past 10 years. And it speaks of the year, the field of agriculture, whether it's agronomy, pest management, etc., the degree levels, the number of scholarships.
But it points out here in the response that the response is not yet available and will be addressed in the following sitting.
Yes, Mr. President. This is the second round of this reading of the question, if I may. 10 rounds, okay.
Could actually, just to set...
Senator Steele?
Yeah, just to set a context to this. This was originally sent to the Ministries of Agriculture, Fisheries, but this information actually resides in the Ministry of Education. As the clerk will know very, very well, the records there are paper. You've asked to go back records 10 years. It's actually a lot of work, and they're having to do it manually. So it's actually taking a significant amount of time.
Senator Sinclair?
Okay, Mr. President. So we have a question to the Leader of Government Business on government's action in providing relief to CMOS farmers and fishermen from the sargassum seaweed. And it speaks, can the Leader of Government Business inform the Senate on the following as it relates to the sargassum seaweed? A, does government have a documented plan in place for the management of this invasive species of sargassum to alleviate its negative effect on the CMOS farmers and fishers? Goes in B. If yes, then please provide a copy of the plan, which I did receive.
Okay.
If no, well, and then it says, importantly in part D, is there a monitoring mechanism in place to measure the level of hydrogen sulfide gas emitted from the sargassum? If yes, are the readings within acceptable range? There is a response within the plan that is being monitored, but in terms of the readings, I'm not too sure if any readings is taking place or will take place, or if it's...
Well, the document I have before me says it's not available. And
Okay.
the reason for its non-availability, I am as perplexed as you. I don't know if it is because no readings are done, or if the readings were done and it was lost, I don't know. It just says it's not available. Hello?
I was saying, Mr. President, that the readings were indicated as being done in the question, the answer to the question before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but whether or not they're being recorded is a different issue. But that's why they put not applicable here, because it was answered in the previous part.
Okay.
Yeah, but we still don't. You'd follow up on that. Okay, the other question, Mr. President, to the Leader of Government Business, as it relates to the status relative to the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization. It reads, is Grenada a signatory to the Nagoya Protocol? If yes, in what year did Grenada sign on? So that was answered as 2011. Has Grenada ratified its position relative to the Nagoya Protocol? If yes, indicate the year. And of course, this well, no, it was not there, so it was not. Then it asks the other question, if no, is it government policy to ratify the protocol? And of course, there were answers provided to this, Mr. President. I do have a follow-up question relating to the response provided to this question.
Yeah, but that is only allowable if your question was oral. If there's a follow-up question and a
Okay.
non-oral question,
okay, no
you have
problem.
to commit it to writing.
Okay, all right. I will do. I will do. And our last question, which is number 6, is a question to the leader of government business on the availability of fishermen ID cards for fishermen. And it reads with an asterisk, which I take it as being a verbal response required inside
Well,
of
my
this.
copy has no asterisks on it, so I don't know.
know, but I print mine from the...
Well, let me just go to the other people.
Because I know I'd insisted, yeah.
Okay, well then, it was an error on a subsequent,
Yeah, I
on
will
the
start
subsequent
including the word
consolidated
oral, which
people.
would
Yes,
help. Okay, no
you
problem.
can proceed.
Yes, I learned that today. So the question to the leader of government business on the availability of fishermen ID for fishermen, can the Senate be updated on the status, and it's verbal, can the status be updated, can the Senate be updated on the status of the processing of fishermen IDs? There was some written response, but being required as oral, we are Jotibong, I would think.
Yes, you get the response, yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Steele.
President. Mr. President, the ministry has updated the new hardware, computer and printer, software, purchased a new camera for processing the fishermen's IDs. Currently, technical configuration is in process from a remote source to ensure the system is fully operational. The system should be fully functioning by the end of this month, early January, to process fishermen ID cards.
Okay. Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And question to the leader of government's business, Senator the Honorable Simon Still. Question number 1. Could the Honorable Minister advise the House as to whether the gravel, concrete, and emulsion company has disposed of any of its fixed assets by way of sale, lease, or otherwise within the last 24 months? And if so, A, which specific asset or assets was or were disposed of? B, what is or are the name or names and nationalities of the legal entity or entities to whom those assets were disposed? C, when did this or these transaction or transactions occur? Question number 2. If the answer to question
Could
1...
we take them one at a time? So, Senator Steele.
Well, I could give a very comprehensive answer in that answers are still awaited from the ministry on all of the questions, so I'm not sure if there's value in reading it through.
Says he doesn't have the information on any of those questions.
No, could I be permitted to still read it? Because in the interest of the public.
I'm available here up
Thank you
until
very much.
midnight, so
Yes.
it's not a problem.
I made provision for the whole week.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I do, because if you recall yesterday, I was very much busy in resolving a matter on the port. So we all have work to do. Thank you. Question number 2. If the answer to question 1 is in the affirmative, that is, that an asset or assets of the said company were disposed of during the period mentioned, then can the minister tell us what are the terms of that disposition? In particular, A, if it is a lease, then what is the term of the lease for how long, and what remuneration has the company received or is going to receive over the term of the lease, and in what manner? B, if it is a sale, then what is the sale price, and when and in what manner is the company to be paid for the asset? C, will the minister provide the House with a copy of the contractual document or documents pursuant to which the asset or assets was or were disposed of? Question number 3. If the answer to question 1 is in the affirmative, that is, that an asset or assets of the said company were disposed of during the period mentioned, then can the minister tell us whether the standard procurement procedures provided for in our laws and regulations followed? In particular, A, was any invitation to tender published in relation to the disposition of the asset or assets, and if so, in what publication or through what medium and for how long? B, how many expressions of interest were received from different entities? C, were these expressions of interest or tenders evaluated by the tenders board or any other body or committee specifically charged with the mandate of evaluating such tenders on behalf of government or state-owned enterprises? And D, was the contract given to the entity recommended by the tenders board or other body or committee specifically charged with the mandate of evaluating such tenders on behalf of government or state-owned enterprise? So we await the answers to these questions. It has been promised at the next sitter. Thank you very much.
Clerk, where we are now? Yes. Yes.
Item 15, public business.
Senator, the Honorable Andrea Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I address the resolution standing in my name, Labour Senator's resolution to Parliament on vaccination and workers. Whereas we are experiencing a worldwide health pandemic, COVID-19, which has and continue to infect and claim the lives of millions of people across the world, and whereas this pandemic has caused economic and social fallout unknown to man in recent history, and whereas these fallouts have impacted many working people to the extent of degrading their social status to that of poor and marginalized, and whereas to save the lives and address the economic and social fallout from the pandemic, the state of Grenada imposed a state of emergency, SOE, and whereas the state of Grenada has been following the protocol set out by the World Health Organization, and whereas those measures have caused the citizens to so far enjoy protection from the pandemic, and whereas vaccination has been introduced as another measure to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to save lives, and whereas the ongoing reopening of the country's borders will continue to increase the risk of possible COVID-19 infections, and whereas the government, through the Prime Minister, has declared that the state will not make vaccination mandatory, and whereas employers are now openly or surreptitiously making vaccination mandatory as a condition for the continued employment of workers, and whereas for existing workers, vaccination was never a condition of employment, and whereas many workers are opposed to and resisting the concept of mandatory vaccination on principle or as violation of rights or out of sheer health concerns. And whereas the impact of social and other media pushing conspiracy and other theories against the taking of the vaccine, many people are genuinely confused and could only be enlightened through active and organized public education campaigns. And whereas, in light of the above, making the vaccination mandatory may lead ultimately to more industrial disputes and confrontation between employer and employee, which will not be in the best interest of the country at this time. Now, therefore, this parliamentary sitting of the Senate hereby resolve as follows. 1, that no employer should make vaccination a condition of employment for existing workers. 2, that no worker should suffer any loss of benefits, pay, etc. for not taking the vaccine. 3, that where workers are coerced into taking the vaccine, the employer should be liable where there are adverse reactions associated with vaccination. 4, employers must consider securing adequate health insurance for all workers in the face of the new challenges brought on by COVID-19. 5, that there should be at least 2 brands of vaccines to allow for choices on the part of those wishing to be vaccinated. 6, that workers who are not vaccinated ought to be tested periodically and be required and expected to function in accordance with strict enforcement of the protocols. 7, that the state ought to put measures in place to support a proactive education campaign throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Martinique to highlight the pros and cons of taking the vaccine. Be it further resolved that, 1, if affirmed, this resolution be forwarded by way of message to the House of Representatives.
Senator Censura.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is certainly an established fact, beyond any shadow of a doubt, as to the challenges that nations are faced with COVID-19. And Grenada is no exception. And we have had, unfortunately, our fair share of the impact. We are all desirous of doing everything humanly possible to provide the best possible chances of maintaining lives and livelihood. We all need to have that balance in mind. The objective of this motion is to ensure, in our view, in Labour's view, that at the highest level, an open discussion is held on this matter that can afford us the best possible opportunity to get the best possible result in keeping our people alive and, as I said, at the same time, livelihood. Our experiences have shown us to date that there are hesitancies in relation to vaccination, and we are of the view that a significant contributing factor could be how we have taken this particular approach. There is no doubt that the experiences, certainly if we look at Barbados, for instance, and I was recently in communication with my colleagues in the labor movement in Barbados, where even at the height of the tourism season. There is no mandatory vaccination even at the hotels. Protocols have been followed, and there is a continuous engagement. We are calling for a multi-dimensional approach to continue to be taken, where, especially at the level, there ought to be more engagement at the level, in an organized way, of labor, the employers, and government, because that has worked in Barbados. That has a very thriving social partnership. And we are also guided by a number of prominent individuals and organizations. And I would just want to quote here from the World Health Organization, dated 13th April 2021, and captured ethical considerations and caveats. And I quote, "It should be noted that the World Health Organization does not presently support the direction of mandates for COVID-19 vaccination, having argued that it is better to work on information campaigns and making vaccines accessible." Certainly in Grenada, we have access to vaccines. So I want to also at the same time indicate that we have at least 2 sets of vaccines in Grenada. So now it's 3. Yes, now it's 3. We have the Pfizer, is it the Johnson, and the AstraZeneca, and that must be complemented, right? Grenada must be complemented for that. I continue. In addition, WHO recently issued a position statement that national authorities and conveyance operators should not require COVID-19 vaccination as a condition of international travel. I go now to Michelle Bachelet, BACHELET, from the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights, has been recently quoted as saying, "Vaccine mandates must comply with the principles of legality, necessity, proportionality, and non-discrimination. In no circumstances should people be forcibly administered a vaccine. Vaccine mandates should be employed only when necessary for achieving compelling public health ends, and they should only be considered when less intrusive measures as mask wearing and social distancing have demonstrably failed to meet such health needs." And there's absolutely no doubt that in Grenada's case, we have continued to use our mask. We have been sanitizing and observing physical distancing as much as is possible. And these things must be encouraged. Labor, let it be clearly known. We are not opposed to vaccination. We are opposed to what we see mandatory vaccination. Yes, so all of the contribution that I am making today, I would like for it to be understood in this particular context. In an ILO document released 13 April 29, titled ILO Standards and COVID-19, the following quote was extracted, page 19. "Workers whose employment is terminated due to the economic impact of COVID-19 or for health and safety reasons should be entitled to a severance allowance or other separation benefits, unemployment insurance benefits, or assistance to compensate for the loss of earning incurred as a consequence of the termination, in accordance with the Termination of Employment Convention 1982. In our case in Grenada, we have collective agreements, there's a labor code, etc., that addresses the issue of termination, should that arise. So that's an open discussion, not on a particular position, because there can be different outcomes. Of interesting note, one of the earlier engagements that we have had from a leading legal luminary in the region, and I dare say in the world, because our dear president of the Industrial Court in Trinidad and Tobago served at the highest level in the International Labour Organization. And we must be proud that we have had the calibers of regional people to serve at the highest level. And in her address on the 16th of September, she had the following to say. The main issue, as I see it, is whether a mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy can be introduced as a new term of employment to existing employees without discussion or consultation. In other words, can such a policy be introduced unilaterally by employers in the workplace? The short answer to that question is no. The laws of this country does not directly address the issue of a COVID-19 vaccination as a condition for employment. In fact, there is no known existing law worldwide which I can find which addressed this issue before the pandemic. While there is no express provision in the Industrial Relations Act, IRA, of Trinidad and Tobago for COVID-19 vaccination policies to be introduced in the workplace as new terms and conditions of employment, our legal framework provides for the introduction of new policies, new terms and conditions of employment, and new working arrangement through the collective bargaining process. Such policies and arrangements, in my view, include vaccination policies. It is settled law that an employer ought not to unilaterally make any material change or alteration to a worker's contract of employment. The introduction of a COVID-19 vaccination policy or any new policy can amount to a material change in the terms and conditions of employment and ought not to be imposed unilaterally. Moreover, if the particular business enterprise is considering the introduction of a mandatory vaccination policy as a term of employment, there should be collective bargaining between the employer and the workers' representative, which of course is the union. This highlights, through the judge's eye, Deborah Thomas Felix, highly experienced, of international renown, that the aspect of consultation and discussion, negotiation, must be the bedrock of addressing this issue. It is new. It is, as the judge have identified, and we all can agree with this, that this is something that is new to all of us. And it is difficult to find any issue that specifically addresses that matter. There are different opinions on the matter. What will determine the maturity of the country? What will determine the maturity of the engagement of the interested partners is how we sit collectively to address these matters. And it is important, therefore, to have those sort of engagement, to identify the ways and means of seeking to address the protection of lives. We must all be interested in the protection of lives, because without life, there is no livelihood. Although, interestingly enough, I've heard an argument which says that without livelihood, there is no life. A whole different view. That can be discussed at another occasion. Right? It's an interesting discussion. This period has brought us some of the better thought processes that I and a number of us have been exposed to in relation to what one calls industrial relations. And certainly in Grenada's context, we have had a number of employers that have been looking at the mandatory aspect, and we have engaged them. And 99.999% have not gone that route. We have engaged, there were deadlines given. Workers started to become a bit panicky. Workers started to become concerned. And the unions reached out to the employers and engaged in discussion. And then most of 99.99% of engagements that we had resulted in a positive response of collaboratively working together enforcement of the mask, enforcement of the sanitizing, enforcement of the physical distancing as much as is possible, and most importantly, or as importantly as that, the fourth element of encouraging vaccination. The engagement of medical professionals, and we have heard the argument or the concerns that have asked, how long will you engage in education? Now, for us, education is not just getting up to date and just giving information. It requires constant engagement to get that change in behavioral pattern, constant engagement. And if my memory serves me right from yesterday, and the government side can correct me if I'm wrong on this, and I'm open to this, it may have been mentioned that the government is in the process of secured assistance to engage in a more community-oriented engagement in terms of education and engagement to try to get more people taking the vaccine. That's my understanding of what was said yesterday. If I'm wrong on this, and if that is the case, that must be highly commended. On the issue of compensation or taking liability in the event that there is certain levels of adverse reactions. This is not far-fetched. On the site, https://www.who in news, there is something that is called a no-fault, no-fault compensation. On the vaccine injury is very important, is a very important point of discussion. The WHO had this to say. Yes, I went through this. The WHO, on the aspect of no-fault, says here, by providing a no-fault lump sum compensation in full and final settlement of any claims, the COVAX program aims to significantly reduce the need for recourse to the law courts, a potentially lengthy and costly process. That is of February 22nd, 2021. So the WHO, that has provided the vaccines for us, certainly the AstraZeneca, through the COVAX arrangement, has recognized that because this is a new phenomenon, because there will be genuine concerns, and because there'll be a number of things outstanding of the importance of having this no-fault lump sum compensation put aside, and that is up to June 2022. So this is an indication of recognizing the challenges. And from the same WHO, it says no-fault compensation scheme. What is a no-fault compensation scheme vaccine? It provides fair, no-fault lump sum compensation to eligible individuals who suffer certain serious adverse events after receiving a COVID-19 vaccine distributed through the COVAX facility until June 2022. So that's a WHO position in relation to the COVAX. Because there are genuine concerns. I mean, we have all said that the last known, certainly in terms of history, pandemic were over 100 years ago. And one will, I think it is fair to make an assumption that our experience, because we are in the line of fire, because we are in a period when this deadly virus is attacking us, there are genuine concerns. So we do not have the experience of the people who survived this, right, to take comfort from. People are genuinely concerned, so we are calling for the constant engagement, because at the end of the day, one of the responsibility of the state and all of us is to try to minimize the aspect of poverty the aspect of unemployment. And we have had cases where a number of workers became despondent and just stayed away from work, especially where they are not unionized. Especially where they are not unionized. So what that has done, it has even increased the level of unemployment. When, for instance, in some instances, has been demonstrated, the aspect of the other measures can significantly mitigate the challenges that we have. I'm repeating for the benefit of the listening public and for all of us here that we are not opposed to vaccination. We are opposed to mandatory vaccination. But more than that, we are saying that where there are serious challenges, and employers have serious challenges, where there are external factors that may contribute to threat to the existence of a business, engage the workers' representative, engage the workers. We can survive these issues through persuasion, through engagement. We have crossed many hurdles before, and we need to work together. But we cannot work together if there is unilateral decision-making taking place. The state has said that it will not make vaccination mandatory. The state has said that it will not make vaccination mandatory. In preparation for this engagement, understanding the importance of this engagement, as I said, I reached out to our colleagues in Barbados, and a particular example was used. I wanted to find out what is the occupancy rate in Barbados, because we have heard some advance that the tourists will not go to certain locations unless it is fully vaccinated. And so I asked that question of our colleagues in Barbados. And the workers, they are not vaccinated, a number of them are not vaccinated, they work in the sector, they use their masks, etc., they follow the protocols. And for the hotels that have written to the unions, which says that, look, we are making the vaccination mandatory. Hear the power of the Prime Minister. Hear the power of leadership, national leadership. The union simply responded by saying, the position of the government and Prime Minister is that the vaccination is not mandatory. And there was a back off. But there's ongoing discussions. There is ongoing discussions, and these will assist. What this has done is to encourage a further deeper collaboration in terms of what we call tripartite arrangement. And Barbados has been one of the leading, if not the leading, country in the region that has had a very successful tripartite arrangement going. I think it goes back to the 1990s when they were faced with certain challenges. So we are advocating for the non-mandatory aspect of vaccination. All designed to protect lives, to protect livelihood, because we also are fully aware of that if businesses are not able to stay afloat, workers are going to lose jobs. And therefore, if at any time there's any business, I want to repeat, if at any time there's any business that faces any sort of challenges as it relates to vaccination, attempts been made to be imposed externally, let's have an open engagement. We have successfully done so. We have met with some of the leading business places in this country, and we have been able to find collaboration along those lines. We have visited the workplace. I've done something with employers, engaged in meetings, encouraging workers to be vaccinated, right? Recognizing their right not to, but encouraging, and it is not a contradiction. It is not a contradiction. we can say, look, it is your right not to do this, but I want to strongly encourage you to do it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons. So it is not contradictory. It is absolutely not contradictory. And therefore, that, through you, Mr. President, this is our discussion on this matter, all bent on getting all of us to save lives, preserve livelihoods, to reduce potential industrial disputes, and to, especially in this period, as we continue to confront the virus, to have this collaborative approach to addressing national challenges. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable members, the question is that the motion be read a second time. The Honorable Simon Steele.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in response to the member's presentation, I have a number of questions, including questioning the motives of the member. He speaks of trying to bring clarity to this situation, but what I see is obfuscation and clouding it further. I propose, and I will talk through my arguments with it, but I propose an amended resolution based on the member presented or prepared, drafted this motion many, many months ago, and many things have happened since then. The motion before us has many inaccuracies, and I believe greater clarity can be brought to the member's motion, which is reflective of our time and what it is we're trying to achieve, and what we know, what the science tells us, what the medical community tells us we should be doing, and looking at best practice globally in terms of what we need to do. And what we're facing is no different to what others are facing elsewhere. So, Mr. President, I have an amended version, which I don't know if this could be distributed. And this, Mr. President, is the motion that, the amendments that I think are appropriate. Every second page, it should have been stated. That's on 2 pages. So. Mr. President, well, as this has been circulated, I'll just give a little preamble.
Well, could you just wait when let the process be completed? For those who may not be familiar with the procedure, I may just be of some assistance. I'm assuming, Senator Steele, that you are moving or going under Standing Orders number 32, which I would read as follows. When any motion is under consideration in the Senate or in a committee thereof, an amendment may be proposed to the motion if it is relevant thereto. 3, an amendment to a motion may be moved and seconded at any time after the question upon the motion has been proposed by the President or the Chair and before it has been put. So as you know now, the question proposed is that the motion be read a second time, and Senator Steele has the floor.
So, Mr. President, I will start with a little preamble. I will then present the amended motion, and then I will talk through the changes, how it differs from the motion that was moved by Senator Lewis. So, Mr. President, for the last 2 years, I think a word that's been used
Your amendment has not been seconded, and only how you can proceed on the amendment, it must be seconded. So the House must have the benefit, must have the full benefit of the amendment and make a determination as to whether or not it would be seconded. If it isn't seconded, then we go back to the motion as presented by Senator Lewis. If it is seconded, then debate on your amendment takes place. But you can't proceed to debate without, because this is not a government motion. A government motion needs no seconder. This is a private member's motion, which requires a seconder either for the originating proposed motion or for a subsequent amendment to that motion. So that's the rule.
Okay. It was simply to give a context, but I'll go straight into the motion. Whereas we're experiencing a worldwide health pandemic.
One minute, sir. Senator Williams, I was wondering. No, I was just wondering about you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm just a little cold, but I'm fine.
Oh, you feel a little chill?
I was reading something.
Yeah. That's why Eskimos are chubby. Yeah. Senator Steele.
So whereas we're experiencing a worldwide health pandemic, COVID-19, which has and continues to infect and claim the lives of millions of people across the world, including here in Grenada, and whereas this pandemic has caused economic and social fallout unknown to man in recent times, and whereas these fallouts impact all people, especially the most vulnerable, and whereas to save lives and address the economic and social fallout from the pandemic, Grenada instituted a state of emergency. And whereas the state of emergency of Grenada has been following the protocol set out by the World Health Organization, and whereas those measures afforded citizens a level of protection from the pandemic, the emergence of the Delta variant, which is far more infectious and deadly than previous strains, now presents a new and increased threat. And whereas the Ministry of Health has confirmed community spread of the virus, and the infection rates continue to rise significantly, putting at risk the entire population, especially the unvaccinated. And whereas vaccinations are the most important measure to control the spread of the disease and to save lives, and whereas the government will not make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory, but recognizing employers have a right and a duty of care in law to provide a safe working environment for their workers. And within the context of this pandemic, vaccinations are absolutely necessary. And whereas some employers now require that all their employees are fully vaccinated for their own protection, the protection of others, and the protection of their livelihoods, and whereas the national uptake of the vaccination available remains low due to vaccine hesitancy, placing lives at considerable risk and delaying any return to pre-COVID normalcy. And whereas all of us in leadership positions have a collective responsibility to actively participate in the fact and science-based public education process to address vaccine hesitancy within our population, and whereas the government will not make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory, but recognizes the right of that's repeated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population, and be it resolved that the Senate recognizes and fully supports the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. And be it further resolved that the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to meaningfully support the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated.
There's a repetition in the document.
Yeah, there's one paragraph that should be removed.
So, well, you indicate.
So the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth from last paragraph is duplicated. So that is to be removed.
Well, it's more than one recital, isn't it? What I'm seeing here is, I'm seeing a duplication of 2 recitals. On the second page, it's a 2-page document I have been supplied with. Isn't that correct?
Yep.
Right, and on the second page document, there is the appearance of a duplicate of 2 recitals. The one beginning at the very beginning of the second page, and the second recital, which is the same that you would find on the first page.
Correct.
So the suggestion is to eliminate
That's correct.
the first 2 paragraphs and the first 2 recitals on the second page. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Senators are on board? Okay, fine. Senator Steele. Senator Judd, get ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the amended motion read by the Leader of Government Business.
Senator Steele. Again, I draw Senator's attention to 32(3). And I would read again. An amendment of a motion may be moved and seconded at any time after the question upon the motion has been proposed by the President or Chairman and before it has been put by the President or Chairman at the conclusion of debate upon the motion. When every such amendment has been disposed of, the President or Chairman shall either again propose the question upon the motion or shall propose the question upon the motion as amended. So, Senator Steele.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, Mr. President, I believe that the amended motion before us is reflective of where we are now. We have had our first major wave. We've seen the effect that that has had on our population, both in terms of lives and the health. We've seen the impact that that has had on businesses. We are all well aware of the economic impact brought on by the measures required to contain and control the virus during such an outbreak. And this will not be the only major outbreak we face. And specific to the responsibility of government, of employer and employee, and then the role that the labor movement should be playing in this. Senator Lewis spoke of this multidimensional approach of government, unions, and employers, the importance of that joined up thinking, which should have at the front of its agenda the three prongs of government, employer, and employee, which is protecting workers, but also protecting the employer's business. The motion presented by Senator Lewis confuses me. I hear his words, which sort of mirror what I've just said, but they don't. Where clarity needs to be brought, clarity of thought, clarity of leadership, clarity of policy, I read something else in the words that are before us, that obfuscate the issues, that cloud the issues, that bring greater confusion to the issues in an environment, a global environment where there is a lot of disinformation, misinformation, fake news, a lot of fear, a lot of indecision, some of it justified, some of it that requires public education, that requires maybe one-on-one education, whether it's the employer to the employee to employee, in the homes, community, social gatherings in your church, in schools, here in Parliament. But all we do should be with the goal of bringing clarity. And that clarity is outlined by the science. It's outlined by the medical profession. And within that, there are still questions. But those questions, as time has progressed, the vaccine has been available now globally for a year now. There may still be unanswered questions. There may be individuals whose personal circumstances require extra questions to be asked or extra provisions to be made to satisfy their particular circumstances. But in terms of what we need to be doing as a mass population, as a workforce, to protect lives and protect livelihoods, being fully vaccinated is the only way forward. Is the only way forward, together with the wearing of masks and social distancing. But if we are to get back to normalcy, if we are to eradicate this or get the virus to a stage where it is no longer the threat that we face today, being fully vaccinated is the only way period. And as leaders, in our individual capacity, we have a responsibility to lead, to educate, to bring clarity. And what I see before us, what I saw presented earlier by the member on the other side, does not do that. And it betrays the words that he expresses around it. And if the motion as presented by the member on the other side is purported to help, it does not. Which is why I'm presenting an alternative amendment. And that amendment, the paragraph that speaks to, and this clarifies
excuse me, there is no, you said you're presenting an alternative amendment?
Amendments to the motion.
Okay, because I'm just saying
Sorry,
at the moment there's no amendment.
No,
so there's no
my
alternative
amendments
amendment.
to the motion.
Okay.
There are some of the recitals that are the same, unchanged, but the amendments reposition the member's original motion that this side believes is appropriate for where we are and the clarity that needs to be brought. And that clarity, Mr. President, is articulated in the recital. And whereas government will not make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory, but recognizing employers have a right, and that right, Mr. President, has been tested by the legal fraternity, has been established by the legal fraternity, that employers have the right and a duty of care in law to provide a safe working environment for their workers. And within that context, the context of the labor laws, which bind the employer, within the context of this pandemic, vaccinations are absolutely necessary. And what the amendment calls for is for all of us in leadership, that tripartite grouping of government, employer, and employee, with the trade union movement as the glue within that. I want to see in this motion a demonstration of the role and responsibility of our union leaders in bringing this clarity and bringing parties together. So for all of us in leadership positions, having a collective responsibility to actively participate in the fact and science-based public education process to address vaccine hesitancy within our population and within the workplace. So a motion that is brought before us that clouds this issue, complicates it even further, I don't believe, Mr. President, is helpful. And I would have hoped that the motion, I would have hoped that we would not have to make any amendments, that the member on the other side has a full appreciation, is thinking clearly, speaking clearly, and his actions follow that line of clarity. But I'm not seeing it, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, the motion before us, I believe, is reflective of the current health, economic situation we face ourselves in. It articulates the position of government clearly, unambiguously. It outlines the rights and responsibilities of the employer clearly, and sets out a modality that protects workers, that protects their lives, that protects their livelihoods, protects the businesses that they work for. Never has there been a time where the interconnectedness of all of us and our individual, our personal responsibilities and the things that we do and we don't do so impact those around us. Never before. Which is why it's important that as individuals, as workers, as employers, as government, as union leaders, we take those responsibilities seriously. We follow the science, we follow the medical advice, and we do what is right. And it's for those reasons, Mr. President, that I commend these amendments to this House. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm a bit disappointed that my colleague would have brought this resolution forward. Understanding where we are in the pandemic and what is happening, and the nature of the resolution brought. And when I will take my time to go through the various sections in the recital that speaks to what he'd like to see happen in this resolution and what he wants resolved, and take it from that angle as well. But, Mr. President, I believe this issue of mandatory vaccination, which is at the heart of this, what the government side have proposed, we in the private sector are more inclined to go with, because we see that as being less intrusive to what is being proposed by the labor movement. But this is an issue of constitutionality versus contractual law through the labor code, and what happens if an employee doesn't follow certain conditionalities set. And I want to read, if you would allow me, through your leave, Mr. President, and quote Section 106 of the Constitution. It says, "This Constitution is the supreme law of Grenada, and subject to the provisions of this Constitution, if any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution shall prevail, and other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void." It goes on to say that Section 3 of the said Constitution specifically authorizes that a person's liberty may be deprived for the purpose of preventing the spread of infectious or contagious disease. And Section 14 makes provision for curtailing the right to liberty during a period of public emergency. These are just some examples of how a person's rights and freedoms may be legally limited. So I deal with that from the constitutionality point of view, that there is no violation of rights, absolutely none from a constitutional point of view, as my friend in labor would make us believe there may be. So there is none under our Constitution. I go to deal with this.
I have a problem with the volume, so could control just bring the volume up a bit? I've been struggling with it here, and I don't think it's because of where Senator Diali positions himself. I think it is the volume of the system. It's a bit on the low side. You can proceed, Senator.
Right, Mr. President. It says in the same section 3 of the Constitution, it specifically authorizes that a person's liberty may be deprived, and I quote, for the purposes of preventing the spread of infectious disease or contagious disease. And Section 14 makes provision for curtailing those rights. In fact, we know, Mr. President, that existing laws in Grenada authorizes mandatory immunization against certain diseases if certain individuals wish to proceed with certain activities under the Public Health School Children Immunization Act, Cap 264 of the revised laws of Grenada, that no child under the age of 13 years is allowed to be admitted as a pupil in a pre-primary school or a primary school. It is very important. This is very important, Mr. President, because we need to understand the context, the legal context. Further, Mr. President, when the government of Grenada declared the state of emergency and passed into law A452 SRNO 42 of 2021 Emergency Powers, COVID-19, number 5 regulations. Regulations 9, 10, and 11 together obligate employers to ensure only fully vaccinated persons, including its employees, can have access to its facilities, given its status under the said regulations to operate. But I will put that in context. Give me a time. I didn't interrupt. I will put it in context. The context is, for us as employers, is the safety of our environment and what it is required. And I will refer, Mr. President, to your leave again as we go through. It is also settled law in industrial relations practice, and I know my brother is very adept at industrial relations practice, that an employer has an inescapable duty, I repeat, inescapable duty to provide a safe working environment and is obligated, I repeat, and is obligated, right, to take every and all reasonable measures to make the workplace safe. And there is case law. My brother knows this very well. Grenada Breweries and Godwin Griffith in the Court of Appeal Judgment, Civil Appeal number 2 of 2002 and what happened there. There's case law. And in essence, the union won against Grenada Breweries and Godwin Griffith because it was shown that the company knew of an unsafe environment, did not do what they had to do to protect and obfuscate what was happening there, and the certain employee, Mr. Griffith, got injured, and the company was made to pay because we didn't take the necessary precautions to make sure that the environment was safe enough. Company, a stated case. And, you know, I know my colleague brother referred to plenty references and laws and opinions. So I want to go to a few. We speak about his leader of the industrial court in Trinidad and her opinion. But I also have opinions from Professor Rosemary Bell Antoine, who is a distinguished constitutional expert and legal mind, Sir Justice Byron, who was a former president of the CCJ, and a Barbados Leslie F. Haynes, a QC. And in their opinion, Mr. President, the issue of mandatory vaccinations falls along two lines. There is a dimension of public law, and there is a dimension that deals with private sector. And the public law aspect, of course, is where vaccinations is to be made compulsory for all, and some persons are enacted by the state, or where the state as the employer makes the vaccine compulsory for its workers. That is the public side. And of course, the government have said they think it's very necessary, but they do not believe it's mandatory. They won't mandate it. The private sector side, of course, is where employers, universities, and other landlords take action unilaterally to compel employees, customers, etc., to be vaccinated before interacting with the workplace. In this dimension, human rights are inapplicable, and instead, principles of labor law and administrative law are obtained. And I know my brother, and that is why I said originally, there is a contractual side to this. So, Mr. President, let me put it to you in simple language. Let us assume we have a situation in a manufacturing environment, like mine, and an employee in the environment working, there's an employee at a higher elevation, a spanner falls down, hits the employee at the lower elevation in the head and cracks the skull. That's a serious incident for us. Safety, obviously the safety in that environment needs improvement, obviously. So, the employer will then say, you know, effective from date X, it is now mandatory that you have to wear a helmet when you're in this environment, because I need to protect you from objects hitting you on the head and causing severe damage to your skull. I have now varied the contractual obligation that I started with in the first case, because when I employed you, it was not mandatory to wear a helmet. This situation have now caused a change in the environment in terms of the health and safety of the environment. I, as the employer, will be held absolutely liable, and probably could be criminally too, if I don't take the necessary precautions to ensure that the employee is protected. I have now varied the contract. So there are situations and there are circumstances where the original contract of employment can be varied. And there is no argument in court, in my humble view, I'm not a lawyer, where a court will reject that. Why? Because I'm seeking, first of all, the safety of the employee to ensure that they are not seriously injured. And secondly, I will be held liable if I do nothing to ensure that the environment with which I have my employees working is safe enough. It goes further. If a visitor comes to the environment and I don't insist that while they're touring, they don't have on a helmet and they get injured, I could then be held criminally liable if that person dies or is seriously injured. It goes further. So I say that to say that this argument that we put, that the trade union movement wants us to believe that the original contracts cannot be varied, in my view, is a weak one. It can, in certain circumstances, where we have these sort of anomalies. This pandemic is one. This pandemic is about a life and death issue. This pandemic gives us the opportunity to say that we must change our protocols. And I use the word must, and I could use the word shall. Change the protocols to ensure that lives are protected. This is what this is saying. Further, we have a solution. We have a solution. The solution is get vaccinated. If you don't, the possibility of death is real. The possibility of death is real. Where do I sit as an employer? I am faced with that issue of saying that if you are not vaccinated, you not only pose a risk to me, you pose a risk to yourself. And that risk can be death. So what am I to do? Here am I given a protocol saying stay 6 feet away, wear your mask, and do all of that. But get vaccinated, because I know if you get vaccinated, the possibility of death is very, very low. We have empirical evidence in the world now at this stage to say that. And we could say that at a certain level of certainty. The fact that you could come and say to me that you have a medical issue of taking vaccinations is a plausible argument. None of us, Mr. President, knows our, what's the word? None of us know what will happen to us if we have certain reactions to certain drugs. I could go on an operating table and take the anesthetic and die right there because I'm allergic to the drugs and the anesthesia. I would have never known that I have certain allergy, but then when it happens, who am I to blame? Can't blame nobody, right? But I say that to say that there is nothing that is perfect in the drugs and the medication. I may take a vaccine with this particular chemical makeup, and I may be allergic to something, and that is why I say a medical reason for some allergy of something is a plausible reason to see if you are allowed not to proceed with the vaccination. So there's no argument there. Unfortunately, I don't believe the religious one holds that same argument, because there will be no end to the religious.
Well, you never know.
Right. But I want to go back to my friend and his resolution. And just to say, in an opinion that was issued, that was done by Sir Dennis Byron and Professor Rosemary Bell in Antoine, it says, Mr. President, with your leave, if I may read some of the things. It says, on the legal framework for compulsory vaccination, there is legitimacy in law to consider making the determination in favor of mandatory vaccination. There are social and industrial relations implications. Compulsion might be legally correct, but not necessarily desirable or necessary, right? And that is something that we have worked with. But then again, I always say, and I've publicly stated, that frontline workers, our police, customs, immigration, doctors, nurses, right? Our students now in secondary school, 12 to 16, I don't see how we can get away from mandatory vaccination for that grouping. Absolutely not. They are too important for the functioning of the state to not have these groupings be mandated to be vaccinated. And I know some of our countries in the region have done it. And there may be fallout consequences, St. Vincent right across there, and Antigua. But I think the bigger issue is the relevance and importance of these subgrouping of employees and what must be done. I cannot have my police force, 60%, let's say, taken out with COVID, and probably some percentage of that dies. That will be a sad thing. How do I manage the security of the country? Similarly for the doctors and the nurses. It is an issue. Our students, we won't go back through that, we know the fallout to the students with this blended learning. But two key principles that we need to pay attention to when we're talking about legality of compulsory vaccination, that is a reasonableness test and a proportionality test. Reasonableness from the point of view, is it a reasonable request to make and to say that it has to be mandated, understanding the current environment within which this pandemic is operating? And what are the fallouts? We have empirical evidence of the millions of people who have died, and in a higher proportion of the unvaccinated, not the vaccinated. That is fact. There is no disputing that. Absolutely no disputing that. So, Mr. President,
Senator Dialli, senators, unfortunately, I must take a 5-minute recess. Senator Dialli, hold your thoughts together. You're quite capable of doing that without having your coherence disturbed. So I will now take that. Had you been not on your feet, I would not have seek an adjournment. Honorable members, the House now stands adjourned for approximately 5 minutes.
Order! Order, the President.
Pray be seated. Honorable members, the session now resumes. Senator Diali, I hope I didn't derail you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Even though I may be ill, hopefully I can catch back up. So, Mr. President, I was talking about the principles of reasonableness and proportionality, and I spoke to reasonableness. And in relation to the legal aspect of the argument, when the law courts have to decide, those are the two principles, one of the two principles they use to adjudicate. And of course, proportionality refers to, in the current environment within which we operate with this particular virus, is there some mechanism or is there some solution that can be adequately or proportionally applied so that the society and the lives of people in our countries can be protected? In this case, the answer is yes. We do have a vaccine, and the courts will normally follow the science. They won't go in conspiracy theories and all of that drama. They will look at the science and what the science says, what the empirical data says, what the established institutions like the WHO, the FDA, and so on, will have to say on the science and what happens there. And, Mr. President, it is important for me to say this for the public that I want to put out there, because we in the private sector understand that we have to do certain things to protect our employees and our environment and the public at large. And we're happy to do it. We have started. The hotel sector have done it. Some private institutions have done it in terms of mandating vaccinations for their employees and visitors coming on the compound. We now have restaurants and entertainment institutions in our country that mandate that for you to dine and enjoy a certain environment in a relaxed form, you have to produce a vaccine certificate or a vaccine card. So there is a move to this. But it is important because it is promoted. And it is said, and my colleague went there, about rights and violation of rights and how that can happen if you mandate. And I want to show you all, Mr. President, read something about rights and the Constitution and so on. It says here, there is no doubt that mandatory vaccination involves the abrogation or limiting of some rights, or at least a sifting of the rights. Three principles are relevant in assessing this question. No right is absolute, and neither law nor rights exist in a vacuum. Compulsory vaccination then becomes a question of balancing those identified rights against proposed limitations. There are two individual rights conflicting. Both anti-vaxxers and others have the right to personal liberty, etc. The rights of the individual who asserts that his or her rights are being violated must also be balanced against the individual rights of others who are pro-vaccination. Example, someone who does not wish to come to work due to danger or harm by the unvaccinated, who can also speak to our own individual rights being compromised. And that is what my friend in the labor movement have not done the deep dive in. If I have in my workplace 20 workers, and I have 5 vaccinated and 15 unvaccinated, the 5 who are vaccinated have a right to demand and to insist that they are not threatened by the unvaccinated. That is a right. And the implications of that for us in business and how we manage that becomes a challenge. Mr. President, just the other day we had a situation with HIV. And we talk a lot about the discrimination that occurred around HIV. And in the workplace, if we had a positive HIV patient, it was a drama. It was a serious issue to deal with. No matter what education we said to the employees, we did seminars, we did doctors coming in to talk to them and saying, you know, HIV is not contagious. A person could shake your hand and nothing happened. We're still in touch with them. We're staying 10 foot apart. We didn't want to sit down and have lunch with them on the same table. That is real situations for us in the workplace. The labor movement mustn't be there when we have in those situations. And the psychological impact, we have to deal with it. We have to manage that situation. It's a similar situation with this COVID virus. And we have to be cognizant of those situations, the individual rights of people conflicting. Vaccination involves not just individual rights to dignity, to privacy, to personal liberty, religion, etc., but also collective rights, particularly economic, social, and cultural rights. Example, rights of the public to health and safety and even life. All of these must be balanced. All of these must be balanced. So, when I hear my friend from Labour talk about no worker should suffer any loss of benefits, pay, etc., for not taking a vaccine. Mr. President, you know, I was confused too, because I would have thought that Labour would have been the first to jump up and say, let us ensure everybody in the workplace is vaccinated. Why? When I protect jobs, I protect my business. When I protect the business, I protect the labor movement. In environments where we are unionized, the more of the workers of the union who are able to come out and work and not be challenged, it's better for the union movement. Me as well, as a worker, because I get my work done, but they have a healthy workforce. A healthy workforce is a positive thing for the labor movement. It's not a negative thing. So I would expect, and that's why I said originally I was disappointed in how this was put forward, that the labor movement, yes, my brother says he supports vaccination. He did say that. But he doesn't say that he insists that we must be vaccinated. He gives up the word insist. He doesn't want to go there because I suspect being ahead of the labor movement, you have to play some politics with your base. I'll leave that there. But in the motion, he also says we must consider adequate health insurance for all workers in the face of the new challenges brought on by COVID. I fully support that. As a matter of fact, I don't support it because of COVID, I support it generally. All of us as employers who could afford to put on health insurance for our workers must do so. But it's also an issue of affordability and what we offer. Because if, as you know, Mr. President, we offer vision, dental, basic, and major medical, all across the spectrum, it is not the cheapest form of insurance, but it is the best. because it gives a holistic protection of the employee. Most of us have contributory health insurance arrangements, which is also good. Some of us have even contributory insurances where the percentages is in favor of the employee. In other words, they pay 30%, the employer pays 70%. That is how most of us work. Benefit to the employee. But we still have employees who will be offered, who are married or living in common law relationships or whatever, have a child, and you offer them individual +1, and they're telling you they can't pay $20 more for the +1. And then the child gets sick and they're in trouble. We still have that. I could do the education, but my friends in the labor movement does not support that. And they would ensure that the employees are fully protected. Am I correct, my brother? You know what I'm saying? But I'm not correct.
No, speak to me, Senator.
Sorry,
address the,
Mr. President, I apologize.
Address the president.
Right.
Yeah.
So we support that. But we ain't supporting it because of COVID. We support it because it is the correct thing to do, to have every employee be insured and protected medically as they move forward. The one on the vaccine bans, we dealt with that. When you say workers who are not vaccinated ought to be tested periodically and be required and expected to function in accordance with strict enforcement of the protocols, at whose cost is the testing going to be done? At whose cost? Now, I can tell you, Mr. President, that as we roll forward into 2022, you will see more companies demanding of the unvaccinated staff PCR tests probably every 2 weeks, every month, at their cost. Not at ours. And we probably may get pushback from the union movement and the labor movement. But if we are to seriously consider the safety of our environment and our workers and what can happen, I can see that coming forward in short order. Mr. President, there is I cannot stand here and say that we cannot support ongoing education. And I know my good doctoral friend would smile when I say that. And I support that. We have to continue to educate. We have to continue to engage, whether it's one-on-one or in sections or portions, whatever the case is. But you know, Mr. President, and what we have to deal with in education, this is my experience with my staff. You have situations where the average worker with a phone is bombarded with more misinformation than proper information. I have brought in doctors, I have brought in experts, I have done one-on-ones, we have done webinars, we have done all type of things. We have given literature, we have asked for one-on-one consultations, we have psychological sessions with the staff to deal with some fears and issues and so on, mental issues, whatever it is. And yet still, with all of that, you will have experts. We brought in Dr. Oles from the SGU. He's an expert in that area to talk to staff. And yet still, you will have staff saying they're not comfortable. That's fine. That's fine. What is your discomfort? You can't say. And that is where the frustration comes for us, who are trying to get people over the line. If you could tell me what the discomfort is, then I could work on the discomfort. And I can see how we can get you to proceed, barring medical issues. And we are happy to do that in the private sector, and we are happy to continue along those lines. But there must come a point, Mr. President, where we cannot continue to do that forever. There must be coming a point and an end. And those of us in the private sector who are engaged, is costly to us as well. It costs us in time. Money and time go hand in hand, and there is a constant risk that we have to be dealing with in the back of the operation that exists that we have to deal with. Added risk. We have all the other risks to deal with the environment, the economics, and so on and so forth. But here comes a health risk that we don't have to deal with added. Now, it's not like the diseases that we have, like diabetes and alcoholism and so on and so forth, those exist as a risk, but those over the years can be managed to a point where it doesn't necessarily lead to death immediately. But with this virus, you can get to a point where, in short order, if you suffer from comorbidities, you can die. And if our health system is inundated with cases, makes it worse. As we see now, I was just reading to my colleagues a while ago, the new figures in Trinidad, I just got it there while Mr. President, 32 deaths, 706 cases, 14,583 active cases. And of course, we knew Omicron was recently identified. I say this to say that you are not beyond this environment with this pandemic and this virus.
And just let me say, the latest coming out of the UK is that the Omicron is doubling every 48 hours, to the extent where the Boris Johnson government in the parliament yesterday evening, many of the backbenchers, there's actually now a split in the Conservative government. And Boris Johnson has broken yet his commitment of not going back to serious restrictions, because they're now reintroducing serious restrictions in order to deal with the Omicron variant. So I just thought I would just interject that as a factual part of the matrix. I make no opinion statement on it, but I'm just pointing that out to you because
and
it has
President,
implications for a small country like Grenada,
that is sobering.
whose source market for tourism product, one of our significant source markets,
right,
is the UK.
That is sobering news from that consequence of what can happen to tourism. So, Mr. President, I'm going to wrap up, and I think I've said a lot. You know, vaccination is a personal choice. It is. All of us made the choice after we would have done our own individual researches and so on, and based on our health standard and level at the time. So it is a personal choice. It will continue to remain a personal choice. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, with that personal choice comes consequences of the decision that you have made. And in everything in life we do, when we make a decision, there are consequences, whether positive or negative. And we have to understand that that is the same thing with this issue of vaccination with COVID. However, Mr. President, I believe there is room where that personal choice has to be put to the side based on the greater good. And that is why I support mandatory vaccination in particular labor groups and in particular sectors of our economy. It is too important for us not to consider it based on those subgroupings. So it is very important for us to consider that. And I know we could stand here and argue every day about the legal aspect, the rights aspect, the constitutionality aspect. But when we look at all what is coming out from the legal side, the legal construct, versus what we have now, we are even more sure, if it's the right word, on the private sector side, that we are heading in the right direction when we say to workers and we say to employees that we are insisting that this is the way to go. We could be taken to court, that is fine. Let us go to court and test if we have to. But we, on our side, for where we sit as employees, as employers, are going to make sure that we have to take an overall view of the safety of not only our workers and ourselves, our families, and by extension, the public in our country. And we have a duty and an obligation as employers to ensure that we enforce that. And we could be held liable otherwise. But from just a moralistic point of view, I think it is the right way and the right thing to do. So I go back to the amended version put forward by the leader of government business. And I think the wording here is more appropriate. The Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health drive to vaccinate the entire population. Government won't go and say mandates, and I understand the politics. You have an election just now. So I will say it for you. I don't have no problem. I always say in the Senate, I'm playing no politics. Now, the Senate recognizes and fully supports the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage, and we'll continue to do that for as long as we can. Now, the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to minimally support the efforts made by employers. And I know my brother says he fully supports vaccination. I know he is vaccinated, and probably the rest of his office. But they need to come out more forceful. They need to say to the union members, you guys and ladies need to do this. This is not about whether our company are insured and this and that. Guys, your livelihood is going to be dependent on your status in terms of vaccination or unvaccinated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Diali. Senator Williams.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give my support to the proposed amendment to the motion. Mr. President, I would like to commend my fellow Senator Diali for so eloquently outlining the legal arguments in relation to mandatory vaccination and hopefully add to what he has already outlined. Mr. President, this government recognizes the right to personal choice, and I believe that is one of the major considerations for not imposing a general mandatory vaccination scheme. However, Mr. President, I want it to be clear to the Grenadian people that mandatory vaccination is allowed in law. There is nothing in law precluding the government of Grenada from imposing mandatory vaccinations. And Senator Diali has already outlined that by pointing out that in the Constitution, there are exceptions to our general rights, our rights to liberty, freedom of movement. The Constitution specifically outlines specific circumstances where restrictions can be placed on those rights, and one of those circumstances is in the event of a public health emergency. So the right of government to impose mandatory vaccinations is there and clear in the Constitution. That is beyond argument. So, Mr. President, I think that public figures should be careful not to mislead the Grenadian public by inferring that their human rights or their rights are somewhat being violated by the proposition of mandatory vaccinations by the state. That is a bygone conclusion. The state can impose mandatory vaccinations. It's just that this government thus far has decided not to impose it, but is instead encouraging our people to become vaccinated. Mr. President, I would like to move on to the private sector aspect of this, because there are some major misconceptions that are being promulgated here in relation to the rights of employers and what they are permitted to do within the law. Mr. President, the argument is that absence of mandatory vaccination laws precludes unilateral action by employers. Mr. President, that is manifestly false. It is a simplistic view of the law and lawmaking. Where there is absence of legislation, that doesn't mean that something is prohibited. It simply means that it is unregulated. The law cannot regulate every single aspect of human life. So just because there is no law mandating vaccination does not mean that the private sector is prohibited from imposing mandatory vaccinations for the health and safety of their employees. Mr. President, there are already many accepted, unchallenged requirements of employers, despite there not being any legislation to regulate them. For example, many workplaces, universities, have wide latitude to impose various requirements for hiring, admission. Many employees are required to take medicals, despite there being no law to govern the issue. You have to take your medical. You have to get a police report. Is there a law mandating that? No, but that private institution can impose that. And we have examples of this in the Caribbean. For example, students in the Faculty of Medical Sciences in UWI, all of whom intern at hospitals, are required to show evidence of immunization against hepatitis B, varicella, and tuberculosis before acceptance into the program. So this already exists within private institutions, Mr. President. One thing Senator Diali pointed it. We talk about the employer's right in common law, the duty in common law to provide a safe working environment and to secure the health and safety of their employers. But there is also a corresponding duty on the part of the employees to ensure the safety of their co-workers, Mr. President. And we forget about that. We forget about the vaccinated employees who are at risk, at a greater risk of getting infected by their fellow unvaccinated workers. What about their rights, Mr. President? So, Mr. President, the employer is tasked with doing a risk assessment. There is no legislation mandating one thing or the other. But the employer has to look at the circumstances and assess the risk. Now, for months we have been advocating wearing masks, social distancing, sanitizing your hands and all of that. How much of that has been effective in stopping the recent wave that we had? Despite advocating all of these measures, I'm sure when you're walking around Grenada, I'm not even talking about inside the workplaces, just walking on the streets, walking in your neighborhoods, you hardly see people wearing masks. You see people talking face to face with each other. People are not adhering to the protocols as much as we would like them to. And as a result of that, we have what we had recently, a COVID wave, a rapid increase in the infection rates. So, are we going to fully depend on persons adhering to the protocols? Or are we going to advocate a measure that statistics are showing is even more effective in protecting lives and livelihoods, and that is vaccination, Mr. President. So employers have to weigh that risk and decide whether it's in the best interest of their employees in their space of work to insist that their employees are vaccinated. And if they decide that that is so, they are within the law, they are well within the law, and they have the right to do so. So, Mr. President, I'm not advocating for one thing or the other. I'm just informing the public of what the law is and what it allows. Mr. President, a counter-argument has emerged that mandatory vaccination by employers will breach the terms and conditions of employment of existing workers. I think that's exactly what we heard from Honorable Member Lewis. Let me just repeat that. Mandatory vaccination by employers will breach the terms and conditions of employment of existing workers. And as the Honorable Member mentioned, this came from certain public statements made by the President of the Industrial Court of Trinidad and Tobago. That was so. But, Mr. President, those statements, those comments were made in an interview. In an interview, Mr. President. It was not made during the adjudication of a matter, of a case. Therefore, these statements are what we refer to as obiter, meaning they have no bearing in the law. Yes, in fact, that same person, the President of the Court, went on to say that vaccination in principle was legitimate and it was acceptable for future employees. And that must mean that she agrees in principle that it is lawful, Mr. President. So we have to be careful when we're making these statements that we do not mislead the public, right? The official was not making a pronouncement in law. She was simply just providing some statements in an interview, okay? So requiring COVID-19 vaccination to protect employees is not an unlawful unilateral change in the terms and conditions of employment. Mr. President, in a contract you have express terms, they are written, they are there, they are expressed, and then you have implied terms. You have statute-based terms also. The protection of the health of your employees, the maintenance of a safe environment of work. Honorable Member, I wish you will be here for the rest of this. This is specifically for you, but okay. Okay. I'll continue. Yes. As I was saying, Mr. President, there are express terms and there are implied terms in a contract of employment. And the protection of
you wanted Senator Lewis to
I
be
wanted
here?
him to be here, Mr. President.
Well, we can take a brief adjournment. I think that...
Only if you think that is necessary.
Well, we can. I mean, I don't think he'll be away for... I mean, we can take a 5-minute... You see, this is such an important discussion. This discussion for the country is as important as the budget. You know, and it's a point of not only a debate between ourselves, but there's a tremendous amount of information that the public would have access to, because I can tell you there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of misinformation, and I think that the exchanges would help to clarify. So without being formal, I will allow you to sit for a few minutes and wait the return of Senator Lewis,
okay,
who I assume at some point is going to come back on the floor, and it may be good for him to hear the fullness of what is being said. So I will indulge you, and we'll take a informal, it will be an informal adjournment. I wouldn't adjourn formally, but we can stay proceedings in the meantime and give him a few minutes to be back.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
That's my inclined position.
Yes.
So we can do that.
I'm sure
In the
Honorable
meantime,
Member
I
Lewis
guess
will
you can
appreciate that.
quietly converse. Just keep it within order.
Okay, guided, Mr. President.
So,
Thank you.
yeah. Sergeant at Arms, could you? Okay. So, Senator Williams?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. We're a considerate house. Okay. Mr. President, I will endeavor to resume. Right. Mr. President, as I was saying, requiring the COVID-19 vaccine to protect employees and the public's health is not an unlawful unilateral change in the terms and conditions of employment. So that's where I left off. And I was explaining that in contracts, employment contracts, right, there are terms which are expressed, meaning they're there in writing, you can read them. There are statute-based terms that are read into the contract, and there are implied terms that cannot be derogated from. And the protection of the health and safety of the employees and providing a safe environment of work is one such implied term that cannot be derogated from. So whether it's written into the contract or your collective bargaining agreement is of no moment. That is a term that is built into an employment contract. So therefore, if an employer decides to impose certain measures to protect his or her employees, that employer is not imposing a unilateral term. That employer is carrying out their built-in obligations in the contract of employment. So I want that to be clear, right? But let us say it is not a built-in term in our contract. Let's just, for example, even if we accept that this is not a new term, right? There are exceptional circumstances which permit an employer to make essential modifications to the terms of employment to protect the sustainability of the enterprise itself. Mr. President, wouldn't we say changing health and safety conditions that impact the workplace in a pandemic is one such circumstance? So one, it is not a unilateral change of the terms of the contract. But even if it were, it could be considered as one such measure that is required because of a substantial change in circumstances. And a pandemic would be a substantial change in circumstances. So on every front, honorable member, on every front, an employer is protected, right? An employer is permitted or empowered to impose vaccinations if they find it necessary to protect their place of work. So this is really a choice, as I said before, that is based on a risk assessment, based on an assessment, as Senator Diali pointed out, of the reasonableness, and proportionality of the action. Mr. President, it's interesting to note that CARFA has now changed its requirement for herd immunity from 80% to 90%. 90%. Where are we now in vaccination, in our vaccination rate? We're not even at 50%. Less than 40. So, Mr. President, it will be irresponsible of us to be planting seeds of doubt in the minds of the Grenadian people with regards to vaccination at this point. We are not even close to herd immunity. If there is another outbreak of a more harmful variant, because these variants are now, we have Omicron, we had Delta, who knows what we'll have tomorrow, and who knows how deadly it will be, right? We are not at a point where we can relax. So it is irresponsible of us to be planting seeds of doubt with regards to vaccination. What we should be doing is encouraging our people to get vaccinated, because all of us here, Mr. President, are vaccinated. The honorable member is vaccinated. We won't do something to ourselves that we would not recommend for others. If it's good for us, why wouldn't we recommend it for others? Right? If we find it good enough for ourselves, why would we try to discourage other people from doing it? Yeah? I mean, the honorable member mentioned the COVAX no-fault compensation scheme, which is a fund to possibly compensate anyone that should suffer from any ill effects, adverse effects of the vaccine. And I'm wondering why? Why at this moment, where we're less than 50% in our vaccination rate, and there's so much vaccine hesitancy, and there are so many conspiracy theories out there, that we would want to impress in the minds of our people that there is a chance of something adverse happening to them if they take that vaccine. Why in this House, when the member putting forward that is vaccinated himself, Mr. President? Mr. President, I know that I myself, I've had experiences trying to convince persons to take the vaccine, and I've recognized in some situations there is just nothing you can say or do. You can show them all the facts, all of the statistics, but there is still this reluctance and hesitancy to take the vaccine. But, Mr. President, we must not, we must continue to persist in our efforts to educate people. We must not let that deter us. We must try to get as much people as we can to be vaccinated. But when we're telling them that they may suffer adverse effects, or their employers do not have the right to get them vaccinated, we are enabling them. We are encouraging them to be doubtful. And that is harmful, and it is intellectually dishonest, Mr. President, because we should want the best for everyone. So, Mr. President, I would like to close here. I will just like to summarize what I've said. Firstly, there is nothing in the law prohibiting the government from instituting mandatory vaccinations. It's protected and provided for under the Constitution of Grenada. That is clear. Number two, Mr. President, if an employer decides to institute mandatory vaccination for their workplace, that is not a unilateral change of the terms of the contract of employment. And that employer is empowered to do so under their common law rights to ensure a safe working environment in their place of work. And lastly, Mr. President, I would like to encourage persons to get vaccinated. I am fully vaccinated. I did it because I believe it was the best thing for me, it was the best thing for my family, it was the best thing for the people around me, and I believe that I was being a responsible citizen by doing so. And there was nothing in the science that convinced me otherwise. That is why I did it. And therefore, I would like to encourage other persons to do it. We need at least 90% a vaccination to become immune, to have herd immunity. And we have a lot more people to vaccinate. So please, please get vaccinated. And with that, Mr. President, I support the amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Just to say that we ought to bear in mind that we have lost 200 of our citizens, and we are at the very first phase of our wave. Every country in the world has been hit by more than one wave. So it is reasonable to expect that Grenada will, at some point, get its second wave. And just to be reminded, as I said before, that we've lost 200 of our citizens. The vast majority, I think, is 97 or how much percent, were unvaccinated. And for the very few who were vaccinated, I think 2 of those were over 90 years of age, and 1 had severe comorbidities. I just thought I would put that information out there. And this is a matter that is very personal to me, because I have suffered a loss in my family to this disease. I just thought I would just put that there for whatever it's worth. Yes. Senator Roderick.
Yes, good day, Mr.
St.
President.
Clair, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to add my 2 pence to this discussion.
It's more like a pound.
Okay, well, it depends.
Anyway, the floor is yours.
On the currency value at the time. Yes, I listened to the discussion. I wouldn't go into the technical parts, but I looking at what is before us in terms of the motion originally submitted and presented by Senator Lewis, and of course the amended motion as proposed. And so a few thoughts going through my mind regarding these 2 proposals. Well, I say 2 proposals, well, the proposed and the previous one. And I want to start from the second page, looking at the issue of the government will not make COVID-19 vaccination mandatory. And sometimes I say they're confused, and I say, why am I confused? It stops short of saying whether it's for the nation or government as an employer, whether that is understood within that statement. So that for me needs some clarity. Is that mandatory? Is that government will not make COVID-19 vaccination mandatory for the country? Or is it as an employer, responsible employer, it will not make it mandatory for its employees, such that should there, well, COVID-19 is posing a risk to all of us, then I see the employees within the, being employed by the government would be duly exposed to some risk, as Senator Diali mentioned earlier, of this instrument knocking one head. That, to me, is exposing the employee. So I'm not clear on that particular recital, you call it, in the resolution.
And your reference is to the amendment?
Yes, to the amendment, yes. I'm trying to make up my mind, so I'm looking at what is, whether or not, where should I be. And then it went further to speak of support the Ministry of Health, which is a government institution, an arm of government, part of the government department, drive for vaccination of the entire population, which is entire here to me interprets of not minusing anyone, entire, whole. So I'm trying to see the contradiction, if there is not, I'm not too sure, between these two clauses of government saying one thing, the ministry saying something else. I'm not saying, I try to understand. That didn't come out clear in the discussion, right? I'm not saying that the education and all of those things is not important. We know all of this from where I sit. I've been saying formally that we need to educate and provide the various information regarding that, right? So I'm clear on that, but I'm trying to get clarity, not only for myself. Remember, as we all say, there are persons listening on the outside and may not even have heard those details of what the different reciters would have said, so we have to be careful. So I am asking a question, Senator, through the President. Then,
Senator, if I could be a little helpful here to you.
Yes.
I'm just going back to the actual resolution, which is the first point in the resolution here that you've made reference to. And it reads, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population. That statement here, the earlier question you raised had to do with the mandatory nature of the issue. But this resolution here, the first resolve, has nothing to do with mandates. It just has to do with vaccinating. In other words, the Ministry of Health don't go around holding down people and vaccinate them. They only vaccinate people who present themselves for the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just thought I would...
No, yeah, well, that is good, yes.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that,
Yeah,
And,
so I'm saying it's not in the same context of the recital which you referred to.
Yeah, I'm very clear, Because I went there because of the next statement speaks that the next statement speaks of the Senate that be it resolved that the Senate recognizes and fully support the efforts made by employers to promote. I hear a lot of discussion speaking about vaccination and mandatory, and you have to take it, and it's important. But I'm looking at what the statement says, to promote, educate, and encourage. And I'm not hearing the conversation as to what are some of the methods that can be used. Of course, Senator Diali spoke of having doctors and other ways of communicating. That is in his environment. So whilst, yes, we have national education, information sharing, what is that strategy at the employer level? I would like to hear some approaches, so maybe some incentives in terms of what that can be done. Okay. So that is the other part that came to my mind. And of course, the issue of the trade union movement supporting employers to promote and educate, I also fully endorse that everyone have to work together in this drive. It's not only the trade union, it's the Conference of Churches, ourselves in our farming community, which we've been doing. Of course, there is the statistics saying that the rural community, we know that, which our farmers and fishers belong to, is a low uptake. And this is why the issue of the education strategy, what may work maybe within a corporate structure, may not work in those environments. And so as the proposed amendment, I didn't hear those things coming through to debunk, if you want to say so. The original motion by Senator Lee. So these are just my thoughts. I would like to get some clarification on in the whole discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I stand to fully support the amended motion before us at this moment. Mr. President, I think we have heard strong contribution in terms of the business side and why the recommendations from this motion is supported. We have heard from our learned colleague, Senator Williams, who so surgically presented this unrefutable point on the legal side. But I will take a more traditional approach, Mr. President, and I'll use the words of my good friend, Senator Joseph. Mr. President, this is about common sense. Let's keep it simple. Yeah, this is about common sense. This is a common sense approach. Mr. President, you rightly reminded us that 200 of our Grenadian brothers and sisters died here in Grenada. But we fail to mention those that we lost in the diaspora. And in the words of the member representing Labour, we are all doing everything possible to maintain life and livelihoods. That is the word. Those were the words. We are all doing everything possible. But the question is, are we? Are we? And I think the call made by my dear colleague Senator, that the union need to be, the Labour need to be definitive in their standards to where they are. They need to be definitive. And the reason for that being, mention was made of Barbados. Mr. President, Barbados is seeing on average 94 new cases every day. Mr. President, we cannot in no way test ourselves out of this pandemic. We cannot sanitize our hand out of this pandemic, and we know we cannot mask ourselves out of this pandemic. It's just not happening. It's common sense. It's not happening. It's not happening. Mr. President, you know what is really strange is that on a different day, a different circumstance, we would have a call for workers to strike, for a mold on the wall, a leak on the roof, asbestos. We would have had a carry-on call. We would have seen demonstration. But we have something that we can't even see, that we know is taking person's life, and we did dilly-dallying. I just can't get it. I just can't get it. That is what I cannot get. So that is why I come right back. This is simple, common sense. This is what it's about. And to go to Senator St. Clair point, we have not made vaccination mandatory. And I'll explain. I'll help clarify, and I know everybody listening. Yes. And I'll use some examples. The United States government didn't make vaccination mandatory for you to enter the US. All they're saying, if you want to come here as a non-citizen, you must present a vaccination card. No, they didn't make it mandatory. They never put out something saying, all we're saying, if you want to dine and sit together with me who is vaccinated, all right, all we are saying is that you have to present a vaccination card. If you do not want to do that, then you choose not to dine. That is all. If you do not want to do that, then you choose not to visit the United States. That is all they're saying. That is all they're saying. That is all that is being said. The Ministry of Health, we go out every weekend, every day. We have centers open, welcoming persons to come and get vaccinated. The RGPF is not going out and saying, hey, show me your card. If you don't have it, get to the health center. That is not happening. That is not happening. Everything is voluntary. But there are certain prescriptions for certain places. When we come to this honorable house, we are required to dress a certain way. If you don't want to dress that way, you stay outside. That's all. That is all. You can't expect to come inside with a short pants and a vest and say you're coming to Parliament. You got to stay outside. So it is within that context that we are saying, as government, you have to be responsible. At the same time, not forcing, but also you have to respect those who choose and who have a right for their lives to be protected. And I ask this question. Why did the member get vaccinated? I mean, I would really love to know why. And I would love for him to tell the nation and all his constituents, why did he choose to get vaccinated? I think that is a pivotal question. And that's speak to certain leadership. Tell us why. And why, I don't know if all you're employed in the true sense of the word, and you have staff. I don't know if anybody in their right mind knowing that an employee is deliberately putting their lives at risk and then coming to your workplace to put your life at risk, and you tell me that you have a problem with that? I don't know. I mean, this is just so simple. It is simple. So I beg this, but I understand what is being attempted. I understand what is being attempted. But, Mr. President, this goes beyond, and I think my dear colleague, Senator Williams, explained that this goes beyond just this. We have a moral responsibility. Yeah. And you are saying that I must put aside money as an employer, an insurance, because somebody refused to look after themselves, and that should be my responsibility. While there are measures in place for them to protect themselves, and they refuse. I don't know. I don't know. I spend a lot of days really trying to wrap my head around this thing. Really and truly. And I want some of us who are advocating differently. Put yourself in an employer. Just imagine you owning a business. You own a business, and you're telling me that the employer is coming Then you have a breakout, an infection in your business. You beat the same business that you're saying that you should allow the person to come and work. But the same business has to still close. You still have to close when you have a breakout. Everybody have to go home. 1 or 2 employees may die. I don't understand. As I said, we cannot dialogue our way out of this pandemic. We cannot sanitize our way out of this pandemic. We have to be vaccinated. We have to be. And the whole issue about it, I don't understand persons who protected themselves. They're already protected. They went and they get their booster. They're making sure that everything is right with them. But then yet for all, they're coming out and they're creating doubt. That is not, it is not fair. It is not fair to the person who is relying on you for guidance and for some sense of direction. It is not fair. It's not fair to the person who does not have all the information. For you to be protecting yourself quietly and then spewing some kind of, it's just not right. It's not right. I mean, this is about our fellow colleagues. Each and every one of us have to do whatever we can to ensure that we save people's lives. That is all. This thing is not, I don't know. I don't know. Mr. President, I am lost. I am really lost. Confuffled, in other words. I don't know. I mean, I could understand that somebody has some legitimate concerns and require some special handholding or we treat with those differently. But I can't understand, for the love of God, what is so difficult about this. I mean, people, our friends, you understand? Oh, people who we know for years, we saw them fall to this. I mean, I had a friend from London, she called me, she said she can't even go to see her mom on the bed. I don't know. I don't know if it has to happen to one of us, a close relative, before it really hits home. I don't know. I really don't know. I think as colleagues, as a nation, we need to take a different approach. If we really care and love our citizens, I think this needs to stop. This needs to stop. And Mr. President, I'm getting really emotional about this because this is not a game. This is not a game. This is people's life. This is people's life. And we, as government, we have done almost everything possible to provide the best option for Grenadians, Caracoans, and Petit-Martiniquans to survive this. We have purchased equipment. We have purchased thousands of masks, sanitizer, thousands of vaccine, different type. They say one vaccine, we get a second. They say third, we get a third. And we will get a fourth if we have to. We are going to do everything possible to provide all the avenues, all options for our citizens to protect. This is what it's about. We have not in any way done anything differently. We have seen what forcing people to take in vaccination is taking place around the Caribbean. We have seen it. And so we have not done this, we have not mandated. We have not mandated, so this is not a mandate. There is no mandate. Where is the mandate? There is no mandate. All we are saying, if you want to go and dine, you can come and infect me. That is what we say. So, that is simple. There is nothing difficult about that. And, you know, Mr. President, some of the persons who are speaking, you know, the only time they went and took the vaccine is when they realized they can't even board a plane to go to the United States. Yeah, sadly. Yeah, a large number of persons. It's only when we realize that we are impacted directly, that is when sometimes we act. And I'm saying that it ought not to be so. We have provided every facility for citizens to access, to protect themselves, and for us to get out of this pandemic. I am saying, again, we cannot dialogue our way out of this. We cannot. We need to get vaccinated. And do it now. We need to get vaccinated. We need to get vaccinated. I'm sure each and every one of us who are vaccinated, we ensure that our parents got vaccinated right away. That's all. We ensure that our kids get vaccinated. Why? Why? Mr. President, I don't know. I don't know what to do again, honestly. I am doing my best to encourage everybody as much as possible to protect themselves, protect their family. However, we do not believe in, and we have not given any general mandate for vaccination. We have not done it. We continue to have our clinics open for persons to walk in and get vaccinated, and also tested. But just to close, if testing was the solution, was the answer, then maybe some of the persons who are advocating otherwise, they probably shouldn't get vaccinated. They should just continue to test. I rest my case, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Yes, any? Okay.
Go ahead, Senator.
Deputy President, in the chair.
Senator, you wanted to go?
All right. Thank you.
Look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Well, Mr. Deputy President, I think this motion has been, a lot have been said on this motion, particularly as relates to getting individuals vaccinated. So I will be very brief. Mr. Deputy President, I want to make it very clear that I support the amended motion proposed by the Leader of Government Business. My dear friend, through you, Mr. President, the Honorable Member, in his presentation, that is the Honorable Member for Labour, made the statement, we almost be interested, I believe that was the word, in protecting lives. And from reading the motion that he presented in this Honorable House, I beg to ask, are you genuinely interested in protecting lives? Because this virus is a very serious virus. We see what happened. We saw what happened during the period of August to September. 200 lives, young people. Some of them lost their mother, their father. Some of them lost their friends. I lost friends. And when you look at the statistics, Mr. Deputy President, the statistics was clear, very, very clear. 200 people lost their lives. 95% was unvaccinated individuals. 95%. And so, Mr. Deputy President, I can conclude that vaccination is indeed effective, and it works. And people will tell you, some of them who contracted the virus and was vaccinated, they'll tell you it was like a mild cold. And some would say if they weren't vaccinated, the situation would have been far worse. And I said it's highlighted in the statistics. So I'm asking my dear brother, are you genuinely interested in protecting lives? You are vaccinated. Why are you vaccinated? You are vaccinated, I assume, I would want to presume, to protect yourself, to protect your family. And why is it that you're proposing a motion, in my view, that is confusing and discouraging others not to get vaccinated? Mr. Deputy President, in his motion, he said, and whereas with the impact of social and other media pushing conspiracy and other theories against taking the vaccine, many people are genuinely confused and could only be enlightened through active and organized public education campaign. Mr. President, he, as far as I see, contributed as well in making people confused with this motion. Confuse the general public with this motion. Not being interested in wanting to get vaccinated. And I have another question to ask the honorable member. What is he doing to encourage people to get vaccinated? What are you doing? Are you part of this public education campaign? Are you telling people, go get vaccinated? I mean, you've said it in your speech in a very low tone. And now you're proposing a motion that doesn't seem to help, contradicting what you would have said in your early budget presentation. I'm talking about budget presentation, Mr. President, not to debate on it, because it already closed off. But the individual in his presentation spoke so much about what he wants for his workers, for his constituents, and what we should give up. He spoke about marching in the rain, in the sun, want to be the warrior, proposing to be that great warrior, sacrificial lamb for the workers. But I want to tell the honorable member, the best way at this point in time for your workers to get more is to encourage them to get vaccinated. It is very well aware, Mr. Deputy President, that in order for economy, in order for things to return to normal, vaccination is the way. Vaccination is the way. And you have to play your part. You have to play your part. When you're talking about collaboration, collaboration was used throughout your presentation. Let's talk to each other. Let's talk. Let's talk to each other. Let's talk about how you can play your role. Let's talk about your position in the conversation. Let's talk about how are you going to improve the vaccination rate. Let's talk. Now let's talk about asking for more benefits. And you know that benefits hinge on increased business activity. And you know that business activity would only continue if people are vaccinated. So when you're contradicting yourself like this, I question how genuine you are when you talk about collaboration and working together. This can't be a one-way street, Mr. Deputy President. It can't. So, in our amended motion, we said, and whereas in all of us in leadership position have a collective responsibility to actively participate in the fact and science-based public education process that address vaccine hesitancy within our population. We hold leadership positions, and we have a role to play. And let's play that role. because a lot of people are hurting. You talk about you want more information as it relates to the poverty as it relates in our country. You talk about to alleviate poverty. How genuine are you on that? Because if we want to do this, there is one way. This pandemic is taking lives like crazy. And what is, Mr. President said something, the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. The possibility of more variants, the possibility of more mutations, that is much more deadlier. This is what we could face. And it is said that the longer we are taking to get vaccinated, the longer this virus will be with us. For the longer it gets it mutates, and you have a situation of, you have a super virus. And we don't want that. So my honorable brother, my dear friend, through you, Mr. Deputy President, let's collaborate. Let's work together. Let's talk to each other. Play your role. Play your role. Champion the rights for the workers. Champion for them. Be their voice. Yes. But lead. Lead. Tell them what you do. Yes, you did. You got vaccinated. Tell them, I got vaccinated because I think it's the best thing. I got vaccinated because I believe in the science. I believe that's why you did it. I got vaccinated because I want to protect my family. I want this country to get back to normal. That's why I got vaccinated. Tell them. This is what you have to do. Tell them. Don't just come here and say that no employer should make vaccination a condition of employment for existing workers. Don't just come here and say that no worker should suffer any loss of benefits for not taking the vaccine, when you very well know that the vaccine is important for all of us. So, Mr. Deputy President, I said I won't want to be very long, but this is a passionate conversation. Because, Mr. Deputy President, a lot of people outside there are hurting. They're hurting. And they're hurting, Mr. Deputy President, because when they're hearing things like that coming out from your mouth, you make them even become more hesitant. Because they say, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know who to turn to anymore. And when you know the right thing, that's the thing in it. Not like you don't know. You very well know the right thing. And when you're saying differently is what makes it's unfair to those people. And so, Mr. Deputy President, I want to encourage people to get vaccinated. I want to encourage our young people to get vaccinated, because we understand that a large portion of our youth are not vaccinated. And therefore, it is important that we collaborate, all sectors, the churches, the trade unions, the opposition is an important element of that. The opposition need to speak as well, Mr. Deputy President. They need to speak. We need to hear you. You love people. We all love people. And I know your heart is genuine and pure. But tell them the right thing. Don't just because the government is pushing and said, well, the government is encouraging people to vaccinate, so because you're the opposition, you oppose that too. It shouldn't be so. It should not be so. Right? I'm very sure if you were sitting on this side, you'd have been encouraging people to get vaccinated. But because you're the opposition, we are opposing encouragement of vaccination. This must not be that way. And so, let's work together as well. Let's collaborate. Let's talk. According to my dear friend in the farmers, let's collaborate. Let's talk about getting the young people out and getting them vaccinated. Yeah? So, Mr. Deputy President, I want to give my full support to the amended motion. We must get our vaccination numbers up. We must protect our population. We must protect our seniors. We must protect our youth. We must protect everyone in our society. And the way to do that, Mr. Deputy President, is by encouraging them to get vaccinated. I believe, Mr. Deputy President, that the government approach is the right approach. I fundamentally believe in that. It's a choice. It's a choice. But you having a choice doesn't say that I cannot tell you what is the best thing to do. And we believe vaccination is that road. And so, Mr. President, again, I give my full support to this amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Senator, Dr. Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I wasn't planning on speaking, but challenge accepted. Because this has been a recurring theme for this sitting, accusing us on this side of not doing certain things and not doing this and not doing that, and saying it in such a manner that it makes the public believe that this is actually the case, when you really have no evidence that we are not encouraging, that we are not talking. We don't need to come here necessarily to engage with people. We don't need to come here necessarily to state that we are vaccinated. We have different forums that we interact with. We have different strategies that we use to encourage vaccination. We have different strategies that we use to educate. When I came here and I started speaking about education, the very education that the honorable member is putting in here today, what did he say? Promotion, education, and encouragement. This has been my recurring theme every time vaccination comes up. And you, honorable members on the other side, know that. You know that. I came here and I made a statement, and I was told that I am making a political statement. When I spoke to the issue of the minister and who is presenting themselves in the press conferences and how this is going to impact on people, I was accused of making a political statement when I was speaking to the public health impact of what these recurring press conferences with certain people could have, the impact it could have. You're right, I'm a public health specialist. And that is why public health behaves differently. And some members are showing that you still do not understand public health. You talk public health, but you do not understand public health. Because if you did understand public health, then having a lottery to encourage people to get vaccinated would not have been one of the strategies used. It was counterproductive. And if you follow the numbers that happened, you would have realized there was very little change in the numbers. Observe the trend when the numbers started to increase and look for the correlation. Challenge accepted, my friend. Challenge accepted. When we talk public health, and I get licks. I come here and I get licks. You're making a political statement, and you're making a political statement, and you're making a political statement.
Senator, I don't want to disturb you, but you're talking to the motion, right?
Yes, I'm speaking to the motion.
Good.
I am speaking to the motion. But you see, Mr. Deputy President, we came here, and I'm agreeing with Senator Lewis's motion. We came here and we turned the motion, Mr. Deputy President. We turned the motion. There are some resolutions in the motion that I did not hear being spoken about. I heard the entire thing about vaccination, mandatory versus what is not mandated and what is mandated. And the resolution that we're supposed to be speaking to says one, and I'm going to be short. I'm going to be short. Because I really do want to go home tonight and, rest. Long drive. One, that no employer should make vaccination a condition of employment for existing workers. I agree with that. Two, that no worker should suffer any loss of benefits, pay, etc., for not taking the vaccine. And here is why I agree with the first two resolutions, these parts. Mr. Deputy President, if we are honest with ourselves, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to say just for saying it, not because I'm pressured to say it. Everybody knows I'm vaccinated. By virtue of where I work, everybody knows I'm vaccinated. Everybody knows I am vaccinated. By virtue of where I work and the stipulations there, everybody knows I'm vaccinated because I'm still employed. I'm still employed. But if we are honest with ourselves, Mr. Deputy President, and I don't want to get into this rango-tango about vaccinated, unvaccinated, because this is a never-ending debate. We could go on for months and months, and new evidence will come up, and this person will say, and that person will say, and, evidence on both sides, and then we have funded research, and who is funding will drive what is being released, and all of those things happen in public health, right? All of those things happen. But if we're honest with ourselves, we have been working before we had all of this. And I understand that the Delta variant would have exacerbated a situation. But we have proven that employees can be productive and even be even more productive, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Even more productive. We may have different situations, but I have seen. So we have to contextualize the thing. We cannot throw a blanket and say it's a one-size-fits-all. Because I know for a fact of people being very, very productive even while they were home, contributing. They were not unproductive. Working didn't come to a standstill. Everything happened as per before. So my concern, Mr. Deputy President, is why are we, making this resolution? Because we have an opportunity to talk to vaccination versus unvaccinated, the vaccinated, unvaccinated. And again, this is, I can tell you from a public health standpoint, this is going to go on and on and on. And every time a new variant comes out, then we have another spate of debates, and we hear another set of research, and we hear different people say what. But let's speak to the resolution that is before us. I have no problems with the third one either, because part of public health is ethics. And this is part of the hesitancy that we are seeing. It goes back to the Tuskegee experiment that took place years ago, where there is an issue of trust. And we have not spoken clearly to that, where there is an issue of trust as it relates to vaccines. And vaccines in certain populations. And that's a fact, Mr. Deputy President. And that is why I said from the beginning, before we jumped into all of these efforts that backfired in some cases, Some of these efforts that were not driven by public health, Mr. Deputy President. They were not driven by public health. And that is why I kept saying public health has its own set of rules. And I know I'm going to get licks for, oh, you said this and that. Fine. But this is a public health emergency. And yes, there is some spot, some space where public health intermingles with medical care. They are not the same thing. And so different strategies should have been taken. And coercion is never a good way to go, because as soon as you put pressure on humans, they put up a barrier. And we all know it. Tell the child, don't do that. Tell the child, don't go there. And you will see how often the child goes there, as opposed to explaining to the child why he shouldn't go there. And that's where the education, the first step in public health is preventive. And we had a window, you know, Mr. Deputy President. We had a window, and I explained it to a colleague of mine. Imagine you're living in a house. There is a sandstorm going on outside, but you're in your house, and everything is closed, so you're inside, you're protected. But you know at some point, you will have to open the door, and you will have to open the window. And once you do that, what happens? In a sandstorm, everything will come inside. Am I making sense? Everything will come inside. And so we had to manage the fear. We had to manage the fear. Yes? Because we know when we open, a lot of sand will come in, and we will see a spike. And that spike will create some fear. And we had a window, we had a perfect window. We had a perfect window. But again, I was accused of being political instead of speaking public health. And that was what I was doing, speaking public health. So coercion is never a good way to go. Never. Coercion in no shape, form, or size. And coercion represents anything, Mr. Deputy President. And let me give you an example. And I'm taking it even from a research standpoint, because there are those of us who are trained in my department, who I taught, and they know what they're supposed to do. They know what is supposed to happen. If there is a man outside, and I want to do some research with him, he's homeless. Even if I give him shelter, that could be looked at as coercion, because that is going to influence the decision that he makes. And so, during the pandemic, I think I made this point already, there is this urgency to act. And there is this question as to when should I act and when should I not act. And so it becomes a really difficult, balancing situation. So I have no problems with agreeing with Clause 3 that speaks to workers being coerced to take the vaccine. I have no problems with that. Neither do I have any challenges with...
The President in the chair.
Neither do I have any challenges with employers considering securing adequate health insurance for all workers. I have no problems with that. I see no mischief in that. That is something that could be worked out, whether the employee contributes or how much the employer contributes and who contributes. I have no problems with that, because in fact we have national health insurance coming on board on stream just now, and basically it's the same thing. Yeah? We would have to contribute, the government may have to contribute, and then we deal with the different situation and we have a basket of services that will be offered. I have no problems with that. And the fifth one, I think that one is already a given, so I don't know why the members on the other side will have an issue with that, because there should be at least 2 brands of vaccines to allow for choices, and I spoke to that already. The more choices people have, the higher the chances they will get vaccinated.
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to set in a point of order. We have an amended motion before us.
What is the point of order?
Relevancy, 37.1. There is a motion, amended motion before us, and the member is debating the old motion. So I'd like her to get herself in order there.
Is comparing the amended motion
No,
to
Mr. President, you were not there. She started out on the old motion, and she continued to speak. I allowed her for a long while, and I just think it's time now.
Okay, I was not aware.
Yeah, thanks.
I was not aware. I thought she was comparing, okay. Senator, be guided accordingly. The motion before us is the amended motion. I thought you were just doing a comparison between the two, but I'm told differently.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You see, excuse me, once we get rid of this amendment, if the amendment fails, we go back to the original motion. Yes? So we have to take the amendment before, because there's an amendment that has been seconded. So if you refer to your standing orders, you would see we have to dispense with the amendments first. Because there's an amendment. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I do not support the amended motion.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, fine, yeah. Just be reminded there's no amended motion. There are amendments to the motion. So there's no amended motion yet. There are amendments to it that are being discussed. Just let's be clear on the status. So as we stand at the moment, the original motion is still alive. It is just hibernated to allow the amendments proposed to it. Yes. So there's no amended motion yet. There are amendments to the motion.
And I do not support the amendments as suggested by the government's side. Mr. President, quite frankly, I see the merit in what Senator Lewis has presented. What the leader of government's business has presented is not contradicting necessarily what is presented here. I see the clauses that I read, for example. It is suggesting that this Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population, and the debate went into mandatory vaccination. Senator Lewis's motion does not speak to mandatory vaccination. does not speak to mandatory vaccination. It speaks to different elements of different situations where vaccination can be required. So, Mr. President, I do not support this. I support the resolution as presented by Senator Lewis.
Okay. Senator Phillip, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to give support to the amended motion that is on the floor. Mr. President, I know, but I find there is a lot of confusion here today. And I say that because my colleague on the other side, I congratulate her. I feel proud of her for being a public health professional and to the highest level. But I think sometimes we conflict what we are and our emotions and on other things. I mean, I want to put it in there. The reason I say that is that I would think as a public health professional, you should be the one taking the charge to educate and to show example of people. And what I'm saying is that, what I'm saying here, Mr. President, is that you're saying you're a public health professional and you know what's supposed to be taking place and you had make suggestions and give opinions, or not opinions, but you're giving things that they should have used and they didn't use it, and you're passionate and I like that. But then you come back and you support a motion that Senator Lewis had put there. He said you support a motion that the employer shouldn't, right? You said shouldn't charge the employees. The employers should have mandatory vaccination. But at the same time, you stand up and say that you're working in a place that did that. And you ask, so I want to find out why are you doing that? So why are you condemning one thing and you're taking it to be there? Is it because of your job?
Sir, could you just take a, yes, Senator Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm standing on a point of clarity where I'm asking the honorable member if he could kindly clarify.
All right, one minute, because if you're standing on a point of clarification, then the rules says I must get his permission as to whether or not he's giving way so that you can do that. Are you giving way for her to put, because it's not a point of order, it's a point of clarification. So are you prepared? We can't have two, at no time at all can two senators stand.
Yes and no.
So Senator Phillip, I'm asking you, are you giving way to allow, well, I'm not finished. Are you giving way to allow the Honorable Dr. Sincere to seek or give the clarification that she contemplates?
No, Mr. President. I'd like to
well, continue. Yeah.
So, in conclusion, that, Mr. President, I would just like to, as I said, I wonder if your action is just showing that you're encouraging them with the action which you have agreed is okay. So to me, I think I'm confused, and I think you are too.
No, please, Senator, please, you've got to address the chair at all times. This is not the... This is not a debate between persons, so you must address the chair. There's a way in which you refer to members. So the members is not a he or she. It's honorable
Okay, sorry,
member.
sorry. My apologies.
Understood. Yes.
Mr. President, I would like to continue with my contribution.
Sure.
Right. I would like to just ask the Honorable House, through you, Mr. President, one question. Are we all here leaders? I should think I could answer that myself. I think we are leaders. And I think, Mr. President, that leaders, as leaders, individuals look up to us to lead. They look up to us to help them understand what they cannot comprehend. They look up to us, Mr. President, also to make decisions to keep them safe, to maintain their livelihood, and we can talk about or mention more which they want us to do for them. But Mr. President, the main reason they choose us is because they choose us to serve. And in doing so, by means of service to them. So our job here is to serve our constituents and the people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. This motion here today and what we are talking about today, Mr. President, should not be in any way political in doing so, but it should be about simply saving lives and livelihood of our people of this country. Mr. President, I think I mentioned that before, but I'd like to say it because I had already said before that humans learn by repetition, but reminding yourself, it keeps you strong. And because of my alcoholism and which I come up from, I started off by reminding myself every day that I wouldn't take a drink today. So by that, it keeps me on the edge. It keeps me focused. And so for saying that, there is one thing that I learned in my 12 step, the last one, 12 step, anonymity. And it means that, it tells me, Mr. President, that I'll go outside there and try to convince people to stop drinking alcohol, tell them not to drink alcohol. But rather, by my way of example of how I live my life, they should take it as an example and come and ask me how to get out of it, and so that I can support them. Mr. President, I say that to say that we are here to encourage others. I believe in choice of people. But at the same time, I think we are all educated enough to know that it depends on the information that individuals get, it will make the choice on. And in so, we should be encouraged to assist in the clarity of those information so that they can make the right choices. Mr. President, if someone is drowning, the question asks, what will you do? Will you stand looking at that person and trying to teach them to swim? Or will you reach a hand out and help them come out of the water? And that's my question here. The situation that we are in today is not about trying to help everybody understand what is going on. But I think it's more so as to help them, and meaning that try to make them understand. Mr. President, I'm a proud volunteer of vaccination. Despite the risk, people advise me, don't go out there. I got vaccinated. Yes, if you get vaccinated, Mr. President, the evidence said that you could still get the COVID. But I had prepared to take that risk, to go out there and to try to encourage others to take the vaccination, because I know from the evidence that's shown, that is the only way out. So I am ready to solve. If I want to solve, I have to solve my people in the fullest, so I go out there and volunteer. And more so, I'd encourage most of the older citizens or senior citizens to do so. A lot of them, the confusion was they don't show if to take the vaccination because simple things like they have sugar, they have hypertension, and whatever it is. When this was put to me, I'm not an expert, I'm not a doctor, but what I did the best thing I could do as a citizen. I get the doctor to come to speak to them, because I'm not an expert. And in so doing, I was able to convince a number of them to take the vaccination. And I'm happy to do so, Mr. President. You know why? Because I respect the elderly. Because they had made the sacrifice in their life for me to enjoy what I'm enjoying today. So I want them to live longer. So, Mr. President, I would stand here today and I would say to individuals, because I know the nation, the world is watching, I would say that the only way we need to get out of that, we need to be vaccinated. I'm not saying mandatory vaccination, but I'm saying to individuals that the only choice out is to vaccinate him. So, Mr. President, I think this is an understanding. I don't have to go more into the science, into the business of it. The former colleague, other colleagues and senators have explained that even better than me. The lawyers, the businessman, his standing situation, we talk about rights and who writes, and we know everybody has rights. But at the same time, we understand that the Constitution also gives the right for these things to happen. The experts talked about it. And so, Mr. President, in so doing, I'm happy to give my take on it as a personal person and a citizen of this country, and as someone that is serving. And so, therefore, I want to say, proudly, I support the amendments to this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I just want to give a few points, make a few points in support to the amendment to the motion that was presented this evening. And frankly, I fully understand, I think, the role of the senator responsible for labor and probably the dilemma he is in. Because, as you say, you have a constituent to support and to defend. And the role of the labor movement is primarily to champion the rights of those who do not have a voice, and you stand up for them. So I understand that. But when you said to us in the debate that you are fully vaccinated, I know it was your choice to do this, and then I question why. Because, you know, vaccination has been presented is the way of protecting oneself from the ravages of COVID. And based on our numbers here, we have had 200 deaths. And 95% of those who've died were not vaccinated. So it means, therefore, that vaccination plays a very important role in keeping people alive. So let's look at the motion that is before us. And primarily what we are saying, as a government, understanding the value of vaccination, we want people to remain healthy and to remain strong. But there are a few concerns. Of course there are concerns. And people, based on what they have heard and what they have read, they came up with their own theories. And without a solid scientific basis for the decision, like one man told me recently, I'm watching still. Watching what? I'm waiting still. But what we do know, everyone have rights. And it was clearly articulated by Senator Diali and Senator Williams earlier, that your right, as you say, not to take the vaccine will impede upon my right who have taken the vaccine and want to remain healthy. So there must be a balancing act by the employer. And he has his right to ensure that he keeps his establishment a safe place. And as Senator Cox rightly said, we have seen the move of the labor movement to shut down business places because there was this concern of equality and so forth. We have a pandemic that is more raging and have caused deaths more than any of these equality concerns we've had. And while I would think the labor movement should be on the side with the government and employers and saying, employees, we have to be serious about this thing and we have to protect ourselves. But rather than doing this, you're creating confusing information. For one, public health official said, I am vaccinated because of where I'm employed. But you're supporting a motion that is saying there shouldn't be mandatory vaccination. That's confusion. You have to settle yourself, settle your position. And as it is right now, you cannot eat your cake and have it. This is deception to the highest level. You're employed in an establishment that say part of the condition of employment is mandatory vaccination. And you chose to take it because you want the employment. But now you come and you support a motion and you're telling people they should not be vaccinated if they don't want to. So you're against mandatory vaccination. I don't understand. Somebody try to help me here. How you could be, you accept vaccination because your establishment, your employer said it's mandatory, and you take it. And now you're telling the people, object to mandatory vaccination. That is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy to the highest level. As a matter of fact, it is morally corrupt for one to be in that position and to be proudly stating it. But again, we understand. But there is something, Mr. President, that while going through one of the opinions that have been produced out there, and this one comes from Justice Byron, and it said the need for a risk assessment. And the first point he highlighted is how great is the risks for the society if we do nothing and do not vaccinate. And we have seen the risks as being tremendous. Between August, the second week in August to September, we have seen an exponential rise in the cases and deaths due to COVID in this country. 2 weeks of what people call was great celebration and enjoyment, and after that, it was mayhem, confusion, moaning and crying. I too experienced it because I had a close person who would have passed. The point here is the risks to the society of people not being vaccinated is very great. But there is something else that we have to look at. And Senator Dialli spoke to it, and Senator Williams as well. What is reasonable? And we have to be mindful of this. When we look at the cases of people coming down with the COVID-19, well, Delta was terrible. Omicron right now seems to be, as England would have said, in every 24, 48 hours, the cases double. What we are seeing right now before us is a case that is frightening. But, Mr. President, what can protect our people is the vaccination. And as I've said in the last sitting, I mean, you have your choice, but let's look at it. Let's look at it. You have your choice, and if you choose not to, you go with the consequences. Like the states say, well, you can't talk, you don't have a moral voice to talk because you took the vaccination, and because your company mandated it. But, Mr. President, this Grenada says, as a visitor, if you want to come into the country, you must be fully vaccinated. That's what we're saying. We didn't tell you you have to be, this is mandatory for you to be vaccinated. We just say if you have to come into Grenada, you must be fully vaccinated. So you could decide to go in a country that doesn't mandate that. Don't come. Just the same, you're employed in an establishment that say to be on my compound, you must be fully vaccinated. You have a choice. It's either you get fully vaccinated or you leave the job. But you can't take the job, stay in the job, and then stay inside there and tell people, don't take the vaccine, they can mandate it to you. I mean, we must have a moral conscience. And that is what is dead in this place. It's dead. We must, Mr. President, a moral conscience. And that's what I'm asking for in this nation. A moral conscience when it comes to the vaccination. If you purporting that people shouldn't take it, give them an alternative that can protect them from becoming ill and dying from COVID. But if you can't do that, awake that moral conscience in you and to say to people, yes, you have a choice, but the best way at this point to protect yourselves, your families, your friends, your co-workers is to get vaccinated. Nothing else. But people choose to give double talk. Mr. President, COVID has cost this country quite a lot, you know. We have spent over $6 million in response to COVID. For 2021, what we have budgeted was $1.5 million. And the response is over $6 million, over $3 million for this period. So the point here is, Mr. President, it is costing the country huge resources. And when we have to ask the question, where are these resources coming from to keep your country going? To keep the services that the Ministry of Health is supposed to provide for your people, where it is coming from? And if our consciences are alive, we will say to our employees, we will say to our friends, to protect this country from falling further behind, we have to do the right thing. We have to protect ourselves. And the vaccine is what is there to protect us. But if you choose not to, you're continuing the slide. You're a part of the breakdown. And when we talk about, again, we go into quite a lot of public health. And as I've said yesterday, public health is providing information to people or the community of the dangers or the possibility of becoming ill and how you can prevent them from becoming ill. And to tell me, knowing that the vaccine could prevent you from becoming ill, you would not give support to it and ask all people to take it? As you said, the employer having that right? We are moral consciences. I want to end with that. We have to do something to awake our moral consciences in this country, to help people to recognize that we have a responsibility to help and save lives. The bishop of my church, a medical doctor practicing in the United States, and he came down in the height of the few weeks when our numbers went way in the sky, and he came to give support. And yes, I know the church, and I'm speaking to the church now because we had varying views, and people was adamant that this is probably the mark of the beast and we shouldn't take it and so forth. And he said, I have been around and I know. And he went, besides coming to Grenada, he went elsewhere to give support in this whole fight. And when some of our ministers decided no, and he was to be very frank and said, listen, the vaccine is not the mark of the beast. The vaccine have a very critical role in protecting our people from becoming ill and dying from COVID. And we need to encourage our people to take it. And I'm speaking to my fellow ministers within the church. We have to settle down with this. We have this thing staring us in the face. And I remember very early in the day I told, speaking with my counsel, the most embarrassing thing for us is when there was just the first pastor that I know that died. And during the time when lockdown and so on, outside of Grenada, in the United States, it happened. And he said, I will not close the church, and I would not give in to COVID. Maybe you had to take me out in a box. And what was embarrassing to me, just about a week later, his daughter had to announce to the world that he passed and he contracted COVID. And it was embarrassing in the sense that we are to promote the good news. And I'm saying if you're not sure on something, don't speak about it. And if God didn't tell you this, don't say it. At this point, as religious leaders, we all have a responsibility to speak to our congregant and say to them, there is a danger out there staring us in the face, COVID-19. Yes, it's your choice, but you come to me for counseling and I will tell you, take the vaccine to protect yourself, your family, and your loved ones. And if we want to come back into church and to enjoy the old days as we've been doing, we have to make sure that more of our people get vaccinated. There are too many examples of our people dying, and ministers of the church and ministers of religion dying from COVID, for us to stand up and be hard-headed and think it is something else. COVID is real, and the experiences that we have seen, they are real, and people are dying and they're losing loved ones because this disease is real, and this virus is real. And as leaders, we have to drop off the weights and be real with our churches and our people and tell them as it is. and as leaders in here, let us stop the games and let us be real and speak to our constituents, let's speak to our people. Let us say it as it is. This is real, Mr. President. COVID-19 is real. And 200 of our people who have died is 200 too many. I don't know about you, but when I lost my neighbor, it hurt me big time because I tried my best in the last to get vaccinated and so forth. But it's painful. And if it didn't reach the place where it touched you and it hurt you and caused you to cry, I want to awake your moral consciences today. And to my fellow senators on the other side who don't support what we promote in here, this is a painful experience. And you will have to, one day, face the consequences of the bad vibes that we may have given to people that caused them not to be vaccinated. Mr. President, I have to stop here. It's just getting too painful. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Garvey. Senator Joseph, I think you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Originally, I had no intention of speaking on that matter. But I think there are a few issues here I just have to speak on, and I'll be very brief. Mr. President, you know, sometimes when we have a long day, a siesta steps in, and discussion goes on, and sometimes we don't really catch some of it, we miss some of it. And I think this happened here this evening. Exactly. Now, Mr. President, I have before me the motion as presented by Senator Andre Lewis. Now, in my honest opinion, the motion is very straightforward. The motion is very straightforward. And I want to pay attention to number 7 on that motion. Now, the motion is asking, and my senator here, Senator Sincere, she related to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to specifically relate to,
Mr. President,
to 7. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. President, I want to go back to the same 37.1, the relevancy rule. We have an amendment to the motion on the floor. He should not be debating the original amendment, original motion, and that's what he's doing. He's going to number 7 on the motion.
He said he had 2 motions before him, and that's a fact. There's an originating motion, and there's an amended motion. Yes? And, well, I'm waiting to see where he's going.
Said where he was going. So rather than us taking the time to go there and have to do it later, just ask him to focus.
I don't know.
No, Mr.
I
President,
can't presume.
No, Mr. President, what I'm saying, he could do the comparison later. But the motion on the floor right now is the amendment.
Yes.
And that's what he has to focus on. He's not going there.
No, well, he's just started. He's just started his contribution. I can't predict. But, I mean, I guess he was minded because this matter came up before. Right, that the motion on the table is the amended motion. But the rules are not so strict that you can't make a reference to the originating motion because there is an umbilical connection between the two. One arises from the other. So, I don't think he's, let me put it to you this way.
I was hoping to be
One second.
Yeah, Mr.
He
President,
may be headed. One second. Yeah, could you take a seat, Senator Joseph? He may be headed towards a breach of the rules. He hasn't yet arrived. No, I can't.
Mr. President,
Senator.
he said where he was going. He said going to 7. Sister Sensia did 1, 2, and 3.
Yes,
So he's going there.
But Senator Garvey, I could say, look, I'm going to St. Andrew tonight. And I leave here through the Governor General's residence, down Motley Hill, and when I reach to by the junction with the roundabout by the call, I could say, look, I ain't going Grenville again, I gone back. So as I said to you, yes. So Senator, as my ruling is that you're not yet in breach. I gave you an example of what I thought it was, right? That you are headed there, but I'm not sure that you have arrived.
Mr. President.
So you have the floor.
I'm just drinking some water. You know, Mr. President, when I started, I said some people have siestas. And I really believe that I'm convinced now that this is the case. Now, Mr. President.
Are you speaking for yourself?
Mr. President.
I'm only being joking. No, continue. Take this as a light moment. I'm not.
Can I go on?
Sure. No, you have the floor.
Right, so, Mr. President, I was saying that I have in front of me number 7. I also have here what is recommended by the government side. I have both of them. Now, I want to, you see, the public is listening, Mr. President. And so many things were said. I think the people out there are even more confused than before we started. We have a responsibility to create clarity to the audience outside there. This is our responsibility. But I'm sure, as I said, people are much more confused. Probably some folks have already turned off the television and just forget us. Now, if we look at this thing from a methodological point of view, item after item, paragraph after paragraph, this will make it much easier for us to unfold it and for us to deliver what we intend to deliver. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to read number 7. Number 7 says that the state ought to put measures in place to support a proactive education campaign throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique to highlight, and this is powerful now, the pros and the cons of taking the vaccine. Now, what is wrong with that? Let me tell you what is wrong with that. What is wrong, Mr. President, is that what the government did in the past did not work. This is what is wrong. This is why we had 200 deaths, and this is why we have less than 40,000 people vaccinated. It did not work. So, Mr. President, this motion is saying that the government ought to put things in place, meaning that things were not properly put in place. It was not properly put in place. That's why we had that result. So,
There's another.
here now, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. President, I try to stop it from, we're going to spend a long time here. 37(1) rule, relevancy, and he's debating the original motion. And that's what I was trying to avoid. And went to the point to even saying what the government didn't do that caused us to lose 200 people. That is false. That is false. So I want him to do the correct thing and guide him, Mr. President. Please.
Well, I've dealt with that matter before. You have the floor, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. President, this number 7 is very broad, and it encompasses a number of elements within the society. This number 7 also encompasses the trade unions, because it's broad. Look at what it says, that the state ought to put measures in place to support a proactive education campaign throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique to highlight the pros and cons for everybody. For everybody. This year is saying that the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to do certain things.
I am saying this, what is said here, is there. It is there. Maybe we need better glasses, but it's there. So the issue of vaccinating and not vaccinating and this and that, all we are saying here is education is the key. And once we follow the proper process of educating the nation, then the results will be different. The numbers will start to hike, hopefully. And education is key. You know? So, Mr. President, this is all I wanted to say on this thing. That's all I wanted to say. This year does not make much of a difference with this.
Senators, order, order.
So I am standing here, Mr. President, to support the motion as presented by Senator Lewis. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator. No, that's the amended motion. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
Senator Lewis, please. Senator Lewis?
Yes.
Yeah, you had to be a little bit more attentive on the draw because, anyway, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to point out that we are all seeking to get an increased participation or involvement in vaccination from the population. That's the bottom line, if I was to put this in a nutshell. Even looking at the amendments before us, yes? To the best of my knowledge, if I'm wrong, I can be corrected right here. The government has stated that it will not make vaccination mandatory, although I hold a different view, because the contribution, Mr. President, made by the private sector representative, so eloquently done. I guess he may give credit at some stage in the future as to what he may have been looking at, the source document. Yes? Reference, it is grounded in SRO 42. That has been put out by the state to give employers, a calling on employers to make vaccination mandatory. We can't have it two ways. A call has been made on us to take leadership. The state has a responsibility to lead. We are prepared as the labor movement to lead the country if you turn it over to us. And then we will make decisions in advance. And we are prepared to do that, Mr. President. The state cannot abdicate its responsibility and hide behind the private sector and then blame other lawyers when they use the law that the government has passed. Let us go down that road, Mr. President. Let us go down that road. I've been asked a number of questions on the other side. Through you, Mr. President. To the best of my knowledge, on one hand, the government is saying that it is not making vaccination mandatory. So let us all agree on that because that is what the labor movement wants. The Employers Federation, to the best of my knowledge, put out a document either earlier this year which stated that they are opposed to mandatory vaccination. And as far as I know, the employers have not changed that position. So the tripartite arrangement, I'm saying to the best of my knowledge, I have not seen any change position. Yes? I have not seen it, so I maintain what I have seen. The government, the employers, and the labor movement are saying that vaccination is important. Vaccination is a tool in fighting the virus. But we do not believe in the mandatory vaccination because it is also counterproductive. Antigua, as we speak, Antigua has now reverted to opening up the public sector to vaccinated and non-vaccinated people are coming back to work. Not only this, they have taken a position
which says that they will pay for the testing of their public servants who are not vaccinated. It is a clear indication that there are certain approaches that will not work. I'm interested, colleagues, through you, Mr. President, to see an uptake in vaccination. I'm interested in seeing this. What I am concerned about is a high-handed approach that may result in a counter-reaction to what we want. This is not about I'm standing here to make a pronouncement and I look big and bad, or the government look big and bad, or the employers look big and bad. No. Mr. President, through you, I was asked by my good friend, Senator Cadet. Sometimes it's good you all don't ask questions, you know. But I'm glad for the question. Let's talk. Let's have a talk, collaboration. And I'm telling you, the labor movement met with the government on about 2 or 3 occasions to discuss a collaborative approach. We said that when we go to the ground, some of the challenges that we are facing, if you have a discontented workforce, let's take the public sector, for instance, you are not addressing the burning issues that they have had. There is a resistance. There is a resistance. I've been asked that question. Let's talk, so I must answer. The population is listening, Mr. President. The population is listening to all the questions and accusations thrown at labor that we are against, and I take, and I don't want people to take. That's not the issue. If we had focused our discussion as to trying to get vaccination, all of this may not have had to be gone into. Because we have, for some reason, Mr. President, switch around the intention of this debate. Mr. President, Labour has reached out, I have reached out personally to senior government officials to try to have those discussions. The Labour movement has done that. And therefore, it is not about me. I am used to be accused of all different things. So that does not change anything, because people say things. But I have a responsibility as the Labour representative to clarify the issues. If you recall, through you, Mr. President, when I started on the original motion, I dealt with the issues as is. Mr. President, the other side just changed the whole topic. So let's do this as we look at the amendments. The aspect of the argument about the constitutional arguments, we are not lawyers, but opinions have been given, and therefore I must respond. We have been informed that constitutional matters only arise with the state and its citizens. Yes, only arises there. But for us, it is not just about legal. It is not just about industrial. It is about finding that outcome that can increase vaccination. And let me say, I have said so publicly, and I will repeat again, it's not about me, but I've said so. I've encouraged vaccination, the benefits of vaccination. But by speaking alone will not make people take the vaccine. So the objective here is for us not to take an approach which further pushes people away from vaccination. My good friend, to you, Mr. President, I know I was given the honor of waiting for my return because my good colleague, Senator Williams, wanted me to hear. There's a point the Senator had raised, and I would like to raise it when she comes back to address it. To you, Mr. President. There are varying views on the cause of the outbreak, and I'm not going to go there because it's a bad experience for all of us. There are varying views as to whether or not after the outbreak started, whether we should have locked down. And we advanced locking down. The labor movement advanced it, and we held the view that the same science that says of a 14 days duration, if you had locked down, the impact may have been less. Mr. President, I remember those engagements with senior government officials. Labor was consistently involved, as a matter of fact, as a means of not lending to the chaos that was on the outside. We refrained from certain public pronouncements and held discussions because what was our intention was to try to curb the issue. Just, if I may say, as a sort of semi-light note, as we await Senator Williams, it seemed to have had what we now have, a parliamentary warden. That was just a light movement, Mr. President. My colleague friend on the other side, who keeps rising to objecting and objecting, and seemed to be taking over the role of the president of the chair, attempting to do that. So we thought it was a parliamentary warden. Yes. Because, but the president is well versed in the standing orders. And I use this to simply say, this occasion is extremely important in our view for the listening public, because this discussion is opening the eyes of a lot of people outside. It may even encourage, and I hope it encourages people to be vaccinated. This is my dire wish, and therefore we must not try to stifle the discussions. Because we did not raise, when my good colleague here, Senator Chris Daly, went through the original motion line by line or item by item, although it was not the amended motion. But what we felt was important is let all ideas contend, because this is not about us here. I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to get people to the point of being vaccinated, understanding and appreciating that they have certain concerns. That is what we are seeking to do. So as we say, allow all ideas to contend. Now, I know that there are rules and will be guided accordingly. And the president do give latitude from time to time because he appreciates the bigger picture. He appreciates that people, the population is listening. And it leads me right into, as my good friend, Mr. President, Senator Williams has come back here. And Senator Williams took objection quite publicly to the fact that I quoted the COVAX compensation issue. And why am I saying that to the public? Because I'm giving the public information that will cause them to be no more doubtful. I am saying no, because that's a public information. This is not me, this is the World Health Organization, and I am absolutely confident in the ability of our people to take information and process it. When we try to hide information, and that is why, that may be one of the reasons why the conspiracy theories are winning the war. You know why? Because we are afraid to engage, but they are not. So when I hear my good friend, legally trained, Mr. President, when I hear my good friend, who's legally trained, questioning my intention, and I don't question anybody's intention because it's open discussion, and I do not know that I'm censored, and I have to satisfy anyone with my reason for advancing a cause, because the objective of my cause is to try to get more people vaccinated. And the labor movement have said, let's encourage, let's not make it mandatory, because we are also certain, based on our involvement on the ground, that people are pushing back. People are pushing back. And if you know us as a people, as Senator Cynthia said, all depends on how you approach these matters, it will result in the opposite reaction. It will result in the opposite reaction. Mr. President, I could ask the government, through you, Mr. President, why is it that they keep saying that they're not making vaccination mandatory? At the same time, they're saying they have the power. They have the power. They give the power to the private sector. They are an employer. So let us all agree not to make it mandatory, but let us all agree to work together to encourage people to be vaccinated and strongly encourage them to be vaccinated. Let's do that. Let us do that. Let us meet. Let us discuss what are the challenges that we face. What is it, Labour, that you have observed? As I said, we met and we listed a number of concerns. We listed a number of concerns. We have had open engagement. As a matter of fact, we have gone to workplaces together with doctors by ourselves and encourage workers to be vaccinated. But we all agree that you cannot hold someone down and push a needle in their hand. And once we recognize that, then to recognize that is persuasion, is engagement. And through you, Mr. President, the question of how long would always be a factor. The question of how long would always be a factor. And what we are saying, let's have an engagement. Let's continue to have an engagement. I don't know where we might reach. We'll have different views on this. We will have different views on this, Mr. President. Let us agree. Let us agree. Let us agree that the issues confronting Grenada is not just unique to Grenada. The issue of vaccine hesitancy is not just unique to Grenada. And I figure that we have a unique opportunity. We have a unique opportunity for us to encourage people, give the advantages of being vaccinated. Let us say that we accept the science, that if you are vaccinated, the risk of getting infected is reduced. The risk of transmitting is reduced. You can still be infected. So we have accepted all this. But people are refusing. People are having concerns. So the question that would arise, what is the best avenue to arrive there? And in our view, in Labour view, anything that speaks about mandatory vaccination will have a counterproductive in this period. That's Labour's view. Because for us it's important. We have lost workers. We have lost members. We have lost friends. And whether we know them or not, any Grenadian, whether in Grenada or in the diaspora, who have lost their life to COVID, must impact each and every one of us. It must. Our objective is to not just take a position, but to find a position that will result in a higher uptake. So I want to repeat that for the avoidance of doubt. That it is the same administration that has said it is not making vaccination mandatory. I can't square the two. I don't want to accuse anybody, Mr. President, of being double standard. I think we all have good intentions. I think because it is a new issue that has confronted us, many times we have different positions. What's best? How best do we do it? All of us are confronted with that. I do not for one moment believe that any one of us wants to see anybody die. I do not believe for one moment that any one of us wants to see anyone losing their jobs. I do not believe for one moment that any one of us wants to see us suffering. But the issue is, how best do we do it? And Labour has a particular take on the matter. I want to encourage continuous engagement between the main parties. Our Committee of Social Partners have never met. You know, the tools that are there at our hands to discuss collectively where we can represent the concerns of our constituents has not been made available. And it is quite possible that we may find on reflection that the non-inclusive approach taken in addressing the crisis may have contributed to where we are. I wish to commend the Ministry of Health and by extension the government, because without the government's blessing, I do not believe it would have happened, to have a change in the composition of the doctors and so that are engaged in the public. I think that has been significant. As a matter of fact, a number of the workplaces that we have visited, people have spoken positively about this. We were engaged in a company only about 3 weeks ago, including a doctor and a company addressing those issues, and those matters came up. So what I'm giving you here is the empirical data from on the ground. Even if I come to you and I say I support mandatory vaccination, and let's make it mandatory. You'll praise me, but you will not have the success that you're looking for. Take this from me, Mr. President, through you. You will not have this. Antigua has backed away. Antigua has backed away. The leading proponent, one of the leading proponents in the region for mandatory vaccination, and even where the state took the lead. This is not a case where the state was hiding behind the private sector. This is not a case where the state was hiding behind the private sector. Antigua was not hiding behind the private sector. PM Gaston Brown came out bold and brave. He is now at a position where he has backed away, and he is now paying, the state is now paying for the testing. And I'm saying, for us in Grenada, let us learn from those things. We are at a position where, according to the data, and I've accepted the data, I've never questioned the data from our health officials. I've heard many people do it. I've accepted it. There might be one or two things that does not add up. I've never spent time, and Labour has never spent time going through this to criticize anything. Let us not confuse the issue. Let us work together. Let us work together. That's what we are asking for. We want to see an intake and uptake in vaccination. And that is where we are advancing, because we are on the ground. We meet with our workers almost every day. We engage our workers every day. As a matter of fact, many of us engage our members, even on a Saturday, Sunday, all hours in the night. And that is why staying here, it is just after 7, that's early hours for most of us. Sometimes we leave our office all after 11 in the night. Now that the coffee has lifted, there is no more restriction. I won't have to look at the watch to say, let me leave. Because that's how you succeed. That's how organization succeeds. Many times you have to work beyond the daylight hours. We are prepared to work with the public, with the government. We are prepared to work with the employers towards getting an uptake in vaccination. But we will not participate in mandatory vaccination because it will be counterproductive. Let us have a discussion. Senator Diali advanced some different takes. I'm saying that there can be different permutations. There may be a workplace that you sit and you have a discussion, and we have done so with some of the banks. Yes, we have had pushbacks, we have met with employers, and we have encouraged the workers, and we have seen it. Now, am I satisfied with the rate at which it is happening? No, but I understand that we have to keep pushing, and we cannot tire. I do not know any employer or any company that has been successful where the CEO has given up because he has faced challenges in terms of the competition. This is human beings we are dealing with. Let us not give up. Let us not say, well, enough time has passed, and therefore... The last person I heard who drew a line in the sand, as my colleagues have indicated here, Mr. President, to me, I think the last I have heard, was it the President of the United States, former President Barack Obama, in terms of Syria? The issue of drawing lines in sand do not work when you need to be working together, unless you can bomb everybody out, unless you can send everybody home, unless you can do without the workers. We need to find that balance. Let us go back to the drawing board, or let us start from where we are at. Let us start from where we are at, and let us do this. That is why I was interested in having this discussion much earlier, because in our view, the earlier you address those issues, the public is listening, and I feel certain that I will get questions, because through you, Mr. President, Senator Williams has raised a number of valid concerns. I don't have an answer, and with all due respect, Mr. President, to all the legal opinions that we have, they are only legal opinions. Yes? But what we are interested in is the aspect, not just what a court say. A court may rule that it is okay to mandate it, but even if the court rule that it is okay to mandate it, and the workers do not want to be vaccinated because you have not done the education work, what would you do? These are the issues that we confront. These are the issues that we confront. And we are advocating that as of this moment, and we can always review. I'm even going further to advance, that we can always review. As at this moment, let us not advance mandatory vaccination. It is not only one workplace. I am aware that the Ministry of Health has gone to certain workplaces to give them deadlines, and it can't work out. So what is that help? In other words, what you do, lock up everybody, or you shut down the business, create higher unemployment, and then have social issues? The government has to confront that, and that is why probably you are not making it mandatory. And therefore, you are not making it mandatory, so let's have that discussion. So even the places that you have sent and covered to your SR&Os, the vast majority of them have not yet implemented the deadlines, and they have sought extensions after extension because we have had discussions. What that is telling us, what they're telling us is that there is need for engagement. So, Mr. President, having said this, just bear with me 1 second to make sure that I sort of cover the bases. You see, and because I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. That, and probably that's the last point I may make, because we are interested in keeping our membership. We are not just our membership, but keeping people employed. And I'll give another example of the possibility of counterproductivity. There's a workplace in the South, a large business place in the South, that it was rumored that they were making the vaccination mandatory. Yes? The stock spread on social media. When we met with the company explained that that was not their intention. And we accepted that, to be frank with you. We accepted that. But you know what started to happen? Members of the public started to boycott the place. And that's another factor that we need to take into account. I know that my friends on the other side may not want us to go there, but we need, because the public is listening. There's a recent issue on the mall in St. George. Yeah? I'm just saying that these are real issues. These are real issues because while you fight and you are saying that if you make it mandatory, you are protecting jobs, I'm telling you that there are a number of instances where you might make it mandatory and it may have the opposite reaction. So I'm also trying to protect jobs. I'm trying to protect business. I'm trying to protect jobs and protect business. There will be higher demands on the state. There will be higher demands on the state for unemployment benefits. And therefore, in our view, we are not there. So we maintain the view that vaccination must not be made mandatory. And I end by encouraging our workers and all of Grenada to be vaccinated, but we do not support mandatory vaccination. Thank you very much.
To wind up the debate on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm actually going to keep my comments
Senators,
short. I certainly want us to go through, I'll go through it line by line, the amendments that are proposed. And after listening to this debate, highly contentious, anyone listening to this at the start of the debate with the statements as to how contradictory, how confusing the discussion, the subject matter was, coming out of the motion originally presented, and anyone listening to us at this point now, at the end of this debate, I think will be just as confused and still filled, highlighting the conflicts and the contradictions. Mr. President, I think Senator Cox said something which was, this is actually common sense in terms of the approach that needs to be taken. It is quite simple when you distill the what needs to be done. But they say common sense is not very common. When I listen to the discussion, certainly from government side, I hear it mirrored on the business representative side. In terms of what needs to be done, is very, very clear. And that is, in order for us to move forward, to protect lives, to protect livelihoods, to get back to some level of normalcy, that having the vast majority of the population fully vaccinated is key. And that isn't unique to us here in Good. But that clarity, it's then down to the how it's done. Good. I hear Senator Sincere, a bright woman. But how is that knowledge being translated into the how we do it? It's not because our heads are hard. I listen to Senator Lewis, and this call for we must work together, we need to engage. And I hear some of the right words. But then I look at the action. It's action you must always look at. And then I'm confused. And then I see contradictions, whether it's in his personal life, personal decisions. What's translating on what may be picket lines. And the conversations that are taking place in businesses and institutions up and down the country. That isn't bringing some form of accord, but discord. It's not trying to answer questions and apply the common sense, simple logic, but fueling the confusion. And again, Mr. President, my mind runs to why. When something doesn't make sense to me, I try to figure out the why. There must be a deeper agenda. So I don't feel a genuine desire for that honest and open engagement. And the question is also, because we talk about this tripartite arrangement, and we must all be pointing in the right direction, saying the same things. Government's position is very, very clear, and it's outlined in the amendment that's put forward in terms of where we stand. And the reasons for us taking certain positions, which includes supporting the right of employers to legally mandate their workers in terms of ensuring a safe workplace. Again, Senator Cox's comment was true, because I've been in situations where an office is being shut down because there is mold for a mine, something that doesn't warrant the disproportionate response from the shop steward, from the unions. Yet, something that poses such a deadly danger, not just as individuals, the nature of this disease, how quickly it spreads kills people. And we have seen that. But how slowly they're responding. Mr. President, maybe I'm not looking in the right places, but I have not seen a public education program supported by the trade union movement. I have not seen it. They can act independently. If they believe, if they are genuine in this common support in terms of protecting lives and livelihoods, they don't have to wait on government to work with us or for the support of the employers or other partners. They can do this themselves, and I'm not seeing it. They're silent. Silent. When their voices should be resonating throughout the country. But I hear silence. What I do hear is adding fuel to the confusion and stirring a pot at a level that is unhelpful, which is why, Mr. President, the amendments proposed, the amendments before us, and I'm going to go through this line by line. Mr. President, I'm calling for a division on the vote. I'm going to go through this line by line. Let's hear what's objectionable, line by line, and let us put it on record. Let this House record members' positions, Mr. President. So the first one, whereas we are experiencing a worldwide health pandemic, COVID-19, which has and continues to infect and claim the lives of millions of people across the world, including here in Grenada. What's offensive in that? Statement of fact. And whereas this pandemic has caused economic and social fallout unknown to man in recent history, what is offensive about that, Mr. President? Members. And whereas these fallouts impact all people, especially the most vulnerable, a statement of fact. And whereas to save lives and address the economic and social fallout from the pandemic, Grenada instituted a state of emergency, statement of fact, Mr. President. And whereas the state of Grenada has been following the protocols set out by the World Health Organization, statement of fact. Where is the offense? And whereas those measures afforded citizens a level of protection from the pandemic, the emergence of the Delta variant, which is far more infectious and deadly than previous strains, now presents a new and increased threat. Statement of fact. And whereas the Ministry of Health had confirmed community spreads of the virus and the infection rates will continue to rise significantly, putting at risk the entire population, especially the unvaccinated. 95%, 95% of deaths in this last wave were with the unvaccinated. Statement of fact. And then you look at this globally. 5.25 million people around the world have died from this virus. 90+% are unvaccinated. Can't be clearer. What more do we need to wait for? 10 million dead? 15 million dead? It's clear, unequivocal. And whereas vaccinations are the most important measure to control the spread of the disease and to save lives, what is offensive about that, Mr. President? Why would any member in this chamber object to that, Mr. President? Government's position. And whereas the government will not make COVID-19 vaccinations mandatory, but recognizes employers have a right and a duty of care in law to provide a safe working environment for their workers, I don't think Senator Lewis would disagree with that. That's in the labor laws. And within the context of this pandemic, what is required to ensure that employers fulfill their right and duty of care in the workplace at this time with a viral pandemic that science tells us, medicine tells us, the one intervention is to vaccinate, to protect. Vaccinations are absolutely necessary. Which one of us is voting against that, Mr. President? Which one of us? Which one of us? And whereas some employers now require that all their employees are fully vaccinated for their own protection, because that is their right, and the protection of others, and the protection of their livelihoods. Which one of us, Mr. President, which one of us? Which one of us is voting against that? And whereas the national uptake of the vaccines available remains low due to vaccine hesitancy, placing lives at considerable risk and delaying any return to pre-COVID normalcy. Mr. President, if we don't accept this, we're playing with people's lives. We're playing with people's lives. Which one of us? Which one of us, Mr. President? Which one of us is going to vote against that? And where is all of us?
Senator Steele, just 1 second. Yes, Senator Sinclair.
I'm new, Mr. President, so on a point of order, I think I want to determine whether or not which one of us will vote on. I learned earlier that the whereas are basically fluff around the fundamental point that we have to vote on.
1 second, one second.
Which is the...
1 second, Senator. You are standing on a point of order.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
so
President.
point to me, because this point of order means that someone is offending the standing orders. So
Well,
point to me which standing order is being offended, and then we will take it from there.
Well, I would tell you, Mr. President, that the resolution is where we have to be voting and not the whereas. I cannot find the exact one, but I will tell you.
No.
So
1 second,
maybe you can help me if it's possible.
No. We are voting on a motion. The motion consists of 2 parts. It has, well, the recitals, and then it has a resolve part.
Right.
Right? And the resolve part is set against the context. But this is not a point of order. Eh?
Okay.
Let's be clear. I mean, I'm entertaining you because I know that, you know.
I need help.
Right.
Yes.
Because you have not yet pointed to me which rule that governs the Senate and its procedures have been violated, so that I can bring the Senate back into order with the rules.
Okay.
But you're seeking now, so well, let me just ask Senator Steele, let's be clear. If you stand on a point of order, you must make reference to this and draw it to my attention that the standing orders have been violated. Somebody is acting in an offensive way to the order, and I bring the order back. But so far, you have not pointed out to me which rule is being violated. So you are, in effect, not standing on a point of order. And the rules require me to then ask the senator who has the floor whether or not he will engage and entertain your interruption. If he concedes, then you can proceed. If he does not concede, because you have said you are standing on a point of order. So I'm trying to hear your point of order.
Yeah, well, you see, I was looking at the division of the vote, and I was wondering how I'm not being stopped to say, well, whereas, well, let us vote on that one, whereas, so I was confused.
No, we're voting on the whole.
Okay.
Remember, this is a motion before us.
Okay.
The motion ends in a resolve of what to do, so we're voting on the motion.
Right.
And there's an amendment to the motion, so it's the amendment, and he's winding up the debate. Everybody else has spoken. The mover of a motion or the mover of a bill speaks twice.
Yeah, I understand.
He presents the bill, the merits of it. Likewise, if it's a motion, he presents the motion, the merits of it, explaining it, and then the debate is open at the second reading. Once everybody has contributed, the mover then winds up the debate. Because during the engagement of the debate, questions would arise that would need clarity, questions would arise, and he, as the mover, will sort of try to rest the concerns which were raised during the debate. Yes? So, Senator Steele, I need to solicit your view. Are you giving way for? All right. So he wants to wind up the debate. Yes.
So, Mr. President, where were we? And whereas the national uptake of the vaccines available remains low due to vaccine hesitancy, placing lives at considerable risk and delaying any return to pre-COVID normalcy. And whereas all of us in leadership positions have a collective responsibility to actively participate in the fact-based, science-based public education process to address vaccine hesitancy within our population. Mr. President, what is offensive about that? What is offensive? Why can't we come together, Mr. President? What is so offensive that someone will choose to vote against that? Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population. In order to reach herd immunity, what's the figure now, 90%? We have a massive task on our hands. That responsibility lies within the Ministry of Health in terms of the delivery of those vaccines. The Senate is calling upon fully support the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population. What is offensive about that? Why would we not want the Ministry of Health to achieve that target? Why would we not lend our support to that undertaking? And be it resolved that the Senate recognizes and fully supports the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. What is wrong with that? Why would one take offense to that, Mr. President, why would one vote against? Nay. And be it further resolved that the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to meaningfully support the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. I'll repeat that one. And be it further resolved that the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to meaningfully support, because he says he wants to work with employers, he says he wants to work with government. That the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to meaningfully support the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. This is on the table, Mr. President. Line by line. Sent someone to school earlier this morning in terms of plain English and spelling out what is in text. What, Mr. President, would prevent someone who claims to be supportive of protecting lives, protecting livelihoods, assisting in the country returning back to normal? Every single measure outlined in the amendments before us speaks to that with clarity. There is no confusion in this. There is no contradiction in this. There's no hidden agenda in this. There's no politics in this. There is no politics in this. Maybe that's why some of us may not want to vote yay for this. Maybe it's that. So, Mr. President, I believe the amendments put before remove much of the confusion that we started this debate with, based on the construct of the original motion that was presented, the twists and turns, and there's a barb and an interpretation and a subtext. This brings clarity, Mr. President. And as I've outlined, and the public are listening to this, the public are listening. And I hope they understand. I've taken my time to go through what each of the recitals says and means and its intent, as individual recitals and as a collective. And it is that that is being put before this honourable House. And government side is seeking the support of the whole of this House in our effort to fight against this deadly virus that's killing us and robbing us of our livelihoods. And it's for that reason, Mr. President, that I commend this motion to the House, that I seek a division in terms of vote on this, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment to the original motion, moved by Senator the Honourable Simon Steele, seconded by Senator Cox, Nolan Cox, and seconded by the Honourable Judd Cadet, which reads as follows: whereas we are experiencing a worldwide pandemic, COVID-19, which has and continues to infect and claim the lives of millions of people across the world, including here in Grenada. And whereas this pandemic has caused economic and social fallout unknown to man in recent history, and whereas these fallouts impact all people, especially the most vulnerable, and whereas to save lives and address the economic and social fallout from the pandemic, Grenada instituted a state of emergency, and whereas the state of Grenada has been following the protocols set out by the World Health Organization, WHO, and whereas those measures afforded citizens a level of protection from the pandemic, the emergence of the deadly Delta variant, which is far more infectious and deadly than previous strains, now presents a new and increased threat. And whereas the Ministry of Health has confirmed community spread of the virus, that infection rates will continue to rise significantly, putting at risk the entire population, especially the unvaccinated. And whereas vaccinations are the most important measure to control the spread of the disease and to save lives, and whereas the government will not make COVID-19 vaccination mandatory, but recognizes employers have a right and a duty of care in law to provide a safe working environment for their workers. And within the context of this pandemic, vaccinations are absolutely necessary. And whereas some employers now require that all their employees are fully vaccinated for their own protection, the protection of others, and the protection of their livelihoods, and whereas the national uptake of the vaccinations available remain low due to vaccine hesitancy, placing lives at considerable risk and denying any return to pre-COVID normalcy, and whereas all of us in the leadership positions have a collective responsibility to actively participate in the fact and science-based public education process to address vaccination hesitancy within our population. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate fully supports the Ministry of Health's drive to vaccinate the entire eligible population. Be it resolved that the Senate recognizes and fully supports the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. And be it further resolved that the Senate calls upon the trade union movement to meaningfully support the efforts made by employers to promote, educate, and encourage all employees to be fully vaccinated. Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor and approving the resolution, the amendment to the resolution as read out, say aye. Well, we haven't. No, let me finish the process. The division is going to come, but I have to canvass the vote. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. To the contrary, say nay. Division? So the division has it.
Senator Simon Still.
Aye.
Senator Judd Cadet.
Aye.
Senator Nolan Cox.
Aye.
Senator Winston Garwe.
Aye.
Senator Victor Phillip.
Aye.
Senator Katisha Williams.
Aye.
Senator Roderick Sinclair.
Nay.
Senator Andrew Lewis.
Nay.
Senator Chris Diali. Aye. Senator Shirley McQueen.
Nay.
Senator Matthew Joseph.
Nay.
Senator Tessa Sincere.
Nay.
Honorable members, I have to report that the votes were 7 ayes and 5 nays. The amendment carries. Honorable members, at this time, dinner is served. Supper, not dinner. Make the distinction, because it's supper, not dinner. I'm proposing, and we have 2 motions more to go. 3 motions, sorry, more to go. I'm proposing that we take a 20-minute break, have supper, and come back and complete. Yes? So, honorable members, the House now stands adjourned until 7:15, because we are now 7:55. House now stands adjourned.
is about encouragement, is about, and I don't think government is doing among its employees compared to what private sector is. Are we going? So I think actually the physical get up as a box music finance.
Who is government here?
The one that pay the public servants.
Isn't government employees?
Yes. And that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. So isn't that, it doesn't that mean that government speak to itself?
Good. So hold on. And that's the
Hold
point.
on.
But here's the argument.
Wait, no, let me make my point. So,
right. So that's what I'm saying. So when the artist says, everybody example like this, right? And then
Honorable members, pray be seated. Session now resumes. We have 3 more motions to deal with. Just let me pull them up, pull it up there. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I feel very confident that this motion here should have absolutely no contentions in it. The objective, well, let me just read the motion and then I will speak. Labour Senator's resolution to Parliament setting aside funds from the Grenada National Lotteries Association for health services. Whereas we have seen the many challenges confronting the Ministry of Health as it relates to the provision of healthcare services, and whereas from time to time there are reports of lack of medication and equipment, especially at the nation's hospital and outstation facilities, and whereas recently the public were advised that the X-ray machines services were not available except to hospitalized/inpatient individuals, and whereas it is known that services such as CT scan have to be accessed from a private provider at sums that may be beyond the reach of most working class and other Grenadians, and whereas the state does not own or have MRI facilities, which is a very important medical service, and whereas it is recognized that resources are...
Sorry. Proceed.
And whereas it is recognized that resources or the allocation of resources may be a contributing factor to some of the challenges faced at the Ministry of Health and Hospital Services, and whereas accepting that the Grenada National Lotteries Authority as a statutory body is a source of income for national development, now therefore, this parliamentary sitting of the Senate hereby resolved as follows. 1. Calls for the Grenada National Lotteries Authorities to contribute directly to the Ministry of Health for the provision of healthcare services. 2. That in the first instance, the contributions be used to ensure that Grenada have functioning X-ray machines at our 3 hospitals, that is, the General Hospital St. George, Princess Alice St. Andrew, and Princess Royal Hospital Carriacou. 3, that the funds be directed also to ensure that Grenada has its own CT scan facility within 1 year or a period to be advised by suitably qualified personnel. 4, that funds from the authority be set aside to ensure that Grenada obtains MRI facilities within a period of 2 years or a time advised by suitably qualified personnel. 5, that the motto of the authority be amended to include health, to read as sports, culture, health, and nation building. Be it further resolved that, if affirmed, this resolution be forwarded by way of message to the House of Representatives. This is a motion.
Second motion.
Second motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This objective is to have a state-of-the-art diagnostic center that can provide the necessary services for our people. On the outset, let me make it be known that it was said here during the budget discussion and further confirmed that we are in the process of getting a CT scan, so that is commendable. And that, I think, is from the Maria Holder Foundation. But at the moment, there may have been some delays and some challenges. So that does not take away from the motion of calling for having our own CT scan. At the moment, the X-ray machine at the General Hospital is working, but those in the one at Maribor is not working, and there isn't any in Carriacou. We do not have any MRI facility as at the moment. The issue here is that recognizing that Lotto as a means of identifying resources, given the role that Lotto plays, we believe that funds from the Lotto can be directed towards those intentions. It also provides for what one calls sustainable development and upgrading of our people, because once we do those things, once we get those services, so it provides the opportunity for all of us to be able to be serviced at our local stations. It provides the opportunity to allow many working class people who are unable to go to the private place in terms of the CT scan or have to travel abroad for MRI services. And many times they cannot do it, and therefore they are not afforded the opportunity to get proper medical attention. The other advantage is that it will call for us to get a cohort of young people, Imanis, for instance. I've been informed that there's a group of Imanis at the General Hospital that is considered to be very intelligent, right? Very disposed towards that sort of learning. And what we can do, we can invest in them to train, to service this equipment. Because over the COVID period, one of the contributing factor, or the main contributing factor, as to why many people were not able to get X-ray services, the machine were not working, and because of the lockdown of the state, and people could not have traveled, the technicians could not fly into Grenada to fix the equipment. Colleagues, through you, Mr. President, this is an opportunity for us in an organized way to invest in our youth. And this must be in keeping with the mantra of the government, especially over the debate, over the budget, about building resilience, investing in our human knowledge. So there is this opportunity. So we do not have to depend on people to come into the country to fix the equipment. Because one of the problems, or the many problems that we face, be it an elevator at the hospital, be it the X-ray machine and others, many times is the unavailability of the technicians. We need to reach that stage where we have invested in our young people that they can turn around and maintain our equipment for us. So it is not just, the main aspect is that of diagnostic service, in terms of they call it raw medicine or basic medicine. Other important things is that it creates the opportunity for development and training of our young people, giving them a sense of purpose. High-end technical work. High-end technical work. It is not a matter of just changing a bulb or repairing a switch, but it's a high-end. It's a high-end technical stuff. The resources should also be used for continuous training for the staff, because you will have a cohort of staff assigned to, part of this responsibility will be the equipment that we have invested in. Let's say X-ray machines, so we need to have that in Carriacou, we need to have that in Princess, Alice Hospital. We need to have that in St. George. St. George is working at the moment. And the CT scan, progress has been made. It has been delayed. It has been delayed. But I know work has been done in that direction. And we are calling this, they have never had an X-ray in Carriacou, so that will be good. We are calling for this because too many times, as I've indicated, that a number of our people are not able to travel abroad to get those services. A number of our people, a number of us here may have had the personal experience in terms of family members, or most likely may know someone that may not have been in a position to pay for the private service of a CT scan. And many of us may have had the experience where your loved one at the general hospital needs that information that can make the difference between life or death. But before the ambulance leave, and that's the experience, maybe different other times, before the ambulance leave, somebody have to go to pay. These are the hard realities. And therefore it is important for us to direct the resources to address this issue. I don't think we could have any contentions on this. This is not to get at anyone, but this is to use this House to advance the cause of the nation. And as I said, to us in Labour, this is a simple matter to be addressed, but of proportion, but of significant importance to the nations. We are able to invest in other areas. Lotto is into sports, and they have been doing a tremendously good job, right? And that is highly commendable. That is highly commendable. Yes, yes. A number of fields are lighted. That is highly commendable. But I do not believe that we will wish to equate our health with sports. Yes, I think health and this equipment that we mentioned here will be at a higher level. And Mr. President, this is the motion and the reason, the rationales that I've provided for this motion. And thank you very much. And I ask for the support. I haven't done that before. So on this matter, asking for the support of the whole House. The whole House. Let us not make this a contentious issue. I did not come here. I did not come here to make this a contentious issue. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The Honorable Andre Lewis be read a second time.
Mr. President, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint the member on the other side, although there is some merit in the motion presented, have an amendment to present. So I'll read that, get it seconded, and we can debate that. Mr. President, whereas the demands on public healthcare systems regionally and worldwide exceed the resources that are available to them, and whereas those healthcare demands have increased considerably as a consequence of the COVID pandemic, and whereas it's recognized that resources or the allocation of resources may be a contributing factor to some of the challenges faced at the Ministry of Health and hospital services, and whereas accepting the Grenada National Lotteries Authority as a statutory body is a source of income for national development, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate supports the Ministry of Health's ongoing initiatives to source additional internal and external resources to meet the increased demands brought on by the pandemic, in addition to meeting wider national healthcare needs. And be it further resolved that the Senate supports the National Lotteries Authority's ongoing financial contributions to the Ministry of Health to assist in its COVID response. Actually, I should have had these circulated.
All right, where is this copy? Where's the copy for this? But is there a seconder to this motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to second the amendment proposed by the Leader of Common Business.
Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Well, by way of explanation with the proposed amendments, one, it reflects, again, in a balanced way, the challenges faced in terms of resourcing the activities in support of our healthcare system. The motion presented by the senator on the other side speaks specifically to equipments that, well, he mentioned it in his preamble, but whether it is the CT scan, whether it's the digital x-ray machine, provisions already made. We actually presented it in the budget that was debated over the last couple of days. So a portion, significant portion of the equipments that are identified that have been called upon to use resources from the National Lottery to acquire have been acquired through alternative sources. I'm not aware of any delays in terms of their installation, but they're certainly been procured either here, certainly on their way. So I believe that portion is certainly redundant in the mover's motion. So what is actually reflected, and we believe that there's kind of a broader issue, and it's not just coming up with a motion to pick on a few pieces of equipment. There's lots of equipment. There are lots of additional technical service support that is required within our healthcare system. So rather than, again, narrowing it down to another piece of equipment, there are general statements made in terms of the resources and the support that's required within the healthcare system. So we think that the amendment that's been put forward, as I said, is more balanced and represents the wider challenges. Now, specific to national lotteries, we don't have to call upon them. National lotteries is already a contributor, significant contributor to the Ministry of Health and have been for many years. So that isn't establishing a new relationship. That's a relationship that already exists. So taken into the realities of what is actually happening, which is, as I said, the equipment specifically identified in Senator Lewis's motion has already been procured. Some of it, I know he calls upon some additional items, but said we wish to kind of broaden this and the need for going to external sources, whether it is through the National Lottery, whether it is through foundations, through support, government's procurement. So just keeping that broad. And as I said, just recognizing that the National Lottery is already an important contributor to the Ministry of Health. So it's for those reasons, Mr. President, that I commend the amendments to be considered by this Honourable House. I thank you.
The amendments moved by the Honourable Simon Steele and seconded by Senator the Honourable Judd Cadet be read a second time. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always try to look at the spirit of the suggested changes, if I may call it, to the original motion. And to me, from what I'm reading here, the original motion speaks of specific needs in the healthcare, CT scan, which is a significant equipment, yeah. So what I'm picking up, MRI equipment, what I'm picking up here is that there are some significant piece of equipment that, and equipment is plural if I know the English language, that our medical system is in need of. That's what I'm interpreting from Senator Lewis's presentation. And some of this equipment can be significant in cost that can create problem for us in the regular budgeting, rather than ongoing matters, small, resources that might be needed. So significant things, sometimes that you may have to travel to go away. You may have to travel and leave this country to have access to some of this. You may die because you're never able to you cannot afford it. Sometimes it might be available at the other local institutions. We know that government also has different relationships with some of the other institutions, such that, you might get little discount and so on. But the spirit of Senator Lewis's presentation, original motion, is to own something. And of course, you can partner for additional. And so, as I read the amendment suggested, speaks of ongoing initiatives, and of course, I'm happy to hear of the ongoing initiatives, and I would really like to know what sort of monies over the last year or two or such that, say, over the last 5 years annually, that the Lotto would have contributed towards our health care, particularly such that in the last year or two where there is COVID, and it refers that ongoing resources would have been received from COVID. What sort of monies have been expanded? Have we seen an increase in the last 2 years contributing? Because, of course, I like the idea of the Lotto. I won't say everybody, but significant amount of Grenadians do play the Lotto and contribute. A lot of our sports personnel, not only our professional athletes, but in the communities, they get injured from playing sports and so on, and they need to use the hospital services. So I see this also as a sort of quote-unquote insurance. And insurance, so the Lotto may be helping playing field and past years and national football teams, but when these athletes get damaged, and they need the care. Where is that care? And if the lotto can put in that mechanism to ensure that they or at least can be secured, I think that this is good. And so there might be some specific things. We know the athletes get serious damage. And it's not just a regular doctor watching you with a flashlight to see if your eye is okay. Significant assessment has to be done. And if not done properly, it could disable you for life, and it could be life-threatening. So I think that whilst COVID, yes, we know, is also deadly. You know, and of course, I know we have significant number of PCR machines, which are significant in terms of that which we already have. I believe that some of the equipment suggested by Senator Lewis, some might already be procured, maybe there are others. I think that we should say, let us look at equipment that would really make a difference and are in real need that the lotto can contribute towards. So I think the spirit of the amendment, Mr. President, I think could have been more pointing to having that request be met. I thought that some of the things is sort of evading the request itself. I think the spirit is there. I think it's because they're already doing, it's just where the diversion is for the security of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Clerk, the chamber is very uncomfortable, you know, and I don't know who gave these instructions, to be quite frank. We have officers in here with the tunics on. I have the gown on, and it's hot. Therefore, they ought not to have taken this off without some kind of consultation or direction from the chair. The chamber is under my control, and I'm saying to you, it's very uncomfortable. I feel very restive and suffocating. The officers cannot speak or participate, but they're in the khaki white tunics, buttoned up under their throats. And if I'm feeling this way, I can only imagine how they're feeling. Could we continue, please? Yes, Senator Joseph, you have the...
Yes,
no.
Mr. President, Senator Sinclair mentioned about the spirit, but I'm looking at the intent here in relation to Senator Andre Luis and the amendments. And the amendment says something that's very instructive here. In that it says that resources, allocation of resources may be a contributing factor to some of the challenges that we face. It means, therefore, that there are challenges. And we know there are challenges. That's a statement of fact. What the motion intends to do is to ease on these challenges. This is what it intends to do, to ease on these challenges. And it is my humble opinion that if some of these equipment or materials are already sourced, that's good news. But we have to bear in mind also that we have Carrico to service, we have Princess Alice to service, we have the hospital in St. George's to service, and we have a new facility coming on stream. That is a facility at Guav. Now, it will be very nice if we find ourselves or we place ourselves in a position where we can have the personnel with the skill and the equipment at those facilities. So in this case, I'm saying the more the merrier. It doesn't mean that we have to waste. What we're looking for is efficiency. And the Honorable Senator identified a source of funding, possible funding,
through the National Lottery Authority. And if we can get all the others except one, and the lotto can give us that one, it's very good. Now, Mr. President, the question is, when government, the question is the cost. Now, as it stands right now, the cost is astronomical. To get an MRI or a CT scan, for example, is very high. To some people, it's not high at all, but the ordinary man is tough. So it is very, very important that this be acted on speedily to get it in place so that we could ease the woes and the stresses on some of the ordinary people in terms of getting that kind of service. Also, Mr. President, over the years, we saw a number of services being made available to private personnel. Well, we know about this PISAL, it's been around a while. We know SAMs have been around a while. There is one at the GCNA complex that provides laboratory service and so on. But the bottom line is, some entrepreneurs are seeing an opportunity to serve and also to make money, right? Because business. Now, what I'm saying is this now. If the government could source this equipment, then it eases. I'm not saying we should push people out of business because there are personnel who would love to go private. We know that some of us go to private doctors rather than the public doctors. So I see this as it's a very interesting and to me, a very fitting motion as presented by Senator Andre Luis. And I have virtually no problem with it. In addition, this amendment speaks, and in the last paragraph here, it says, and be further resolved that the Senate supports the Grenada National Lottery Authority ongoing financial contribution to the Ministry of Health to assist in COVID response. So if we accept this motion, it means that the focus now is on COVID response and not on procuring the equipment that the government didn't provide. That's my interpretation of it, and I really hope I'm wrong, because this is what it says. It says contribution on, well, I guess probably they are helping with COVID, but that was never the intent. The intent was to source the equipment through to the lotto. So I do hope that at the end of the day, whatever we agree on, the equipment will be provided and the service made available to the people of this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Sorry.
Senator Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand to support the amending motion. And in no way is to downplay the intentions of Senator Lewis's motion. But I support this motion because this motion basically states what is actually been happening for decades. And I think maybe the National Lottery, to some extent, and maybe government probably should be at fault for not maybe making those pronouncements in terms of the contributions they have been making to the Ministry of Health. It has always been seen and promoted the cultural contributions, the sporting contributions, but not so much on the health side. But I can tell you, Mr. President, the national lotteries have been making significant sizable sums in terms of contributions to the development of health in Grenada. And while I had the responsibility to oversee the operations of the National Lottery, I can attest to while I was there. And I know that there are more initiatives that took place prior to my time. And I'll just speak to a few. recent, and maybe also for the benefit of Senator St. Clair, who was asking in terms of quantities, what sort of amount of monies that were expended. And so I can go back, the National Lotteries, together with Canadian Banknote, because they both operate the lotteries together, would have procured 2 brand new ambulances to add to the complement of ambulances that the Ministry of Health had to bring it up to Mark II, I think about 10 ambulances. And not just procure those ambulances, but also we'll be paying insurance for them every year, maintaining them every year until they meet its useful life, and will be replaced, and we continue to replace. It's a non-stop initiative. So that is a commitment, and those 2 ambulances would have cost overall to retrofit them and make them ready for health purposes in the region of 250,000 EC dollars. So that is separate and apart from the insurance, separate and apart from the maintenance. And so once that is done, they will go back again whenever we need. I think every 5 years. The agreement is that every 5 years, they are going to buy an next 2 brand new ambulances. So that is one of the good initiatives that we had from NLA. Another critical initiative is that National Lotteries continue to support, and not just support, the National Lottery was the key, together with CBN, was the key
The PCR machines.
for our immediate testing capabilities for COVID-19. They were the first to have a machine here for us. All right, and those machine was, what I can tell is that when they originally, those machines would cost, outside of a pandemic, would have cost about 24,000 US dollars. It was about 3 or 4 times that, because they were in high demand at the time. And they bought 2. So do the numbers. Additionally, $1 million EC dollars was allocated for purchasing PCR test kits and consumables. Hence the reason why we were always able to test up to this day. We never ran out of PCR test kits at any point in time because of the contribution of the National Lottery. Additionally, when we had the spike in our communities, the National Lottery did give significant support in terms of purchasing pulse oximeters, zinc, and care packages for all communities, for persons in our communities, for the persons who were home and couldn't go out. So those care packages could have go to their home, so they could have take the zinc and recover quickly. Those are some of the immediate initiatives that the National Lottery would have done in a recent time. And that is significant. And we have not really speak of those initiatives in that regard. And it's within that context that we are saying that it is already happening. That is already happening in a significant way. And I'm certain there was a mention by Senator St. Clair in terms of support for persons who have to travel overseas. I wouldn't want to talk about that because it happens. And it happens quietly. Persons who may have to go and do brain surgery and a number of critical things that cannot be done here. National Lotteries do reach out and provide support for medication and plenty other things. But those things, as I indicated earlier on in the week, these things is not something that we want to talk about. You know, those things are somewhat private to some extent. But the National Lottery do a lot of support in terms of supporting this country, especially on the health side. So we see that not because that the amendment is done, not because that we do not understand what is seeking to do, but the amendment was done to say that, look, it is already happening, and in a larger way than you can expect. So I want to bring that to the fore. And the whole issue of whether or not government gets some equipment through national lotteries. And I think that's a very important point is being glossed over, and saying that the private sector is expensive. Now, if you have an MRI machine, there must be a fee. Persons must pay. It has to be maintained. But the presentation that I hear coming from the other side is that once you buy it, then persons wouldn't have to go to the private sector. There is a cost, because if you do not charge a fee, because I didn't pick that up. I didn't hear anything like that. It was meant to believe that if you do that, then people can now access. The point was made that it's difficult to access because persons have to pay, and if they don't pay before, the ambulance wouldn't go. But there is a cost. There is a cost, and it's something that we cannot overlook. Yeah, and the whole issue of challenges in the health sector, Mr. President, name me a country. I challenge anybody to name me a country that doesn't have challenges in health. Name me a country that doesn't have challenges in its health sector. No matter how much some of the services that they offer, each and every health service in the entire world is challenged, because healthcare costs money. It costs money. And so it is something that we have to contend with. We have to find ways to see how we can best support what we have in every way, every possible way. And as the leader of government is indicated, from whatever source, it is going to be welcome. And we do have a lot of support from some of our international partners, regional partners, PAHO, and they provide a lot of support. And we welcome that support. But that is what exists. And it's within that context that we are saying that this is already happening. And we need to recognize that. So I just wanted to bring this to the fore for us to understand. And rightly so, as I indicated, that probably this has not been spoken of enough. And so there is this perception that all the funds that is generated from the National Lottery is only used for sports and culture and maybe some other stuff. That is not the case. A significant portion is going towards healthcare, and that is covered under the ambit of national development. That is where it is covered. Additionally, Mr. President, one of the things that was done under my stewardship with the approval of the cabinet was that the National Lottery, based on legislation, has established a fund for national emergencies and disasters. So there is a separate fund that is established. So if we were to have some crisis, that there are funds separate and apart from the national operations that will help take care of the games and whatever it is that the government can tap into to say, look, we have some crisis, so there is a support system there. So is within that context we make this amendment, and I support this amendment, and in no way to downplay your objective or what you were seeking to put forward with your motion. So with these contributions, Mr. President, I want to support the amendment and to support and appreciate the recognition of the member for Labour in terms of his concern and care in terms of our healthcare system. And we really appreciate that. While we would have loved support on the other end in terms of other initiatives, which I did not mention, you know what I was speaking about. But we'll get there at some point in time. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I rise to indicate that I cannot support the amendment for the following reasons. The amendment and all the contributions from the government side have spoken about what normally takes place. The main difference as it relates to the motion from Labour is to give specificity to the procurement of X-ray machines where they do not have. They're having St. George, so Carriacou, that never had an X-ray machine. And with all that health has been doing, a lot has been doing, they do not have, even if it is in the pipeline, it is time that it come out of the pipeline and flow into the people's service. So I cannot support this because it is important for us to put timelines and say what is it that we want to do. I have had tremendous respect for the Ministry of Labour, the nurses, the doctors, everyone that has been working. We have said so and Labour has done so. I never for one moment, through you, Mr. President, to Senator Cox, are we questioning the challenges that health has and what other countries have. That's true, it is recognized, and it's an expensive proposition. But there'll be no doubt, there is no doubt that quite a number of our people requires the services that we speak about here. Not only this, this is an opportunity for an investment where neighboring islands, people can now come into Grenada. People can now come into Grenada. That's resilience. That is part of investment. I mean, we built an international airport. We built an international airport. We can invest in these and have it as an investment. So rather than people from St. Vincent having to go into Barbados to do an MRI or CAT scan, they could come to Grenada. Or whether people from Dominica, I'm saying based on the relationships that we have. And it is in the same context that we spoke about medical export services. So let us look at it in this context. Yes, it will cost, but health is important. This equipment are there, people travel out. You know, I had an experience recently, and it's not only once, but I'll speak of it. Only weekend gone, I was driving through Woodlands. And in the Woodlands junction, between Woodlands and Springs, there's a bus, apparently from St. David, because the guys are from St. David's, doing fundraising to try to help someone. I mean, it bleeds all of us. It bleeds all of us. The state has a responsibility to take the lead on certain issues. You must pay. There are some people that the state will have to subsidize, yes, and it happens. It happens. But it should not be a deterrent to set a time frame, to say that within 2 years, we're going to have an MRI. It must not be a deterrent to say that we're going to put aside some of Lotto's resources in addition to what they are doing to get the X-ray machine for Carriacou. Yes, there is nothing wrong in doing this. And there is nothing wrong in using these resources to invest in our young people, to train them to become technicians, to service those equipment. It is a fact that the X-ray machine was down because the technicians could not fly into the country. An X-ray machine. An X-ray machine. So this year, I can't support the motion for the simple reason that it is not specific. And basically what it does is to speak about what has been happening in the past, and that is commendable. But I want to move to the stage of specifying what is it that we are seeking to do and by what time. And that is why I cannot support this amendment. It is not specific, and that's a significant difference. And I do not believe for one moment that any one of us inside here, because I heard the compliments and the recognition of the intent. None of us in here
will be opposed to working steadfastly with a time frame to get in this equipment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Any other contributions? Senator Steele?
Yes, well, to close then. So, Mr. President, I'm sorry the member on the other side cannot see that the amendment goes so far beyond what has been presented. His holding on to specific, the fact that his is specific, ours is holistic. What is the wording here? This is critical. So now the Senate supports the Ministry of Health's ongoing initiatives to source additional internal and external resources. So it can come from anywhere. It can come from the GLA. It can come from, as I said, foundations, bilateral agreements, everywhere. It's not just limited to the GNLA. So it's all encompassing national lotteries, so internal and external, to meet the increased demands brought on by the pandemic, in addition to meeting wider national healthcare means. So that could be an ambulance, it could be an X-ray machine, it could be a scanner, it could be medication, it could be ICU beds, it can be ventilators, it could be gowns, it could be surgical, it could be everything. And then the items that the senator has identified in his motion, we've already got. We've got the CT scanner. We've got an X-ray machine for the General Hospital, digital X-ray machine. We've got an X-ray machine for Karaku. So the things that he wants to solve, that he's mentioned specifically, we've got 3/4 of that already. So it's redundant. So what our amendment is doing is saying all potential funding and all equipment or services that's required to provide support. But then it does recognize the National Lottery, because the National Lottery is already supporting the Ministry of Health and our healthcare services significantly and historically. But it's still recognizing that. So I don't understand why this one, but let's not waste time, it's late. So, Mr. President, I commend the amendments, which I believe address all and beyond what Senator Lewis is trying to achieve. So I commend this to the House for its approval. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, the amended motion moved by Senator the Honorable Simon Steele and seconded by the Honorable Judd Cadet, which reads as follows: whereas the demands on public healthcare system, regionally and worldwide, exceed the resources that are available to them, and whereas those healthcare demands have increased considerably as a consequence of the COVID pandemic, and whereas it is recognized that resources or the allocation of resources may be a contributing factor to some of the challenges faced at the Ministry of Health and Hospital Services, and whereas accepting that the Grenada National Lotteries Authority as a statutory body is a source of income for national development, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate supports the Ministry of Health's ongoing initiatives to source additional internal and external resources to meet the increasing demands brought on by the pandemic, in addition to meeting wider national healthcare needs. And be it further resolved that the Senate supports the Grenada National Lotteries Authority ongoing financial contributions to the Ministry of Health to assist in its COVID response. Honorable members, the question is that the motion just read, as amended, be passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary, if you say nay, I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Could we move to the next motion, which I think is in the name of Senator Roderick Sinclair?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to present this motion in my name. It's the motion on including the time for activities in the annual estimate of revenue and expenditure document. And it reads, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada in any budget cycle by means of an appropriation act, and whereas the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2021 was approved at the sitting of the Senate in December 2021, and whereas the approved estimate of revenue and expenditure presented the activities and work program for the various government departments and ministries, and whereas the activities and work plans of the estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2021 and previous ones so passed did not provide a time when each activity or project is scheduled to take place. And whereas specifying a time when each activity is scheduled to take place will contribute to improved delivery to the citizens, improved implementation, improved job performance, and improved cash flow management. And whereas monitoring and evaluation is a prudent management process to improve delivery and implementation rates, now therefore be it resolved that the activities and project items that would be presented in the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2022 and beyond be presented in a format that shows the time such as the quarter in which each activity is scheduled to take place, such that citizens can benefit from improved government services, improved planning, improved job performance, improved implementation, and improved monitoring.
Yes, Senator Joseph.
Yeah, Mr.
Matthew?
President, I stand to second the motion. So moved.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the motion be read a second time. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. The spirit of this motion, Mr. President and fellow members, is to provide opportunity for what I would call accountability, and also to manage expectations. We know the community, our population, ourselves inside here, want to know what is happening. When will it happen? And so whilst we do have the budget which explains the expenditure, revenue, source of funds, which we debated over the last few days, the country is still wanting to know, and I show, especially, well, not especially the government side, but when is this road going to fix? When is this place going to be repaired? When is this project going to start? Well, it's coming, don't worry, in the first quarter. So the spirit of what I'm asking for here, Mr. President, is that we need to know when things will happen. So when we look at the Public Finance Management Regulation 2015, it specifically highlights some criteria that should be accompanying in any work plan, any work program of the government, which should inform the budget. So it speaks of priorities and actions for the budget year. Expected results, what is it you expect to finish? So we want to build roads. We'll fix 5 farm roads. They should be fixed. Lafayette, Tuileries, wherever. And it says for the responsible officer, the responsible department, whether it's the agronomy department, the land use department, it speaks about the resources tied to the budget submission. So it's $20 million, $40 million. Mr. President, if we look in the big document, which the public don't really get, they may see this easier. I shouldn't, they don't get, but the document is 600 or something pages, is electronic, prints is sort of fine. Few people go into that details, okay? However, in that document, so I said this to say that most persons don't know what is there. But if they take a look, because that document is normally on the website, the budget document. If you go there and you download it, you would see the priorities, you would see the departments, you will see the budget items by the different ministries. But, Mr. President, item C, I even missed it too because I'm not used to seeing it there. Item C of that same section that I speak of earlier, item 3, time frame seems to always be missing in all those that went before. So, the question I ask, why that item alone is missing? Why the department is not missing? Why the amount of money for the projected for the budget is not missing? Why is it the one of time is missing? And I don't think it's a hard ask for that one item to be included. In fact, I know we have, myself and leader of government business had many discussions in previous months. And I was so happy to see, finally, December 14th or December 15th, 2021, I was finally able to receive the work plans for the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Forestry, and of course the Ministry of Fisheries. I was very happy to receive it because it gave me confidence as to what the ministry is planning and what we have in the budget. Of course, the URL where it is supposed to be loaded onto, I haven't seen it. And this is not a debate of that. I'm not even going to that part of the debate because I'm sticking with the budget document, which is available online. That one is available. The URL for that is available. All that is missing is whether it's Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. I was told that this is a hard ask in the last, when we started the debate on this matter. Oh, it's the formatting and it's so complicated. But you know, Mr. President, what I've learned sometimes is to do some more observations. So as I was actually looking at the budget for 2022, and I'm not too sure if maybe some others are listening and they say, boy, let us do the thing right. But if, and I want to make another point too. And we have, well, of course, our two colleagues here, Senator Cox and Senator Steele from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. When I look at the document, when you look at the Carriacou and Petit Martinique affairs, when I look at their budget document presentation, and not to show if they do it for themselves and send it to the Ministry of Finance, but when I look at their format, they specifically said things as to complete 5%, complete 60% by December 31st. I say, what? So I want to know which format they are using, because how they have achieved to present it in that manner. And of course, I would expect and might get good reports that Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs is having a lot of good performance. And we can hold them to those activities. We can look and say, okay, you wanted to do livestock and you wanted to do 60% by February. They are presenting it like that. I was amazed. And so the hard ask, I don't think it was a hard ask. I think it was a matter of, and it is still a matter of, maybe taking that example and circulating it to the other ministries such that they can provide this information to the public. Because the priorities, the programs, everything is there, line up with the monies that they'll spend, and you know when it can happen. So you would have persons not even having to make unnecessary phone calls, making unnecessary trips, unnecessary pressures, and also unnecessary PR, management control, managing expectation, and all of those things. And this is all that this motion is really asking. How do we ensure that the public becomes aware of the time in which those activities are supposed to take place? And it's not an illegal question, because the Public Finance Management Regulation is an act of Parliament. So having not include time is essentially not really following the regulations. Timeline, not putting a time frame. No. Well, yeah, you put in, you say when you are going to expect it. So this is essentially my presentation on the matter. It's a simple matter, Mr. President. It's a matter of how do we include some indication as to the priorities when you expect it to happen. That is simple request.
Thank you, Senator.
So,
Senator Steele?
In response, and again, I'm trying to keep this really short because we had an extensive debate on this when he withdrew it. And last time, he temporarily withdrew it, and he's brought it back. But the argument then and why we weren't able to support it then is because we said what he's asking for is effectively included in the corporate plan, the work plan, and he's just confirmed that what was sent. You asked for fisheries and agriculture, and it has the timelines quarter by quarter, so it's there. So, which is what we said it was. And the discussion then, the motive has shifted, so this is for public education, but when we debated this or discussed this previously, it was talking about the implementation rate and improving implementation, and part of our discussion then was this wasn't because we knew what was in the corporate plans and the work plans that the ministries work to, and they have to account to their performance against that work plan, which is why we said that wasn't necessary. What we said was necessary that would assist in implementation improvements are a lot of the significant investments that Senator Cox has overseen in his Ministry of Implementation. And it is the additional project management, project managers, engineers, the resources, the planning facilities, capacities that have been expanded in the ministry, which have translated into the announcement in this year's budget, what we've just discussed, of an implementation rate of 80% is actually higher than that, it's closer to 90%. But it's not because of putting in timelines in the big budget document, which is what you were asking, which we said wasn't necessary. It is working with the work plans, working with the corporate plans, and the extra resources government has invested in the Ministry of Implementation over the last 2 years, recognizing that implementation was a major issue, recognizing the importance of being able to improve our efficiency within the ministry, why it was so important, especially in these difficult times, where we have to ensure we implement as much of the capital budget as possible, which is what is driving economic growth, which is why we've seen such a significant increase in performance in all of those sectors. But it's not from what Senator Sinclair was asking for, which is why we said that isn't the direction to go. It is the stuff that my colleague minister has been laboring over for the last year or so in terms of pushing implementation issues. So I don't know what we're doing with this. We're withdrawing it. It's not, you know, it's irrelevant, Mr. President.
Senator, the Honorable Nolan Cox.
Mr. President, let me see if I could find a way to approach this, and maybe the whole, maybe going back to even the question that was posed to the House in having the documents, the work plans made available to the House. There is merit because that is within the legislation, and if we maybe lacking in meeting that requirement, I could understand. But the issue of the plans not being done, that is not the case, and I could tell you why. You cannot, in no way, request or present any cash flow request to the Ministry of Finance without your plans. And so every quarter, each ministry department will submit the requisite plan with their cash flow request for that quarter. So I don't know the practicality of having, we have 29 votes that have several departments. We're talking about something, another separate document which might be even bigger than the revenue of expenditure estimates to attach. And then, again, I wasn't clear, because 1 minute, at one point in time, he was asking for us to give indication of the plans by quarter, if we can give it by quarter. Then again, I was asked, you're saying that whether what will happen in February, what is happening in March, whether you want it by month, whether you want it by percentage in terms of outcome, it is unclear. But what is clear is that there are plans, and those plans must be prepared. They must be prepared and submitted. If you go through the revenue estimates that is presented, that we debated on for the past couple of days, you see all the stuff is there. Now, I don't know if you if you want a plan when the ministry is going to buy stationery or how much stationery they're going to buy. I don't know if you want that as part of the plan, or if you want to see that, because all that is part of the cash flow request. So, and just infrastructure alone, the projects list is numerous. So, Mr. President, I think there might be a requirement for maybe, I would love to have a one-on-one with my colleague and maybe flesh out what is it that he wants to achieve. And maybe I can give some guidance on how